They said it was just an ordinary little island. This place is so huge it's almost the size of a small Pacific nation. Jida snapped his eyes open and pushed himself up from the sandy shore. The sight of the desolate island before him, its undulating mountains buried beneath endless jungle, made him so angry he almost burst into a stream of curses. A few days earlier he had suddenly obtained a deserted island survival system. It had promised that as long as he fulfilled its requirements and managed to survive in the wild for 1 full year, he would be rewarded with 200 million. With such an enormous sum at stake, Jida had of course agreed. After all, he was only a delivery courier. His daily hard work barely covered his living expenses. He resigned from his job, activated the system, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. He had never imagined that when he next opened his eyes he would already be on this island. Looking around at the surroundings and at the impossibly blue sea, Jida was certain this was an oceanic island far, far from any mainland. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. The Wilderness Survival Livestream system was activating, informing him that if he successfully survived for 365 days, he would receive 200 million yen nation coins. Another chime followed declaring that whenever he completed missions issued by the system, he would receive all kinds of rewards. A notification of a novice gift pack being delivered came next, along with a cold mechanical wish of good luck. While Jida was still waking up on the beach, the notifications rang one after another in his mind. Since he was already stranded on the island, he could only accept reality. He picked up the backpack lying by his feet and began preparing for a live stream. He unlocked his phone and casually chose the Tigerfish streaming platform, then started registering an account. While he was in the process of signing up, Jida decided to claim the system's gift pack first. A chime announced that he had obtained Wilderness Survival Common Knowledge and a bottle of body enhancement potion, asking whether he wished to receive them. Jida chose yes without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, a massive influx of information about surviving in the wild surged into his mind. When Jida opened his eyes again and looked around, he discovered that everywhere his gaze fell he could instantly recognize every plant and blade of grass, whether it was poisonous or harmless, edible or not. He could even judge directions and read the weather and climate. With this skill alone, he felt he could survive in the wild for a very long time without pressure. With this ability, Jida was already certain he could easily earn the system's 200 million reward. Then he tilted back his head and swallowed the small vial of potion in his hand. Almost the moment he drank it down, Jida felt the muscles all over his body swell and burn with heat. His arms became thick and powerful, his abs firm and defined, his physique grew far stronger than before. Even his height increased, rising from 1.70 meters to over 1.80 meters. Satisfied with the changes in his body, Jida finally entered his livestream room and named it 365-Day Deserted Island Survival Challenge. He connected to the high-definition all-direction solar-powered drone that came as a bonus from the system and officially began his stream. However, just as Jida was about to introduce himself and interact with viewers, he realized there was not a single person in the room, which left him a bit embarrassed. He muttered that he would talk later. Casting a glance at the jungle in the distance, Jida rose from the beach. He decided to head toward the trees. After all, there was nothing on the bare sand, and under the blazing sun his body would lose water rapidly. Yet after Jida had walked only a short distance, a few curious viewers drawn in by the title began to trickle into his live stream. Comments appeared marveling that the location this streamer had chosen seemed impressive, far more hardcore than other wilderness survival streams. Judging from how blue the sea was, some suspected he might actually be on a real uninhabited ocean island. Viewers wondered aloud where on earth he was streaming from and complained that he just walked in silence instead of talking, unlike the overly enthusiastic hosts in other deserted island rooms. Other commenters retorted that those who did not like it could simply leave, insisting that the quiet was better, unlike other so-called survival streamers who practically moved their whole house outdoors for a seaside vacation instead of true deserted island survival. Seeing messages finally appear in his chat, Jida took the initiative to greet the audience. Thank you all for entering my stream. My name is Jida. Starting today, I'll be attempting to survive on this island for an entire year. You're all welcome to watch. Today is my first day on the island, and it's already afternoon. My task today is to build a temporary shelter, a place that can shield me from wind and rain so I can survive on this island more safely. Walking out of the sandy area, Jida stopped at the edge of the island's jungle, chatting with his viewers as he went. For this deserted island survival, I only brought 3 things: a dagger, a multifunctional entrenching shovel, and a 3-piece set of kettles suitable for boiling water. For now, the shovel alone is enough. It won't be long before you see the temporary shelter I'm going to build. After waving the entrenching shovel toward the camera a few times, Jida began searching for usable branches and timber to construct his shelter. Viewers cheered him on, saying they had faith in him and that it was rare to see such a reliable wilderness survival streamer, far better than those who barely knew how to start a fire. Some said they were going to look for his competition number so they could vote for him. Seeing that he had barely spoken a few lines before getting straight to work, the audience became even more eager to watch. The number of viewers in the room continued to rise. Soon several questions sped across the screen asking whether he was a contestant in the World Wilderness Survival Competition. Others complained they could not find his contestant number and thus could not vote, lamenting that they had finally found a streamer they liked, yet had no way to support him. Some even wondered if the competition organizers had overlooked him and declared that they would contact the staff to report the issue. Complaints flashed nonstop across the barrage of comments. Hearing mention of the so-called World Wilderness Survival Competition, Jida was puzzled. He had never signed up for any contest and suspected the viewers had misunderstood. He shook his head, dismissing the minor episode, and continued working. There are many types of shelters, but I'm only planning to build a triangular one, he explained. Because the triangle is the strongest structure. Using the vines and branches he had collected, Jida quickly built a triangular shelter about 2 meters long and more than a meter wide. He deliberately gathered extra broad leaves and piled them thickly around the shelter in several layers. All done. With this, even if it rains, I won't have to worry about getting soaked, Jida said, standing beside the shelter and showing off his handiwork to the viewers. Yet behind him, a snake as thick as a human wrist silently flicked its tongue and began to slither toward Jida. With his back turned, Jida did not notice, but the viewers in the livestream, aided by the drone's high-definition feed, saw everything with perfect clarity. The chat exploded as viewers frantically shouted for him to look behind him, warning that there was a snake, and begging him to stop praising his little hut and run. Noticing the sudden change in the barrage, Jida realized from the warnings that there was a snake behind him. He spun around, locked onto its position, and swung his shovel in a powerful arc. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his body was not only faster, but far stronger than before. The unfortunate snake, which had not even opened its mouth, had its head smashed to pulp by the blow of the entrenching shovel. Viewers erupted, exclaiming over his lightning-fast reaction and insisting he was no ordinary person. The screen filled once more with comment after comment. Some declared that the stunt deserved 90 points, withholding a perfect score only for fear he would become conceited. Others jokingly suspected the snake was a hired assistant, drawing ridicule from viewers who mocked their lack of sense. Gifts poured in from users with flamboyant nicknames, while latecomers anxiously asked what had just happened, feeling as though they had missed out on something priceless. New viewers kept arriving and asking around. Because of that brief incident, the popularity of Jida's stream was soaring rapidly. At that moment, the system's notification sounded again in his mind, congratulating him on reaching 1,000 popularity points and awarding him a new skill: basic combat techniques. Only then did Jida notice that in just half a day his livestream room had already gained 1,000 followers. It seemed that earlier bout of wrestling with the snake had been very effective. Jida looked at the snake lying on the ground, and an idea formed in his mind. Thank you all for your support. However, although the problem of my shelter has been solved, I still have no solution for dinner. Jida hooked up the snake, which was more than a meter long. Just this one snake is nowhere near enough to meet an adult's daily energy needs. I have to take advantage of the remaining daylight and go to the seaside to look for more food. I paid attention before. There are many reefs over there. Places like that are likely to harbor creatures such as lobsters and abalone. If I'm lucky, I might be able to enjoy a grilled lobster feast tonight. Carrying his entrenching tool and dagger with the snake in hand, Jida headed back toward the sea. The streamer doesn't even have a fishing rod or line. I think he'll be eating only snake tonight. Exactly, creatures in the water are nothing like those crawling on land. They're not so easy to catch. Some viewers were not optimistic. Jida merely smiled faintly when he saw the comments and did not take them to heart. He was confident that he would eat well tonight. As he passed under a coconut tree, a sharp-eyed viewer noticed the fallen coconuts beneath it and sent a barrage message: streamer. There are coconuts. Pick them up and eat. Seeing the prompt in the chat, Jida smiled and began to explain. Do you see those coconuts? Their outer shells are black. Coconuts like that are not fresh and should not be eaten. Only those with green shells are acceptable. Remember to learn how to tell the difference when you encounter coconuts in the wild. While he was interacting with the viewers, Jida had already reached the edge of the beach. Using seawater, Jida began to process the snake in his hands. There was no water source where he lived, so both drinking and handling food were inconvenient. It seemed he would have to put the issue of water supply on his agenda as soon as possible. Dealing with a snake is quite simple. Cut off the head, then peel from the head downward, and you can strip the skin off in one piece. As Jida spoke, he smoothly pulled off an entire sheet of snakeskin. I thought skinning a snake would be hard. Turns out it's easy. Someone commented in the livestream chat. Easy. Try buying a snake at the market and see for yourself. If you're not an experienced hand, you'll shred the skin to pieces and still fail to peel it off. A hot-tempered viewer spoke up in Jida's defense. Exactly. Judging from his technique, the streamer must have eaten dozens of snakes before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this skilled. Spoken by someone who has eaten snakes since childhood. The brain, I've learned it. The hands, no you haven't. Jita paid no mind to the barrage of comments. He was not strict about what viewers said. As long as no one stirred up conflict, they were free to discuss whatever they liked. After stripping off the snakeskin, Jita went on to clean out the internal organs. The blood diffused into the sea, and in just a short while he spotted a lobster near a nearby reef. I found something good. Jita stood up with a smile, took off his clothes, grabbed his entrenching tool, and headed toward the reef. His enhanced body, solid muscles, and flawless physique once again drew cries of amazement from the viewers in the live stream. Damn, do you spend 24 hours a day in the gym, streamer? I'm so jealous. I want 8-pack abs too. Looking at his perfect figure, the soda in my hand suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. The chat was filled with whales. Got it. Once Jita locked onto the lobster's position, he dove headfirst into the water, and with a single swing of the entrenching tool caught the lobster. Resurfacing, Jita raised the lobster, which weighed several Gene high above the water. Not bad. Tonight, I can have coconut shell lobster soup. Smiling, Jita explained to the audience. Rinse out a coconut shell, put the lobster inside, and boil it for half an hour. The lobster's freshness blends with the coconut shell. The flavor is incredible. I can hardly wait for dinner now. Hearing this little culinary lesson, the viewers in the live stream exploded again. Wasn't this supposed to be a desert island survival stream? How did I end up in a food channel? My mouth is already watering. I'm so jealous of the streamer. Looking at the plain bun in my hand, I can't help but shed shameful tears. Same here. The instant noodles in my hand have suddenly lost all appeal. Jita was just about to speak with a smile when something at the edge of his vision caught his attention. Something seemed to be moving on the nearby sea surface. Not only Jita, but also the viewers noticed it. What was that flashing across the surface just now, as someone asked in the chat? Could it be an illusion? I didn't see anything. No, it was real. I saw it too. Look, even the streamer is getting nervous. Jita frowned as he stared at the sea not far away. That fleeting shape had looked very much like a shark fin. From what I observed, that could very well be a shark. He explained to the viewers, sharks have an extremely keen sense of smell. Even a few drops of blood from a cut finger can attract them from several kilometers away. Given how much blood he had spilled while handling the snake, it was only natural that a shark had been drawn in. Streamer, you should run. This shore is too dangerous. Yeah, you don't even have a real weapon, just an entrenching tool. You're no match for a shark. Run, streamer. If you don't, you might lose your life. Before he could read all the anxious pleas in the chat, a crisp system chime suddenly rang in Jita's ears. Ding! Random mission activated. Defeat the shark. The mission aligned perfectly with Jita's own thoughts. His physical abilities had been enhanced, and he had recently learned combat skills. Dealing with a shark 2 to 3 meters long should not be a major problem. Moreover, Jita would definitely need to come to the seaside frequently in the future to look for food. If he did not take care of the shark now, it would remain a lurking threat. At this moment, he no longer had time to check the livestream chat. Gripping the entrenching tool, he moved toward the shark's location. The shark not far away, following the trail of blood, had clearly spotted Jita as well. Having found its target, the shark charged straight at him. In the crystal clear blue water, even its gaping maw full of teeth could be seen distinctly. Some timid viewers in the live stream could no longer bear to watch, afraid they would witness the streamer's misfortune. Jita, however, felt no fear at all. Instead of retreating, he swung the entrenching tool and met the shark head-on. Gathering nearly all his strength into his arms, his muscles bulged as he smashed the entrenching tool down at the shark, which was now only an arm's length away. With at least several hundred Gene of force behind the sharp blade of the tool, he pierced straight through the shark's eye, even shearing off a piece of its head. Scarlet blood instantly dyed the azure seawater red. Damn, streamer, in my mind you're about to surpass Bear Grylls, exclaimed a viewer who was clearly a wilderness survival enthusiast. Streamer, will you take disciples? I want to become your apprentice. With skills like yours, I'd fear nothing. Gifts and rewards flooded the live stream as viewers showered him with support. The tipping information scrolled by line after line. But Jita had no time to look. He could not even spare a moment to claim the rewards. He was busy dragging the shark toward the shore as fast as he could. He had no desire to attract anything else to this blood-soaked water. After dragging the shark ashore, Jita finally had the chance to check his system rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, awarded with master-level culinary skills. After receiving the reward, a surge of knowledge flooded into Jita's mind. However, the original plan to eat shark meat changed after acquiring the culinary skills. He decided not to eat it. Jita glanced at the audience enthusiastically discussing how to cook shark meat and shook his head with a smile. Because sharks lack a urinary system, they excrete through sweat, making shark meat very foul and somewhat toxic, thus inedible. The only edible part is likely the fish fin on the shark's back. The term shark fin can only refer to that of a shark. Jita explained. The viewers in the live stream felt it was a pity after putting in so much effort. However, shark skin is very useful and durable. For example, certain weapons and sword sheaths are made from shark skin. As Ji-do explained to everyone, he started to peel off the shark's skin and collected it with leaves. Alright, after dealing with the shark, I need to look for some food. I expended a lot of energy during the fight with the shark, so I must quickly replenish my fluids and food. In fact, it was more than that, as Ji-do's body had already consumed a lot after the enhancement. Thus, he needed to replenish more nutrients. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Ji-do searched the rocky area for a while and discovered several scallops and abalones the size of bowls. He even collected an octopus the size of his head. With this much, it's enough for me to eat tonight. Now I can head back. Holding a bountiful harvest, Ji-do walked toward the temporary shelter he had built. On his way back, he also discovered 6 or 7 green coconuts. Now everything's settled. Water and food are taken care of, at least for tonight. Ji-do would be able to spend the night peacefully. Upon returning to his hastily built shelter, Ji-do quickly lit a campfire. First, the snake meat. Since I have no other seasonings, I can only grill it. Ji-do skewered the cleaned and cut snake meat onto a branch and placed it over the fire. As for the lobster, the fresher the seafood, the simpler the cooking method, the better one can taste its deliciousness. Ji-do sliced open a coconut and tossed in at least 2 pounds of peeled lobster meat, placing the coconut shell by the fire to cook. He also added the chopped squid and several scallops to cook together. By the time night fell, the aroma of the cooked food began to waft through the air. Ji-do, already starving, picked up a skewer of snake meat, waved it at the screen, and then took a big bite. The meat has been grilled to a golden crisp, despite the lack of seasoning. The texture is satisfying and extremely delicious. Ji-do gave a thumbs up to the screen. Next, he picked up a mix of coconut, shrimp, and scallops in a milky broth, taking a sip, and then eating a piece of meat. Incredibly fresh. The fragrance of the coconut mingles with the tenderness of the shrimp. Each bite is a lingering delight. I won't say more, I need to eat now. Ji-do was too engrossed in eating to talk, diving into the delicious food before him. The viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but wish they were beside Ji-do, competing for food with him. Unlike other wilderness survival streamers who often go days without food, how come this streamer eats better than we do? The comments erupted with cries of unfairness. Exactly. Previously, I'd eat comfortably at home while watching others suffer, but now it's the opposite. This streamer is too much. I love this kind of streamer. This is perfect wilderness survival. You won't be able to trick me into watching others' wilderness streams from now on. After eating and drinking to his fill, Ji-do noticed that it was getting late and spoke to the live stream camera. Today's stream ends here. The first day on the deserted island was quite smooth. I need to go to sleep now. I'll get up early tomorrow. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the audience, Ji-do closed the live stream, tidied up a bit, and went to sleep. However, even though the streamer was resting, several enthusiastic fans remained. Not satisfied with just watching the live stream, they selected highlights from the recorded content and uploaded them to Bilibili and several other video platforms. Angry streamer teaches you how to battle sharks. Faster than a snake. Wilderness survival. Eating even better than a 3-star restaurant, can you believe it? These videos received tens of thousands of views immediately upon uploading. Some viewers after watching began asking who this Ji-do was, while others who had seen the live stream informed them that this was Ji-do from Tiger Fish. Thus, even with Ji-do's live stream off, there were still people occasionally popping in to check for updates. However, while netizens were spontaneously trying to rally attention for their favorite streamer, the streaming platform where Ji-do was situated also took notice of him. Xiaoyu was a staff member at Tiger Fish platform. Today she received a dozen complaints for inquiries. Inquiries asking if a contestant named Ji-do was missing from the World Wilderness Survival Competition. The leaders were very concerned about this matter. Thus, Xiaoyu was burning the midnight oil to verify the information. The Tiger Fish platform had recently taken on a large-scale project, the World Wilderness Survival Super Grand Prix. Thousands of contestants from around the world would go to designated locations assigned randomly for a year-long wilderness survival competition. Those who managed to survive successfully would receive a prize of 500 million provided by the organizing committee. Because it's a global, comprehensive, large-scale competition, there were already several hundred participants from just one country. To ensure the competition's safety and accurate authenticity, each contestant would have dedicated staff from the live streaming platform responsible for them. Therefore, such a large-scale competition could not rely on just 1 or 2 live streaming platforms. Hence, the newly established Tiger Fish streaming platform secured broadcasting rights for over 20 contestants. The management of Tiger Fish viewed this as a fantastic opportunity to elevate their platform. They dispatched personnel to manage the live streams of these contestants. If they were lucky enough to encounter a standout contestant who could last until the finals, the user base of Tiger Fish would rival that of established streaming platforms. In such a situation where both the upper and lower levels took it seriously, if a seed contestant went missing, even Xiaoya herself would not forgive herself. However, after cross-referencing the contestant list 3 times, Xiaoya was already certain that the platform had not made a mistake. So why were there so many viewers complaining? With questions in mind, Xiaoya specifically reviewed the playback of G-De's livestream. Shocked, she quickly understood the reason it was because Jida performed too professionally, even more so than those who were actually competing. And the more she watched G-De's playback, the more convinced Xiaoya became that if Jida participated in the competition, he would likely succeed in winning the prize. This was the seed contestant that Tiger Fish platform had longed for. They must not let such a skilled individual go unnoticed. Xiaoya initially intended to call her superiors immediately to report this important matter. But seeing that it was already past midnight, she dismissed the thought of reporting it right away. Tomorrow after work begins, she would report to her superiors at the first opportunity. When Jida woke up the next morning, he glanced at the gray sky and thought it might rain today. Looking at his watch, it was already 6 in the morning. At this time, with such gloomy weather, Jida was confident in his prediction. After a simple wash, Jida opened the live stream. He thought there might not be any viewers so early, but as soon as he started the stream, comments began to flood in. "Ah, great. I'm the first to comment. Luckily, I arrived early and didn't miss anything." Jida smiled and waved at the viewers, but just then a notification sound rang out. The number of followers in the live stream reached 10,000. System reward: enhanced human digestive and immune function. Note, as long as it's not a highly toxic type, the host can consume it safely. This reward is excellent. I won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. In the wild, some plants and fruits like caterpillars can be eaten, but actually eating them can easily lead to parasitic infections. With super digestion and immunity, as long as it's not a highly toxic mushroom, Jida can eat without worry. Jida regained his focus and continued interacting with the viewers in the live stream. He pointed at the overcast sky, saying, "Based on today's weather, there will definitely be heavy rain later. My current location is very lowlying, right at the edge of the jungle. Once the rainwater rises, my camp will surely be submerged." Jida walked over to a nearby tree and showed the viewers the distinct color line on the tree trunk. Everyone see this line on the tree trunk 1 meter above ground. The color is dark below and lighter above. Does anyone know why that is? Jida asked the viewers, but the comments that flashed by all got it wrong. "Come on, hurry and tell us, or we're leaving." Frustrated viewers sent comments like this. Jida saw them and decided not to keep them guessing. This is actually a water line. Only when submerged in water for a long time will there be such a noticeable distinction. Therefore, to avoid being flooded, I must find a higher ground close to a water source for a long-term campsite today. Now I'll pack up and get ready to leave. Jida extinguished the fire and tied the 4 coconuts he saved from yesterday to his backpack before setting off. I currently have only 4 coconuts, each providing about 200 milliliters of moisture, but that's simply not enough. Jida explained to the viewers while clearing the obstructing branches with a shovel. Under normal circumstances, an adult needs about 2 liters of water a day. However, in the wild, with excessive sweating and high physical exertion, more water needs to be replenished. Jida wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he was wearing short sleeves and shorts, walking through the humid jungle made him sweat profusely. After nearly an hour of walking, Jida found a rock to sit on, preparing to drink the first coconut. "I've been sweating continuously since I started walking, and I even feel a bit dizzy. I need to hydrate." Jida cut a hole in the coconut with his dagger and began to drink it slowly. Of the host, such a big guy drinks water like a delicate girl, sip by sip. Ah, how cute. It was clear he was a rugged man who would normally gulp down his water. This is called a contrast cuteness that you all fail to appreciate. Having only live streamed for a day, Jida already had loyal fans. Looking at the comments, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sipping water isn't being delicate. Gulping water actually means the body absorbs little moisture, most of it will be excreted. On the contrary, sipping allows the body to absorb more moisture. Jida explained to everyone. In the wild, especially since I'm short on water, I have to sip. Jida smiled as he explained to the viewers when suddenly he noticed a white and black spot caterpillar on the tree beside him. The caterpillar was longer and thicker than a finger and was diligently crawling up the tree. "Since this morning, I've only had some coconut juice and am already quite hungry. But fortunately, I found something that can at least alleviate my hunger." Jida walked to the tree, grabbed the plump caterpillar, and showed it to the viewers. "On my eyes. Take it away. I've been afraid of caterpillars since I was a child." Some viewers were scared while others thought it wasn't a big deal. "Wait, host, you just said you were hungry. You aren't planning to. Please tell me it isn't what I think." Of course, some people quickly caught on to Jida's intentions. "Yes, I plan to eat it." Jida wiggled the wriggling caterpillar. In the wild, these live insects can provide a small amount of protein, which is quite valuable. Now I'm going to eat it. First, I need to squeeze out all the juices and internal organs. Jida firmly squeezed the caterpillar's head and slid from top to bottom. The originally plump caterpillar suddenly burst and flattened out. The host isn't seriously going to eat that, is he? That could very well have parasites. Even if you're starving, you should still pay attention to safety. The viewers in the comments urged him. However, some were just there for the excitement. I bet the host won't dare to eat it, he's just pretending, at most chewing a few times. All the other streamers do the same trick. Some experienced viewers could see through the host's act. However, Jida paid no mind to these comments. He continued to educate everyone. After squeezing out the juices, it's ready to eat. Actually, there's a simple rule to determine if something is edible. Jida paused for a moment, then raised his hand and tossed the flattened caterpillar into his mouth, chewing enthusiastically before swallowing. It's all about the taste. If it feels irritating or hard to swallow, that means it's definitely not edible. However, the caterpillar just felt slippery but didn't give me that sensation, so it's okay to eat. Jida looked at the barrage of 666 comments and another wave of donations, smiling as he added, "However, I still recommend that unless you are in a life-or-death situation, avoid eating without precautions." After all, Jida has a super strong digestive immune system, unlike ordinary people. Thank you, host. You're much more conscientious than those who promote non-toxic edible things just for attention. Godzilla loves meat. Donated a rocket to the host. Thick phlegm chews it up. Donated 5 rockets to the host. Hey, the person in front, change your ID. I don't want you to donate to the host. With another wave of donations, Jida's livestream once again saw a surge in popularity. All right, let's eat and drink well. Let's continue our journey to find a new campsite. Jida stood up, strapped on his backpack, and continued moving through the trees. Meanwhile, at a computer screen, Xiaoya stood next to her supervisor manager, Chen, watching Jida's livestream seriously. Seeing Jida set off again, manager Chen nodded. Indeed, this person's livestream is engaging, highly interactive, and very captivating. From a professional survival perspective, if he were to compete, he has the potential to place well in the Wilderness Grand Tournament. Manager Chen could no longer sit still. He stood up and said, "I need to negotiate with the boss now to help him sign up for the competition. If successful, we will have such a powerful contender on our side. We at HuYu can seize this opportunity to enter the top-tier live streaming platforms. We cannot miss this chance." Manager Chen took a few steps outside, then returned to remind Xiaoya, "By the way, go contact him now and try to sign him as a contracted streamer. Then wait for my news. Work hard, and this streamer will be under your responsibility in the future." "Okay. Thank you, Manager Chen." Xiaoya was thrilled. The attention given to Jida indicated that the platform was definitely going to support him. In the past, such popular streamers were always managed by senior colleagues. Now the leadership actually assigned her a newcomer to take charge. This was an opportunity for her. Xiaoya resolved to serve Jida well for the sake of her career. She logged into the admin account and sent a few system messages to Jida. She invited him to sign a contract with the platform and urged Jida to contact her as soon as possible. However, seeing Jida still streaming, Xiaoya felt it wasn't appropriate to interrupt, so she could only wait patiently. At that moment, Jida certainly had no time to check his phone's back-end messages. He stood under a tree using a dagger to slice a tree bearing small bananas. The fruits on this tree resemble bananas, but they are only about half the size of normal bananas. This is a plantain tree. Jida cut down a large bunch of plantains, tearing open the green skin with his dagger to reveal the white flesh inside. He took a few bites of the plantain, smiling wryly at the audience. Although they look like bananas, the taste isn't great. It has astringency. So I plan to roast them over a fire before eating them. Jida thought for a moment and added, "By the way, if you see plantains in the wild, try not to eat too many. Eating too much can cause diarrhea." Although Jida had a super strong digestive system and didn't mind these, he still wanted to remind the audience. Jida hoisted the bunch of plantains and looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky. "I still need to continue my journey to find a campsite and water source. Moreover, it's almost noon now. Oh, I must quickly find a suitable spot, otherwise if it rains heavily later, being exposed to the rain will cause many problems." Just as Jida was about to leave, he suddenly slipped, nearly falling to the ground. This scene made the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Is the streamer so hungry that he can't stand still? Hey streamer, why don't you eat the plantains first? Diarrhea is just a few trips to the bathroom, huh? Don't worry, we promise not to peek. A mischievous viewer joked. Jida waved his hand, remaining silent, and instead bent down to look for the spot where he had slipped. He was certain that he had stepped on something that caused him to slip. On the ground where dirt and decaying leaves had accumulated, Jida indeed discovered something. A lump of half-dry feces. The viewers in the live stream naturally noticed Jida's actions. "Oh, what animal's feces is this? Is it from a bear or a wild boar? I don't know, but it at least indicates that there may be some danger on this island." The viewers sending bullet comments were worriedly discussing. Jida squatted down to observe for a while, his expression growing more serious. "Streamer, what did you see? Hurry up and tell us." Hey, watching the streamer closely examine a lump of unknown animal feces suddenly gives me the feeling of watching a detective show. Jida frowned and stood up explaining to the live audience, "This is not animal waste, it's human. It must be at least a week old." Hearing this from the streamer, the entire live room erupted in excitement. Jida looked around the jungle. It turned out that there was more than one person on this island. Xiaoya was watching Jida's live stream when she heard his voice, and she was also shocked into speechlessness. But just as she wanted to keep watching, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Manager Chen calling, Xiaoya immediately answered. "Xiaoya, come to my office now. Have you made contact? Was the signing successful?" Upon hearing Manager Chen's question, Xiaoya knew that this matter should be feasible. However, when Xiaoya entered the office, she found Manager Chen was instead frowning in contemplation. Could it be that he hadn't successfully secured a spot for Jida in the competition? Xiaoya's heart sank as she felt that things seemed grim. Manager Chen gestured for Xiaoya to sit down, handing her a piece of paper to look at. What? They can agree to let Jida register for the major competition now. The feeling of having regained something lost made Xiaoya so happy that her voice rose in pitch. But Manager Chen sighed. However, there are conditions you need to read further. The organizing committee of the major competition has made certain regulations. All contestants must adhere to strict location requirements to ensure the authenticity of the competition. They can only compete at designated locations. After all, one can't just choose any remote mountain or artificial island and call it wilderness survival. The organizing committee requires Jida to reach any designated location within 3 days, or he will automatically lose his qualification to compete. Those competition locations are all islands far from the mainland. It seems that only dedicated planes can reach them. This cost is probably not something who you can bear. Manager Chen shook his head and asked Xiaoya, "By the way, do you know where Jida is currently streaming from?" Manager Chen wanted to give it one last try. I don't know either. Well, I haven't asked yet. They'll go ask right now." Xiaoya nodded anxiously. Xiaoya and Manager Chen of the HuYu platform were preoccupied with matters concerning Jida. Yet Jida, still live streaming, remained entirely unaware. At that very moment, Jida had finished examining the pile of human feces on the forest floor. Frankly speaking, encountering human excrement here was genuinely unexpected. However, Jida glanced at the torrent of enthusiastic speculation flooding the livestream screen. Yet he merely smiled, calm and unruffled. Does it truly matter whether others are present or not? If I declare I am thirsty, will water magically appear before me? Still, knowing another human being is on this island stirs a quiet anticipation and even excitement for what lies ahead. Perhaps our paths will cross by fate. Jida concluded these words with a warm smile directed straight into the camera. His effortless composure, serene, unshaken, utterly at ease, earned deep admiration from countless viewers. A round of applause for the host. This mindset is absolutely exceptional. You don't realize how remarkable it is until you compare. If I spotted signs of human presence in the wild-eyed rush headlong to investigate without hesitation. Exactly. Upon reflection, even if someone else is here, we can hardly rely on them for aid. Better to proceed with caution. What if they prove untrustworthy? Having finished interacting with his audience, Jida hoisted the branch laden with banana fruit and declared, "Well then, a minor detour aside, I must resume my journey. It is already noon and the sky has grown ominously overcast. I need to locate both a freshwater source and a suitable campsite as soon as possible. Let's go." With a cheerful wave toward the lens, Jida set off once more. Just then, Xiaoya, having returned from Manager Chen's office, had barely settled before her computer when Jida's decisive call to action echoed through the feed. Swiftly, she leveraged her administrator privileges to send him 7 or 8 urgent messages via the livestream backend. "This is Xiaoya, staff member of HuYu platform. Please contact me immediately regarding your precise location. Urgent, awaiting your reply online." Yet despite Xiaoya's urgency, her messages, like earlier contract invitations, remained unread and unnoticed. After all, Jida's live broadcast had yet to conclude. He had no reason to open the back end and check notifications midstream. Watching Jida stride steadily forward, Xiaoya grew increasingly anxious. "This won't do. Manager Chun is waiting for my update. I must find another way." Her agitation mounted until she could scarcely sit still. Just then, a viewer sent Jida 50 fish pellets. A modest but heartfelt gesture of support from an ordinary fan, far less dazzling than a tycoon's lavish gift, yet deeply sincere. "Thank you. Thank you so much, friend, for the generous support." Jida, glancing upward just as the notification appeared, responded promptly. Xiaoya, witnessing this, instantly seized upon a solution. As a platform administrator, Xiaoya received a monthly allowance of premium gifting items, and without hesitation she deployed every single one in her inventory to Jida. Xiaoya, administrator of HuYu platform, gifts Jida 30 rockets. Host, please check your system inbox immediately. Instantly, this bold, elongated message, enhanced with dazzling visual effects, dominated half the livestream screen. Its sheer extravagance left viewers stunned. Even Jida, upon seeing it, could only shake his head with wry amusement, wondering what pressing matter could possibly compel this administrator named Xiaoya to resort to such an unconventional alert. Jida opened the back end and discovered over a dozen unread system notifications. Though the count seemed high, only 2 distinct messages existed. The rest were duplicates. The first was HuYu Platform's formal invitation to sign an exclusive contract requesting Jida's contact number. The second was Xiaoya's urgent inquiry about his exact location. Jida paused momentarily, taken aback. He hadn't expected an offer so early, only on his second day of streaming. Yet the request for his precise coordinates puzzled him. Nonetheless, Jida withheld nothing. He promptly shared both his mobile number and exact coordinates. Almost instantly, his phone rang. Jida stepped a short distance away from the drone's range before answering. "Hello, Mr. Jida. This is Xiaoya from HuYu Platform. At last I've reached you. Please hear me out." Without waiting for Jida to ask, Xiaoya swiftly outlined the full situation: the contract invitation, the application process for the Wild Survival Grand Competition, its eligibility criteria, and its rewards, all delivered with meticulous clarity. "Signing the contract poses no issue. However, I'm currently on a volcanic islet within Fiji's archipelago in the South Pacific, and reaching the competition's designated venue within 3 days seems highly improbable." Jida, in truth, felt genuine enthusiasm for participating. After all, the competition's mission-based rewards aligned perfectly with those issued by his own system. Completing both would yield a staggering double reward, 10 billion units. Yet the 3-day deadline rendered it practically unfeasible. "Mr. Jida, please rest assured. We, Manager Chun and I, will exhaust every possible means to resolve this." Having secured the information she needed, Xiaoya ended the call and hurried to find Manager Chun. Jida pocketed his phone and returned to the drone's vantage point. Where did the host just vanish to? A particularly curious viewer fired off a comment. Obviously, he went to relieve himself. How naive to even ask. Before Jida could respond, several viewers had already leapt in to explain. Jida suppressed a quiet chuckle. Indeed, over these past 2 days of streaming, he had remained almost constantly within frame, only stepping briefly out of sight for personal needs. The dividends of his diligent, unwavering broadcasting were manifesting already. Just then, the brooding sky flashed violently. Then seconds later, thunder roared with earth-shaking force and rain began to fall. And it intensified rapidly. Within moments, a torrential downpour engulfed the island. "The rain arrived sooner than I anticipated. I must seek shelter immediately." Frowning, Jida spoke directly to the camera, then swept his gaze across the surroundings. Next, he dropped his backpack and the banana-laden branch, sprinted to the tallest, thickest tree nearby, and began to climb. His sudden action left viewers utterly bewildered. What on earth is the host doing? Climbing a tree the moment rain begins? I've never seen such a reaction in my entire life. Exactly. Since when does rain demand immediate tree climbing? Has the host been dazed by the downpour? Viewers began debating his seemingly irrational response. During thunderstorms, standing beneath, or worse, climbing a tree is profoundly dangerous. Does the host truly lack this basic knowledge? I'm beginning to question his credibility. A skeptic voiced the concern aloud, and indeed the logic was irrefutable. The entire live stream fell silent. Not a single comment appeared. Yet Jida's choice was neither hasty nor reckless. It served a clear, deliberate purpose. I found it. I found the perfect shelter. Perched triumphantly on a sturdy branch over 10 meters high, Jida beamed into the lens, his voice alight with exhilaration. At the same time as Jida spoke, the drone responsible for the live broadcast had already flown to a height of over 10 meters, positioned just a meter or two beside him. This high-definition, high-performance drone that comes with the system can deliver clear images even in the rain. Following the direction pointed by Jida, the viewers in the live stream could clearly see a small hill rising a few hundred meters ahead, where a very shallow and small cave was faintly visible. The rain seems to be getting heavier and may last a long time. At a distance of several hundred meters, he could reach it in at most an hour. On this island, the temperature difference between day and night is already significant. If it rains all night, getting sick would be a big problem. Jida raised a large banana leaf over his head to shield himself from the rain. With his mind fixed on that cave, he continued to jog forward. After about 500 meters through the forest, Jida finally spotted the small hill ahead. The cave was located at the foot of the small hill with a depth of less than 3 meters. Although the cave was shallow, it was enough to provide shelter from the rain. Jida set down his backpack and banana leaf, turned around, and dashed back into the jungle, quickly gathering many dried leaves and twigs. After collecting enough wood to last the night, Jida returned to the cave. At this moment, the rain outside had become heavy enough to create a mist, and the sky was darkening. Jida found a large rock to place the drone on, fixing it to capture only his upper body. He prepared to start a fire to dry his wet clothes. Hey, the host is quite particular. Give a thumbs up for a good review. I think the host doesn't really need to do this if our hardcore wilderness livestream is for tough guys. Kids probably can't appreciate it. However, before Jida could respond, a flood of colorful comments flashed by. Who dares to look down on minors? Come and challenge me in a duel. Kids. The host is speaking a foreign language and I can understand it. Oh, what's wrong with being a kid? Jida looked at the comments, smiling without saying anything. It seemed his show was suitable for all ages, which was quite nice. As he set his pot and kettle outside to collect water, a fire quickly blazed up. These bananas look like bananas, but eating them raw is very astringent, and eating too many can cause diarrhea. Jida chuckled helplessly at the audience, but I've hardly eaten anything today. Having something to eat is already good enough. Some old viewers who were watching yesterday couldn't help but tease Jida. Last night, watching the host eat giant lobsters and scallops made me drool in my sleep. Today's satisfaction came so quickly, it's exhilarating. Yes, now I'm sitting in front of my computer sipping ice-cold cola and munching on large potato chips, watching the host suffer. I feel so happy. Those who cried out in envy of the host eating delicious food yesterday now feel that the tides have turned. It's finally their turn to enjoy. Hooah! Just as laughter and comments of enjoyment flooded the screen, a sudden loud sound came from outside the cave. What was that sound? I think I heard a frog croaking. It doesn't seem like a frog. Various comments appeared in the live chat, as everyone speculated. Jida couldn't sit still upon hearing it. He put on a jacket and grabbed his entrenching tool, heading outside the cave. The rain outside was heavy, and following the sound, Jida discovered a small lowlying area next to the cave that had turned into a muddy swamp. In the center of the mud, there were several bullfrogs larger than the size of his palm. Jida was taken aback for a moment, but soon broke into a wide grin. Tonight's menu can add another item. The host's luck is too good. Can this really happen? The viewers in the live chat expressed their shock upon seeing the bullfrogs. Looking at my potato chips and cola in hand, they suddenly don't seem appetizing anymore. Hee, while I'm eating spicy bullfrog, I'm watching the host catch frogs. I don't talk about it. I'm going to order takeout right now. The commenters were laughing and crying, but Jida was full of confidence. He cautiously stepped into the muddy area, noting that the water surrounding the mud was not deep, just barely covering his ankles. With his entrenching tool in hand, he realized that from this distance, he could easily strike down those bullfrogs with one swing. The bullfrogs were still croaking energetically, completely unaware of the impending danger. Whack! Jida swung the entrenching tool down hard into the center of the mud. He immediately struck down two bullfrogs that were close together. The others, hearing the commotion, quickly jumped away. Jida turned and swung again, catching all but the fastest that managed to escape. With those two strikes, he caught 5 large bullfrogs. Jida found a few broad leaves to gather the bullfrogs and smiled as he showed them to the audience. Did everyone see? Each bullfrog is almost as large as a pigeon. These fresh bullfrogs will be incredibly delicious. Once roasted, I'm in for a treat today. Back in the cave, using a pot of water, he quickly prepared the 5 bullfrogs, skewering them on branches and placing them to roast beside the fire. As the color of the roasted bullfrogs and bananas began to turn golden and fragrant, comments in the chat surged once again. I can smell the aroma of the meat through the screen. Oh, I envy the host so much. Host, can you let me know in advance what you'll be eating next time? I'm on a train right now, and I don't know where to buy food to satisfy my cravings. Watching the host makes me hungry. I'm heading out to find a bullfrog restaurant. Big brother ahead, take me with you. Yes, take me along too. Jida watched the envious comments flash by one after another, eagerly awaiting the fragrant bullfrogs that would soon be roasted, and felt quite content. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 5 in the afternoon, and the rain outside continued to fall. It seemed tonight's rain wouldn't be stopping anytime soon. Suddenly his phone rang again. It was a call from Xiaoya. At this moment, Xiaoya, who was on the phone, was just as excited as Manager Chen beside her. They truly hadn't expected that the Fiji Islands, where Jida was located, would indeed be one of the designated venues for the wilderness survival competition. To enrich the competition environment, the organizing committee had set up designated competition locations at various famous sites around the world. Naturally, famous tourist destinations like the Fiji Islands were included. Moreover, the volcanic island where Jida was located was only about 100 nautical miles away from another designated venue. At such a distance, if the speed is fast enough, it could be reached in less than 3 days. This way, there would be no need for tigerfish to go through great efforts to find someone or arrange for a plane. Jida, having connected the call, listened to Xiao Ya's excited report, scratching his head, feeling as if it might be a bit challenging. After listening to Xiao Ya, Jida felt that crossing the island posed considerable difficulty. Firstly, the ocean and islands differ significantly from freshwater land islands. Surrounding the land, there wouldn't be a complex and variable marine environment. For example, traversing the Yangtze River is manageable as long as one is proficient in swimming. However, crossing the ocean to the island is another matter. Mr. Jide, please don't worry, we have already viewed the photos in advance. The island you are heading to is indeed very close, you can even see it across the sea. Xiaoyu explained the situation of the island in detail to Jide. If that's the case, it really is quite easy. Well, I will set off tomorrow. After Jide agreed, he hung up the phone. His body had been enhanced in various aspects, so crossing the sea was naturally not a concern. If the distance was visible to the naked eye, Jide could simply swim over. Having solidified his thoughts, Jide glanced outside at the rain still falling. It was getting late, so he waved at the audience, having eaten and drunk enough. Since it's still raining outside, today's live stream will end here. See you tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow I will announce something that should bring you excitement and anticipation. Goodbye. Oh, host, stop running. Hurry and tell us what the surprise is. This host loves to keep us in suspense. It's so uncomfortable. Sigh, I'm afraid I won't sleep well tonight. Jide successfully dropped the cliffhanger and closed the live stream. He spread out his dried clothes on the ground, lay down, and began to sleep. While Jide was resting, his audience and fans were not idle. The content from that day's live stream was quickly re-uploaded by fans to major video websites like Bilibili. In addition to the old fans, some curious newcomers who clicked in after seeing the title expressed their desire for more after watching the survival in heavy rain and grilled bullfrogs. Under the guidance of old fans, the newcomers who watched the first day's live stream immediately became fans of Jide, eagerly anticipating the next live stream. However, unlike the curious newcomers, the old fans were fervently discussing what exactly Jide was going to announce, looking forward to tomorrow's stream even more. The next day, Jide got up and walked out of the cave, discovering that the sky had cleared with only a small amount of water remaining on the ground. At such an early hour, the audience for the live stream would probably be few. However, as soon as Jide started the live stream, numerous bullet comments exploded on the screen. First, it wasn't a waste for me to wait here half an hour early. Host, quickly tell us what you're going to announce today. I was curious about it all night while I was sleeping. I didn't expect so many people to be watching the live stream so early. Moved by the enthusiasm of the audience, Jide decided not to keep them in suspense and told everyone, today I plan to find a higher vantage point to look towards the northwest direction of the island. If all goes well, there should be another island. Jide paused. I'll probably put on a swimming show crossing the island, so please look forward to it. As soon as Jide finished speaking the entire live stream, chat was instantly flooded, making it nearly impossible to see the words. Damn, that's awesome. Host, if you can successfully reach the other island alive, I'll send you 100 rockets. Host, if you're short on money, we brothers can chip in to help you. I can't say anything other than damn. I can only blame myself for being uneducated. Oh, one sentence of damn rules the world. Jide was not surprised by the audience's shock. Others may not be able to do it, but Jide could. While washing up, he placed the kettle and small pot he had left outside on the fire, waiting for it to boil. Although I haven't found a water source yet, fortunately it rained yesterday, replenishing my water supply. But this is still far from enough. Jide lifted the small pot and took a sip of water. This small pot was part of a military water bottle set. This 3-piece water bottle could hold a maximum of 1.5 liters, which was completely insufficient. Therefore, today, I must find a water source, otherwise it will be a problem not only for going out to sea, but also for continuing production on this island. Jide slowly finished the water in the small pot, organized his backpack, stood up, and said to the audience, the goal is to head towards the northwest of the island and successfully find a water source along the way. After confirming the direction, Jide set off on his journey again. After walking for a while, Jide began to keep looking down at the ground, seemingly searching for something. Is the host looking for treasure on the ground? I don't know. There's nothing but dry leaves, dead wood, and mud on the ground. The audience watching the live stream found it strange. However, what was even stranger was that Jide, while walking, eventually squatted down in the mud, picked up a handful of soil, and examined it closely. Oh no, the host must be so hungry that he wants to eat dirt. That can't be. I've heard elders say that only guanine soil is barely edible, but there's none on this island. So what is the host doing? Jide ignored the bullet comments in the live stream and just furrowed his brow, carefully inspecting the soil. Then he raised his hand to show the soil to everyone. Do you know what the problem with this soil is? The audience naturally didn't know and waited for Jide to explain. Logically speaking, after such a heavy rain, the soil on the ground should be very moist and contain moisture. But look, in just a single night, this soil has already dried out, which means the moisture has been absorbed by the soil below. Such a situation only occurs on volcanic islands without fresh water. The island we are on is likely relying solely on rainfall to sustain its ecosystem. At this point, Jide felt quite fortunate. Even if Xiaoyu hadn't called, he certainly would need to leave the island to survive. In this way, it was a win-win situation, allowing him to compete while also finding a livable environment, which was quite beneficial. However, for Jide, this was merely a matter of necessity, coincidental. But for the audience who were unaware of the specific situation, it was a mix of shock and admiration. I said the host suddenly wanted to cross the sea to the neighboring island. I almost wanted to scold the host for being foolish in my heart. Indeed, it turns out there was a reason for it. I really misunderstood the host. Thinking back to the last thing the host said last night, I suddenly realized that the host must have known all along. The host is impressive. Host, you're really awesome. 666. However, amidst the praises, a golden bullet comment suddenly flashed by, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Since there's no water to drink on this island, how do you plan to swim out to other islands? This soul-stirring question instantly made all the audience worry for G-Day. If a person is lacking water, they probably won't even have the strength to swim. However, G-Day was unfazed. Thank you all for your concern, but I don't think we need to worry about the water source. Do you remember the coconuts and banana trees I ate before? G-Day smiled. The spot where I landed on the island has quite a few coconut trees. I didn't go because the trees were too tall and it was inconvenient to climb. When I truly face a lack of water, the coconuts in those trees will be my source of water. As for the banana trees, when I encounter them again, I will also find a way to get them to provide me with water. G-Day simply teased a bit, alleviating everyone's anxious emotions. While speaking, G-Day noticed in the distance there was a small hill about 6 stories high. Though the hill wasn't very tall, it covered a large area. If he were to detour around the foot of the hill, it would consume energy and waste time, so G-Day decided to climb straight up. However, at a glance, G-Day found the hill quite difficult to climb. Everyone, look at this small mountain, G-Day explained as he climbed up the hill. The lower half of the mountain is relatively easy to climb, but above the halfway point a noticeable crack can be seen. This spot might pose an obstacle for our ascent. The viewers in the live stream followed G-Day's finger, clearly seeing the situation on the mountain. Hey, for safety, Sake, you should go down and take a detour. Yet even from the foot of the mountain, it's clear that the crevice is quite large. Numerous messages of persuasion flashed across the screen. G-Day waved his hand, dismissing their concerns. Soon he reached a position above the halfway point of the small mountain. Standing closer, G-Day could see clearly. The crevice he had seen from the foot of the mountain turned out to be an almost 90-degree steep cliff, seemingly struck by lightning. At nearly 2 meters high, it was nearly impossible for anyone to climb over it and descend the other side. The stubborn host won't listen to advice. Look, now he can only turn back down. He's already short on water, and after all this trouble, he brought this on himself. As a climbing enthusiast, I can tell you that this almost 90-degree wall is simply not feasible. Host, heed my advice. It's still not too late to turn back. The viewers in the chat debated vigorously, none of them believing the host could continue climbing. G-Day glanced at the barrage of comments, but chose to ignore them. He observed that this cliff had no footholds for support. However, beside the vertical wall, there were many thick tree trunks growing at an angle. After a moment's thought, G-Day came up with a way to climb. He retreated about 20 meters and then began a powerful run. Then, like a long jumper, he leaped from his spot, propelling himself 2 meters to firmly grasp a slanted branch. Using his strong arms, G-Day moved forward on the slanted branch like an agile monkey, alternating his hands. After moving about 5 or 6 meters, G-Day, resembling a gymnast, supported his body with both arms, flipping upwards and using his legs to hook onto the nearby tree trunk. With a powerful contraction of his legs and core, he successfully traversed the steep cliff and landed on the summit. The entire process took only a few seconds. When the viewers in the live stream saw this scene, the entire screen fell silent. After G-Day stood on the mountaintop and posed for the camera in a victory gesture, countless messages and tips flooded the live chat. I'm the most handsome, donating 666 fishballs to the host. With all those muscles, donating rockets x5 to the host. I want to have babies with the host. I love his body so much. Everyone step aside, the host's body is mine. I'm going to lick it. Even viewers who rarely exercised understood that achieving such difficult maneuvers solely with muscle strength indicated he was a top-tier athlete. G-Day sat on the mountaintop, wiped the sweat off, rehydrated, and looked at the messages with satisfaction, receiving a wave of praise and follows. He then pointed towards a distant island in the northwest across the sea, saying, "When you stand high, you can see far. That island is the place I must reach within 3 days. Now that the island is clear, I need to prepare for the crossing." G-Day measured the distance with his hands, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. Although I could swim that distance, just to be safe, I need to make a small raft to carry coconuts and other supplies. Conditions at sea change rapidly. Only with thorough preparation can we handle any situation. G-Day glanced at the sun overhead, which was approaching noon. After descending, he needed to gather wood and coconuts to prepare for going out to sea. However, while G-Day was gazing at the coastline in contemplation, many viewers in the live stream began to send messages. Host, look in the direction of your left hand. There's something red in the forest. Quick look, that seems to be a woman's clothing. How terrifying. On this Pacific island where even fresh water is scarce. The drone was flying above G-Day, providing a much broader view than G-Day could see. Thus, the viewers in the live stream were quicker to spot the target than G-Day. Initially, he hadn't noticed anything. It wasn't until the barrage of messages prompted him that G-Day noticed the red clothing. Upon seeing it, he immediately recalled the droppings he had seen earlier in the forest. It seemed that the droppings must belong to the person in the red clothing. However, based on the timing of the droppings, this person had likely been on the island for a week. On an island without water, he wondered if the person was still alive. Since I can spot signs of a person in such a place, I must go and check the situation. Time is of the essence. Oh, let's hurry down the mountain, Jida said to the camera before quickly walking down the mountain. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were divided into groups passionately discussing the various possibilities regarding the person in the red clothing. I think the person is probably gone. After all, the host said the droppings should be a week old. Everyone should prepare for an eye-watering scene. Not necessarily. This island has coconuts, bananas, and fish. If they're strong enough, they should be able to survive until now. Looking at that red clothing, it's probably a girl. On a deserted island, even tough men might not hold out. Hey, I don't think it's a girl. Who says men can't wear red? Some clothes can be worn by both genders. The audience was fervently discussing, but a staff member from the live stream, Xiaoya, was unusually tense. As soon as the viewers spotted the red clothing, Xiaoya had already called Manager Chun. The presence of Jida on this Pacific island was already rare, but the evidence of other people's existence. Xiaoya couldn't help but recall what the organizing committee had said during the wilderness survival competition. It seemed that there had been an incident where contestants were transported to the wrong competition location, but it was said that all contestants had been returned to the correct position. Could it be that there are still contestants on this island that Jida is on who were not evacuated? Upon realizing that this volcanic island was indeed very close to the correct competition island, Xiaoya felt her guess might be right. However, it was also possible that it was just some clothing left behind after the contestants were evacuated. Regardless of the outcome, Xiaoya felt it was best to report this to her superiors promptly. Upon hearing Xiaoya's explanation, Manager Chen immediately decided to report this matter to the organizing committee of the competition. He also instructed Xiaoya to continue monitoring Jida's live stream to keep track of developments. You've done well. I feel this might be a rare opportunity for Jida. After saying this vaguely, Manager Chen hung up the phone. Although Xiaoya didn't fully understand, she knew that her actions had pleased her superiors. This was great. Meanwhile, Jida had already descended the mountain, and after walking through the forest for a while, was now very close to the location of the red clothing. However, in the jungle, the trees interweave, and the furthest one can see is only about 10 meters. Although Jida remembered the direction of the person in the red clothing, he found it challenging to locate the exact position. Time waits for no one. Jida had to find the target quickly. He recalled that he had spotted the person earlier from a high vantage point on the mountain. Jida chose a tall tree and swiftly climbed up to better pinpoint the location. The drone hovering a meter away from Jida rose higher as he climbed the tree. The audience in the live stream also widened their eyes, searching intently. When Jida reached a height of 7 or 8 meters, he spotted a very conspicuous red object about 200 meters to his left in the forest. Found it. It's just to the left of the streamer. Not only Jida, but the audience also nearly simultaneously discovered it, sending barrage messages to alert him. Jida quickly slid down the tree and ran towards the target. Luckily, the person was wearing red clothing. In nature, red and green are the most eye-catching colors to the human eye. However, when Jida finally saw the red clothing on the ground, he did not see a person. The audience, who had been nervously watching, began to relax slightly. It seems we were overthinking, or perhaps this is just an abandoned, discarded piece of clothing. The audience speculated. But Jida quickly scanned the nearby environment and shook his head, pointing at the viewers. Do you see any coconut shells or banana peels around here? These peels are still fresh, indicating that a person should still be nearby. Jida circled around the food remnants and noticed clear signs of human activity next to a large tree. However, to be cautious, Jida raised the military shovel in his hand and quietly approached the back of the tree. As he rounded the back of the tree and peeked around, Jida immediately dropped the shovel and jogged closer. Not far behind the tree was a simple triangular wooden shelter, and beside it lay a young woman. Approaching closely, Jida observed her condition and found it quite dire. Her face was pale, her lips cracked, and her breathing was weak. The audience in the live stream was also shocked to see her. Wow, there really is a living person. Not to mention she's quite beautiful. How did she end up here? Alas, judging by her condition, it seems she is in grave danger. Jida slightly checked the young woman's limbs. Everything seemed intact with no visible injuries. It appears she is dehydrated. As long as there is enough water, she should be able to recover. After saying that, Jida took out his water bottle and grimaced towards the camera. But I only have half a bottle of water left, which is not enough to save her. Right now I am also quite thirsty. If I don't find a way to replenish the water supply soon, both she and I will face the threat of dehydration and death. Jida shared his predicament with the audience. Oh well, maybe we shouldn't save her. This is such a difficult question and I can't answer it. Hey streamer, you should act according to your capability. The barrage messages flashed across the screen, but Jita was deep in thought and did not notice. However, as his gaze fell on the scattered banana peels on the ground, he suddenly had an idea. Don't worry, since I have seen this person, I must save her, and I have already thought of a way to replenish the water supply. Let's save her first. Jita excitedly told the audience, then casually tore the red clothing into strips with his knife. He then soaked the strips in his water bottle and placed them on the woman's lips, allowing her to absorb the moisture. When dealing with a dehydrated person, never pour water in large amounts as it can increase the body's burden and cause harm. She can only take small sips to gradually adapt before we can supplement her with more water. Jida explained to the audience while repeatedly using the strips to hydrate the woman. After absorbing the entire half bottle of water, the young woman indeed opened her eyes. Yes, she's alive. The streamer saved her. Streamer, you are so handsome. Amazing. Today you did so well that I will reward the streamer with 1,000 fish balls. Quick, open your mouth and take medicine. Oh, I'll reward the streamer with 10 rockets. Thank you for the 20 rockets. The success of saving the woman brought a sense of empathy and comfort to all who were watching G-Des live stream. Thus, everyone in excitement wanted to reward him more to express their support. However, the revived young woman, despite having half a bottle of water, was still not in good condition. She opened her mouth a few times, but couldn't say a word. Even her hands seemed too weak to move. This girl had black hair and black eyes, clearly of East Asian descent. Although she looked like a fellow countryman. But since this is a small island in the Pacific, Jida uncertain spoke up. Can you understand me if I speak? If you understand, just blink 3 times. After all, if she were a foreigner, she naturally wouldn't understand what Jida was saying. The girl lying on the ground cooperatively blinked 3 times. Good, as long as we can communicate. You wait for me a moment. The water bottle has run out, and I will find a way to get more water for you. Just wait a moment. Jida breathed a sigh of relief, finished speaking, and stood up to turn away. But the girl seemed like she wanted to say something to Jida, yet due to her severe dehydration, she couldn't utter a word. The audience in the live stream was also very excited, not expecting to save a compatriot in a foreign land, which was quite praiseworthy. However, some more composed viewers did not share the same excitement as most others. Everyone, don't get too excited. We must remain calm. The streamer is currently facing a serious water shortage problem. As soon as this message appeared, the live stream room fell silent. However, Jida, seeing it, pointed at a few low trees not far away with a cheerful expression. Do you see those banana trees over there? Those banana trees were now stripped bare with only a few unripe bananas left. All the bananas have been eaten by that girl. What else are you here for, streamer? Someone did not understand. Jida explained to them, banana trees are not only edible for their fruits, their trunks are also very useful. As he spoke, Jida had already walked to one of the banana trees. He used his knife to cut a notch in the trunk and hung his water bottle on the opening. Visibly, moisture began to drip from the tree trunk into the water bottle. This type of tree is very water-rich, which can completely alleviate the current water shortage problem. Jida cut open several banana tree trunks, and as he ran out of containers, he went to grab some coconut shells. After more than half an hour, Jida had collected a full bottle of water around the trees. He then returned to the young woman and continued to provide her with water. Once Jida administered a potion of water to the girl, her complexion visibly improved. However, she could still say little. Hearing the girl raspily say thank you, Jida waved his hand, signaling, don't speak, yet keep hydrating. Don't worry about running out, there is enough water for both of us. But now it was already afternoon, and I must take advantage of the daylight to find some food. Today we will rest, and tomorrow I will take you off this island. Upon hearing about leaving, the girl seemed somewhat excited, wanting to speak, but unable to make a sound. Just then her stomach suddenly growled, indicating she was very hungry. The girl felt a bit embarrassed, but Jida, smiling, patted her shoulder, saying, don't worry, when I return there will definitely be food. Jida temporarily bid farewell to the girl and headed eastward. During the time he was feeding her water, he had briefly asked her about the direction, and directly east was the sea. In this area, she had already found everything edible. Therefore, Jida did not delay and planned to go directly to the sea to search for something to eat. However, even though he knew that everything edible in this vicinity should be gone, Jida remained observant on his way, careful not to miss anything. At this moment, Jida was concerned about dinner. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were discussing Jida's mention of leaving with the girl the next day. Originally, it was just the host alone trying to cross the sea to the other island, which might have been feasible. But now there's another one. I worry for the host. He's also carrying a sick person. He can't possibly swim while carrying someone on his back, can he? It's tough. This time the host might get stuck on this water-scarce island. The viewers expressed their concerns in the comments. Whenever he encountered appropriately sized timber, Jida would move it to a more visible location. He planned to make a simple wooden raft, and these were just the right materials. The viewers in the live stream thought Jida's actions were merely for convenience, and no one paid much attention. After walking for a while, Jida could already hear the distant sound of waves. Just as he wanted to tell the viewers that he was close to the seaside, he inadvertently looked up and spotted several tall green trees ahead bearing many round fruits. They looked very much like pomelos, but were bright green. Jide couldn't help but laugh out loud, happily pointing them out to the viewers. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. I unexpectedly found something good again. With this, even if we can't find food in the sea, the girl and I will have enough to eat to last until we reach the other island. Following the direction Jide pointed, the viewers in the live stream finally saw those large round fruits. What is that? It doesn't look like a coconut at all. This is a breadfruit. It's a type of fruit that is said to taste just like bread. Jide educated everyone. I've heard that in certain parts of Africa, if an adult plants 5 breadfruit trees in their lifetime, it's considered responsible for their descendants. Jide chuckled. The few closely spaced breadfruit trees each bore 20 to 30 fruits. Climbing one would yield a significant harvest. However, I'm not in a hurry to climb the tree. I still plan to search for something in the sea first. After all, the fruits aren't going anywhere, I can pick them whenever. As Jide exited the edge of the jungle and reached the seaside, he discovered that the eastern coastline was vastly different from the beach where he had landed before. Did everyone notice? The beach I stayed at last time had many rocks, but this beach is boundless and empty. This means that if I want to find scallops or lobsters, it's probably going to be difficult. After all, without rocks in the environment, naturally, there would be fewer creatures. Thankfully, I found the breadfruit tree earlier, otherwise the host and the girl would definitely go hungry tonight. Alright, since it's hard to catch anything, host, don't waste time and hurry up the tree. The viewers urged in the comments. Jide waved his hand dismissively, saying, since I've come this far, I might as well take a look in the water, otherwise wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Moreover, Jide, already standing in the water, suddenly stopped speaking and looked down to observe beneath the surface. Moreover, what? Hurry and tell us, host. Seeing the host looking down at the sea, is there something going on in the water? The viewers urgently inquired. Jide, who had been looking down at the sea, paused for a while before raising his hand to smile at the viewers. And the transparency of this seawater is very high, making it easy to find living creatures underwater. Without further ado, I will dive down to check the situation. After saying that, Jide plunged into the sea and began swimming quickly. The viewers, having been reminded by the host, noticed that the very clear seawater allowed them to see even the sand on the seabed. The drone hovered above the sea, capturing a vast area of water. Look at the upper right corner of the screen. I think I spotted something dark. Just as the viewers were focused on the live stream, a comment suddenly popped up. With this comment alerting them, everyone noticed there was indeed a dark spot the size of a fingernail in the water. And Jide seemed to be moving toward that position. That thing on the screen looks like it's the size of a fingernail and is located at a considerable depth underwater. Its actual size is likely quite large. It must be over a meter long. Some knowledgeable viewers could instantly determine. What underwater creature can grow to over a meter? Is the host in danger? I think the host has previously defeated sharks, so dealing with that thing should not be a problem. It seems that in order to successfully pull the giant clam out from the sandy seabed, he must first clear away some of the surrounding sand. Thus, Jide began to wield his military shovel underwater, starting to excavate along the clam. However, after just a few shovels, the originally clear view of the distant seabed was instantly muddied by swirling sand and silt. Diving underwater without a snorkel, it was already quite strenuous to keep his eyes open due to the salinity of the seawater. Not to mention, now that everything was murky, it was nearly impossible to even open his eyes. Moreover, Jide had already been submerged for nearly 2 minutes. If he didn't surface for air soon, it would be disastrous. Therefore, he stopped struggling with the clam and turned to swim towards the surface. Taking advantage of the time to breathe, he could wait for the underwater mud and sand to settle slightly, and after the earlier excavation, it would be easier to lift the clam with both hands without the military shovel. As Jide swam towards the surface, the viewers in the live stream were anxiously monitoring the situation. Everyone was prepared to watch Jide pull the clam from the seabed. Suddenly, a cloud of dust was kicked up and nothing could be seen underwater. It's over. Just now I saw the streamer wielding the shovel. He must have encountered some danger. No way. Earlier when I looked underwater, there was nothing around the streamer. He should be fine. The barrage in the live stream was flashing quickly, with everyone having their own opinions. Perhaps something is hiding in the sandy seabed, suddenly darting out like a snake to bite. Just as the audience was worried about Jide, a figure surfaced from the water. It's the streamer. He's successfully come up. Upon seeing Jide waving at the camera, the viewers flooded the live stream with comments. The giant shell underwater is buried deeply. It requires a lot of strength to pull it out. I can't use my hands effectively with the military shovel, so I came up to put down the tool. Jide tossed the shovel back onto the shore, briefly explaining to the audience, took a deep breath, and dove back into the water. After about 10 minutes of stabilizing, the visibility underwater had improved. Only the area around the clam still had some murky sediment floating, but it was not a significant issue. Jida swam to the giant clam, and without the burden of the military shovel, he planted his feet firmly on the sandy bottom, wrapping his arms around the massive shell and forcefully lifting it upward. The clam, measuring over a meter long, was effortlessly pulled out by Jida. The heavy shell, weighing dozens of pounds, was successfully brought to the beach. Heavens! I've never seen such a big shell before. The streamer is amazing. The heavier the object underwater, the more effort it takes. It's truly unimaginable how strong he must be. The viewers in the live stream were astonished upon hearing the barrage of explanations. However, Jida remained unfazed, simply patting the clam's shell with satisfaction. With this nearly 20 to 30 pounds of meat, my food problem is solved. Tomorrow, once I build a simple raft, I can set sail smoothly. Carrying the clam, Jida stopped on the way back to pick 5 or 6 breadfruit from a breadfruit tree, returning fully loaded to the location of the girl. After an afternoon of hydration, her overall condition had improved significantly. She could even lean against the tree trunk holding the water jug to drink. When she saw Jida approaching, and even bringing back a rich harvest, she exclaimed, "You actually found food." Despite her voice still being a bit hoarse, her shock was evident. "Who are you? How did you end up alone on this island?" Jida started a fire, opened the clam, and began slicing the meat while chatting with her. I've got a story, so grab some sunflower seeds and cola. Peanut beer and 8 treasure porridge are available for sale in the front row. The viewers in the live stream cooperated by flooding the comments. I arrived a few days ago by helicopter for the competition, but 2 days later the organizing committee realized they had sent us to the wrong location and sent someone to pick us up. However, when I arrived at the assembly point, I found that both the people and the airplane had vanished. They had all left, leaving me stranded on this island. Yi Jingru recounted her experience to Jida. They didn't notice someone was missing. Jida found it hard to believe. The people who were sent to the island with me were all foreigners. I don't even remember how many people were brought to the island initially, so it's possible no one noticed me. Yi Jingru originally had a mobile phone for emergency contact, but she lost it while searching for food, which is why she couldn't contact anyone for help. Fortunately, since I found you, I've already informed the people from the Tigerfish live stream. They should be helping to contact you now. Jida shared the general situation, with Yi Jingru outlining his plan to set sail for the nearby island tomorrow, intending to bring her along. "I've already scouted this island. There's no fresh water, and we can't stay here any longer. Since you are also one of the contestants in the competition, let's go to the designated competition location together." Jida consulted Yi Jingru for her opinion, knowing that although Xiao Ya's side was already looking for help, they still hadn't received a response. Jida was determined to take her away, and he believed Yi Jingru would not refuse. "Thank you. Of course I'm willing, but we don't even have a means to cross the sea, nor the food and water needed for the journey." It seemed Yi Jingru had also considered leaving the island, but felt utterly helpless. "You don't have to worry about the water. The water you just drank was obtained through my efforts." Jida smiled, pointing at the water jug in her hand. "As for food, the clam meat and breadfruit are enough for us to set sail. As for the raft, I can handle that tomorrow." Jida made it sound simple, but it left Yi Jingru dumbfounded. The problem that had been troubling her and nearly cost her life was resolved so effortlessly. "This fruit is edible. I never noticed it before. And such a large shell. I didn't even notice it in the sea." Seeing the abundance of food Jida brought back, Yi Jingru could hardly believe it. "This breadfruit, when sliced and roasted, tastes just like bread. We can make soup with the clam meat, and we can also cut it into pieces to grill and take with us on the journey." Jida already had plans for these ingredients. As the sky began to darken, he went back to the banana trees where he had gathered water earlier. After taking the collected water from the coconut shells placed at the tree cuts, Jida brought the clam shell to the banana tree to continue collecting water. With such a large shell as a container, even if he collected water all night, he wouldn't have to worry about overflowing and wasting it. Jida thought that tomorrow when he went to Chop Wood, he could also pick up some ocean garbage to collect mineral water bottles to take with him on the journey. When Jida returned to the campfire, he saw Yi Jingru stuffing a piece of roasted breadfruit into her mouth. "Wait a moment. Don't eat yet." Jida immediately called out to stop her. Originally, Yi Jingru had been both thirsty and hungry for so many days, having only replenished her fluids in the afternoon, and now she was in a state of hunger. She watched as the breadfruit slices cut by Jida gradually turned golden brown on the fire, releasing an enticing aroma. Just as Yi Jingru picked up a stick with a piece of breadfruit to put in her mouth, she suddenly heard Jida shout, startling her to the point where she almost dropped the toasted bread slice. "What happened? Is the breadfruit poisonous and inedible?" "Don't scare people like that, broadcaster." Not only was Yi Jingru startled, but even the audience watching the bullet comments was puzzled by Jida's actions. "You can't eat that piece of bread right now." Jida took the piece of bread from Yi Jingru's hand and poured some of the water he retrieved into a small pot, then sprinkled the previously sliced thin pieces of clam meat into the pot. Finally, he tore the piece of bread into small pieces and added it to the pot to cook. If your stomach hasn't had food for a long time, it's best to eat some porridge first to help your body adapt before eating anything else. However, given the current conditions, we can only use this mixed cooking method to help Yi Qingru recover, Jida explained to her. After hearing this, Yi Qingru nodded, a little shyly surprised that Jida had thought of things she hadn't noticed. Wow, I really want to be the broadcaster's girlfriend. It's so warm and caring. I don't believe it. I can't believe that such a hardcore program has female viewers. I just can't believe it. Why can't women watch? Just so you know, I'm a seasoned traveler. I've been to Tibet and Xinjiang. Impressive. Bullet comments flashed by as the audience engaged in lively discussions. Jida looked at the live stream comments for a while and suddenly remembered to ask Yi Qingru, aren't you a contestant? Shouldn't you also be live streaming? Did you lose your equipment? Jida recalled that every contestant would have a live streaming setup. Yi Qingru looked embarrassed. She wasn't very familiar with electronic devices and had been too busy focusing on survival to spare any energy for other matters. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've decided that when I see the survival competition staff, I'll apply to withdraw, Yi Qingru said, feeling somewhat indignant. She had specifically spent a large amount of money to train her survival skills for the competition. I even spent $1 million to hire someone to come with me for the competition. However, the contestants were randomly assigned locations, so on the second day of the competition, the person who had charged me $1 million voluntarily withdrew, and there was no way to refuse his reasoning, since he wasn't in the same place as me and didn't want to compete for ranking. Of course he would withdraw. Yi Qingru, although she was from a wealthy family and didn't lack this bit of money, felt that under her current circumstances withdrawing from the competition was indeed a good choice. However, Yi Qingru was very unwilling. She had trained hard for so long, and in fact, she was capable of handling the current level of wilderness survival. But ultimately, it was an inauspicious start. She almost perished right at the beginning, so she had no choice but to give up. However, Jida did not think so. He believed that as long as Yi Qingru followed him and ate well for a few days, she should be fine. But since she wanted to withdraw from the competition, and given that they were not very familiar with each other, Jida felt it was inappropriate to say much. After a moment of silence, he served the small pot of clam meat and breadfruit soup to Yi Qingru. We'll discuss the matters to come once we reach the destination island. Yi Qingru took the pot of clam meat and breadfruit soup that Jida handed over. Although it looked bland and tasteless, it was already quite good for someone who had been hungry for several days. However, just as Yi Qingru took her first bite, she suddenly gasped and nearly cried out. Jida, who was putting roasted meat slices from a nearby stone into the bread, heard this exclamation and thought Yi Qingru had burned herself. Laughingly advised, "There's no need to rush. Take your time eating. The meat, soup, and breadfruit are ample. There's plenty to go around." How can this be so delicious? I've never had anything like it in my life. Yi Qingru truly couldn't believe it. The tender meat of the scallops combined with the juicy flavor absorbed by the breadfruit from the rich soup showcased the original taste of the ingredients to the fullest. Is it really that delicious? Jida was somewhat surprised. He had tasted it earlier and thought it was just average, comparable to the lobster soup and octopus he had eaten before. Jida picked up the piece of breadfruit stuffed with roasted meat, chewed a few bites, and commented, "I still think this roasted meat sandwich is even better." Yi Qingru, who was very hungry, didn't care about her image as a girl and directly took a big bite from Jida's hand, chewing away. "Oh, so delicious. It's so good. Thank heavens I met someone who can make such delicious food," Yi Qingru exclaimed excitedly and gratefully, too engrossed in eating to say anything else. Jida looked at the clam meat sandwich in his hand, which had a big chunk bitten off, feeling both amused and exasperated. The large piece Yi Qingru had eaten was exactly the spot where he had bitten earlier. This girl, when hungry, truly doesn't care about anything else. I can't watch this anymore. My mouth is watering. I have to stop looking. The kid next door is already crying from envy. In the past, when I watched the broadcaster cook on screen, I could dismiss it as just self-praise, but now, I'm so tempted. I'm not watching anymore. I'm going downstairs to buy scallop bread. I want to eat seafood soaked in bread soup too. The envious audience expressed their jealousy and envy for the broadcaster in the live stream. At this moment, Jida was still busy slicing clam meat. No matter how much he and Yi Qingru ate, they couldn't finish the dozens of pounds of meat, and there was no way to preserve it outdoors. He could only cut the meat into chunks, roast it, and then let it air dry. This way the meat could be preserved for a longer time and could be accessed for eating during the sea crossing. After more than 2 hours, Jida had roasted all the fist-sized chunks of meat and was ready to dry them. Meanwhile, Yi Qingru, after eating 3 small pots of seafood bread soup, finally stopped with satisfaction. "Let's rest early today. Tomorrow morning, I will start building the raft to try to set sail early." Jida briefly told Yi Qingru about his plans. "I feel like I'm recovering well. I should be able to help you tomorrow. After replenishing her fluids and food, Yi Qingru was now able to stand up and walk a few steps. She was no longer in the near-death state she had been in before. Yes, you won't need to do much for the raft construction, but there are some tasks I could ask you for help with. Let's just leave it at that for today. What do you need help with? You might as well tell me. Yi Qingru was a bit apprehensive, worried about her performance. I'll tell you tomorrow. Don't worry. Jida waved his hand dismissively, then turned his head to greet the audience in the live stream. That's all for today. I will see you tomorrow. However, the live stream audience was just as curious as Yi Qingru. Wait a minute, broadcaster, what tasks are you planning for the girl? Tell us. Yeah, don't keep us in suspense, otherwise it'll be frustrating to think about it all night. The bullet comments from the audience were filled with curiosity, but Jida wouldn't give them the chance, waving his hand, and then ending the live stream, leaving everyone to wonder. After Jida finished his live broadcast, his enthusiastic viewers, as always, uploaded the day's recording to various video websites. They also selected the exciting segments from the day's wilderness survival event and edited them for upload. Naturally, the biggest highlight of the day was rescuing the beautiful Yi Qingru. Some loyal viewers, still unsatisfied after watching Jida's live stream, went to rewatch the edited videos. They excitedly discussed the details of Yi Qingru's plight on the deserted island with fellow enthusiasts, as if they were collectively enriching a suspenseful adventure story. However, unlike the playful curiosity of netizens, the staff of the Global Wilderness Survival Grand Tournament were particularly anxious. At first, the staff found it unbelievable when they heard the questions from Xiaoya and others on the Tiger Fish platform, thinking such a thing could not possibly happen. But it was only after Xiaoya sent the screenshots of Jida's live stream, showing the two islands in sight of each other, and Yi Qingru's face, that they truly realized the claims of the Tiger Fish team might be genuine. Thus, the tournament staff immediately reported the situation. However, with thousands of participants and Xiaoya not knowing Yi Qingru's name when taking the screenshot, they only had a photo of her face. The organizing committee could only resort to the cumbersome method of searching for her one by one. So until night fell and they were ready to rest, Jida and the others received no updates. The night passed without a word, and the next day, after waking up, Jida began to wash up and prepare for the upcoming live stream. At this time, it was only 5 in the morning, and Yi Qingru was still asleep beside him. Jida thought for a moment and decided not to wake her. Having suffered from a severe lack of water and food, Yi Qingru's body hadn't fully recovered. Besides, he didn't need her to do anything, so letting her rest a little longer was not a problem. After starting the fire, Jida opened the live stream and greeted the audience. Although it was still bright outside, some loyal viewers had already been waiting in the live room. Jida smiled as he walked, saying, "Good morning, everyone. Today is a bright sunny day, perfect for going out to sea. My only task today is to gather logs and vines to build a raft for myself. I estimate that around 16 or 17 logs should suffice, and if all goes well, I can set sail this afternoon." Jida shared his plans with the audience. He had already noticed the logs before. There were quite a few ready in the jungle, with only a handful of trees requiring him to cut them down himself. He had enough time to gather and securely tie the logs in the morning. "But before I start working, I need to fill my stomach to have the strength to work," he said, "so I need to go check on the few banana trees to see how my backup water collection is doing." Last night, Jida had placed the clamshell next to the banana trees to collect as much water as possible to avoid waste. When Jida quickly walked to the banana trees, he noticed that the leaves on those trees were visibly wilting and turning yellow. However, in the two large clam shells beneath the trees, the water was only a few centimeters from the edge of the shell. "Haha, look everyone, so much water. As long as I can find a few more bottles like mineral water, Yi Qingru and I will be able to successfully cross the sea to the nearby island." After filling his water container with water, Jida returned to the fire to start boiling water for breakfast. By the time Jida made his round trip, Yi Qingru had already woken up. Her physical condition looked much better than yesterday, and she was able to get up and move around slowly. Seeing that Jida was about to cook, she proactively came over to offer help. Jida, seeing her determined attitude, let her take over as he had already gathered the cooking materials she just needed to cook. While preparing breakfast, Jida took the opportunity to explain his plan to build a raft today to her. "Well, is there anything you need me to do?" Yi Qingru was a bit excited. Being able to leave this island with no fresh water was truly fortunate. "I can handle tasks like finding wood completely on my own, and your physical condition isn't suitable for heavy labor." Jida shook his head with a smile. "Then I can help with other tasks that don't require too much effort." Yi Qingru naturally felt guilty. How could she just watch Jida busy himself? "Then you should walk along the coastline and collect as many mineral water bottles as you can for water storage when we go out to sea." This task was perfectly suited for Yi Qingru. In addition to the mineral water bottles, if you see any coconut trees while walking on the beach, please note their locations and tell me. Coconuts are not just a portable water source. If we tie them around the raft we build, they can also enhance its buoyancy. "Okay, don't worry." Yi Qingru happily agreed. After finishing breakfast, the two began to get busy while the weather was still cool before the sun came out. Before they separated, Jide specifically reminded Yi Jingru to look for ocean debris and the like. The ideal locations would be areas with indentations or strewn with rocks where it would be easier to find. On the other hand, wide and flat beaches subject to daily tides were very hard to find anything. After listening to Jide's suggested locations, Yi Jingru nodded and prepared to leave. Jide found a sturdy stick of suitable length to hand to her as a walking stick, considering her body had not fully recovered. Yi Jingru accepted the walking stick, touched by Jide's care and concern, and didn't know what to say. "All right, let's hurry and set off. Time is precious. Let's aim to be ready by noon." Jide nodded to Yi Jingru, and the two parted ways to carry out their tasks. Wow, who would have thought that a steel-hard live streamer could take care of people so well? I love it, I love it. Do you need a girlfriend, streamer? The streamer is mine, and no one else can take him. Jide's actions just now instantly won the favor of many female viewers, and the bullet comments flooded in, all expressing love. Jide couldn't help but laugh and cry. In fact, he had just handed her the stick casually while collecting the logs for the raft, thinking it was just right for her to use while walking. Skipping this small episode, Jide continued to walk deeper into the jungle. Previously, he had moved the suitable logs to a prominent spot along the way. Now all he had to do was transport these logs to one place. After more than an hour of moving and counting, Jide found that he had collected 16 logs. These logs were over 2 meters long and slightly thicker than his calves. Stacked in 2 layers, they could be securely tied with vines, completing the raft. However, during the stacking process, Jide realized he was still short 1 log. This wasn't a big problem. He could just pick a suitable one and chop it down with a spade. But he was more cautious when it came to the vines used for binding. Because the ocean is windy and the waves are high, let alone a manually crafted raft, even a real ship faces danger when encountering waves. Therefore, to safely cross the sea to the neighboring island, the sturdier the raft, the greater the chance of successfully resisting the wind and waves to reach the other side. Jide spoke while using a dagger to cut the vines entangled around the tree. The vines Jide chose were at least as thick as 2 fingers. After collecting several meters of vines, Jide did not rush to bind the raft. The thicker the vines, the more securely the wood could be tied. Jide tied all the vines to the trunk, then twisted them like braids, intertwining every 3 vines to create a stronger strand. The viewers in the live stream found it amusing. The host is braiding the tree, ha. Yet perhaps the host thinks this tree is a mother tree, ha. 666 City folks really know how to have fun. The comments were filled with laughter, but Jide continued working diligently, quickly braiding a dozen thick vines. After bringing the vines back to the pile of wood, Jide checked the time. It was already past 9. He had been busy since early morning, and the progress was quite satisfying. Then Jide chopped down a suitably thick tree, gathering a total of 17 pieces of wood, and prepared to start binding the raft. Just then Yi Jingru, who had been out for several hours, returned. "Jide, look what I found," Yi Jingru exclaimed excitedly as she was still over 10 meters away from him. On her trip to collect ocean debris, she not only gathered a dozen capped mineral water bottles, but even found an intact milk powder can. Seeing these finds, Jide felt quite happy. The capacity of that milk powder can could hold more water than all the mineral water bottles combined. "You're amazing. When we set out to sea, we really won't have to worry about fresh water anymore." Jide felt relieved. "Also, while I was looking for empty bottles, I discovered 5 or 6 coconut trees with over 30 coconuts. We have everything we need. If it weren't for the fact that I'm still recovering, I would definitely climb the tree to pick them myself. No hurry, once I secure the raft tightly, we can go together." Jide pointed to the rudimentary raft beside him. Binding the raft wouldn't take much time. "Then I'll help you too." Yi Jingru followed Jide and began to tie the raft with the vines. However, to be safe, Jide personally secured the vines in the final step. After all, if this step wasn't done, well, even a slightly larger wave could easily scatter the raft. After about an hour, a tumtor-long double-layered raft was completed. Jide carefully inspected it for a while, confirming there were no issues, and decided to head to the beach with the raft. "Let's bring everything we can and we'll head straight out to sea later." Jide and Yi Jingru gathered the plastic bottles and milk powder, collecting all the water from the conch shell. "By the way, let's take this conch shell as well, what might come in handy later." Jide looked up through the leaves at the blazing sun and told Yi Jingru. Yi Jingru trusted Jide's words without asking anything and picked up the large shell. However, the viewers in the live stream found it strange and questioned, "What's the use of bringing such an empty shell? Share your thoughts on why are you hiding it?" Jide smiled mysteriously and offered no further explanation. "You will know when the time comes." After placing everything on the raft, Jide pulled the raft with the vines and set off towards the beach. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the beach, and after a short walk they arrived at the shore. "We'll leave the raft here now. We just need to gather some coconuts and breadfruit, and we'll have enough food at sea." With the raft issue resolved, Jide began planning for food and drink. He had Yi Jingru lead the way, and the two quickly arrived at the location of the coconut trees. These coconut trees were tall, even higher than the breadfruit trees from yesterday. Jide, this tree is too high, oh why don't we skip climbing? It's too dangerous, oh we don't need the coconuts anymore. Yi Jingru looked up at the coconut tree, finding it genuinely challenging. We definitely need to take the coconuts. They not only provide coconut water and flesh, but also serve a very important purpose that we must have. Jide was determined to get those coconuts. Besides, climbing trees isn't that difficult. Even if it's a bit high, it's still manageable. Jide took out a long strip of cloth, tied it into a circle, twisted it into a figure-8 shape, slipped it onto his feet, and began to climb the tree. Strangely, the coconut tree, which originally had no footholds, was surprisingly easy for Jide to climb. He leaped from branch to branch, and it looked like he was about to reach the top. I bet the host is a special forces soldier, otherwise how could an ordinary person climb such a high tree? A viewer commented while watching through the drone following Jide. Even special forces might not be able to climb a coconut tree barehanded. Some viewers expressed doubt. Enough with the ignorance, didn't you see the cloth loop around the host's feet? This is knowledge passed down from islanders on how to climb trees. With it you can increase friction and climb effortlessly. Finally, a knowledgeable viewer shared this information. Impressive, looks like the host lives in Hainan Island. The host's skin isn't dark, they don't seem like someone who lives by the sea year-round. Come on, let's bet. They'll take the bet, who's afraid of who. Come on, take me with you. The discussion rapidly shifted from how to climb trees to where the host was from the topic veering far off, yet the viewers remained engaged. Jide successfully climbed to the top of the tree, knocking down over 20 coconuts. He then returned to the raft laden with his haul. Now that we have fresh water and coconuts, I'll gather some breadfruit next, roast them, and then we can take them to eat at sea. Jide checked the time, it was already past 11 in the morning. Perfect, we can have roasted breadfruit for lunch. He glanced at the nearby breadfruit trees, and then at the ocean ahead. You can handle roasting the breadfruit. I'll go check the sea for a last hearty meal on this island before we set off. Jide climbed the nearby breadfruit tree, knocking down a dozen breadfruits, and instructing Yi Jingru to slice and roast them. He then took his shovel and headed towards the sea. It was midday and the sun was at its most scorching. Jide wasted no time and jumped straight into the water, as the water could shield his skin from sunburn. However, this beach was specifically chosen by Jide for their journey. The water was flat, making it difficult to find marine life. After swimming back and forth for about 10 minutes, Jide hadn't seen a single fish. Could it be that even the fish are hiding from the sun at noon? Jide felt a bit helpless. The drone hovering above him had also circled around multiple times. The host is truly unfortunate, finding nothing in the water while searching with an empty stomach. Suddenly, Jide caught a glimpse of something flashing in the distance. Jide immediately changed direction and swam towards the beach. As he swam, he observed carefully, only to discover a murky area on the seabed ahead, making it impossible to see the specifics. Yet amidst the murkiness, he could occasionally see some living creatures moving. Jide anxiously gripped his entrenching tool, remaining on guard. However, the murkiness wasn't too severe, and when Jide swam closer, within about 10 meters, he could see that it was actually sea creatures fighting. A strangely shaped large crab was battling with a sea cucumber, swinging its massive claws. The crab was as big as a head, and its claws were impressively powerful, clamping down on a sea cucumber that was half an arm's length, refusing to let go. The sea cucumber was jumping around violently, yet could not escape the crab's grip. Jide couldn't help but laugh at the sight. His luck was fantastic. He had just been thinking about having nothing to eat for lunch, and here were two delicious options delivered right to him. Jide swung his entrenching tool down at the two large crabs and the sea cucumber with all his might. Even underwater, a loud crack could be heard. The two fighting creatures were knocked unconscious and lay still on the sandy seabed, finally settling down. Once the sand and silt at the seabed settled a bit, Jide saw that beside the crab tightly holding the sea cucumber, there was another injured sea cucumber lying nearby. What a bountiful harvest! Jide grabbed the crab and the two sea cucumbers and swam back. As he reached the shore and approached the wooden raft, Yi Jingru, who was roasting breadfruit, excitedly called out to Jide, "Jide, I just killed a strange crab. Come see if this is edible." Yi Jingru pointed at a large creature on the ground. Jide looked down and, laughing heartily, revealed the crab he was holding. What a coincidence, two coconut crabs. They might even be from the same family. Yi Jingru exclaimed in surprise. The two crabs were indeed identical. Great, great. We will have a feast for lunch. Coconut crabs are a very delicious kind of crab named for the coconut aroma in their meat. Jide placed the two coconut crabs directly by the fire to roast while explaining to Yi Jingru and the audience in the livestream. This lunch is our last meal on the island. I didn't expect to be so lucky. It seems to signify a smooth sailing ahead for us. Jide was full of confidence. After lunch and a short rest, we can set out in the afternoon. Before long, the coconut crabs were roasted, and Jide and Yi Jingru each took one, starting to enjoy their delicious lunch. Curiously taking a bite of the crab meat, Yi Jingru's expression changed. The crab meat is incredibly fresh, and I can taste the coconut flavor. It's as if it has been soaked in coconut juice. I've never eaten such delicious meat. Yi Jingru was so engrossed in eating the crab meat that she forgot about the nearby roasted breadfruit slices. She even spared no effort in getting the meat from the crab claws. Coconut crabs eat fish, shrimp, and even coconuts, so their meat naturally carries a coconut aroma. Jide held up a crab claw to the live stream camera. If you ever get the chance, be sure to try it. It's truly delicious. Enough talk, I've worked hard all morning. I need to feast. Jide waved the crab meat in his hand, no longer speaking, and began to savor the delicious meal, just like Yi Jingru. Why did I watch this live stream before lunch? The host is bullying people. Looking at the rice in my bowl, it suddenly doesn't seem appealing anymore. It looks good. I'm going out to the seafood restaurant to eat coconut crab right now. Rich guys, take me with you. Me too, me too. The live stream chat was immediately filled with people asking to tag along. Jide and Yi Jingru each held a coconut crab the size of their heads, making sure to enjoy every bit. After they finished the crabs, the two realized they were already full. What should we do? We still have 2 roasted sea cucumbers and some breadfruit slices. Yi Jingru patted her belly, looking troubled at the food in front of her. Just the day before, when she met Jide, she had been starving and nearly couldn't take it. Now, after a day had passed, she was stuffed to the point of being unable to eat more. Let's put everything in the conch shell and take it with us to eat on the way. Jide waved his hand. These were all cooked and would not spoil after some time. After both had eaten and drunk enough, they took advantage of their break to do a final check of their supplies before departure. Drinking water, over a dozen bottles plus a bucket, that's enough. 23 coconuts, 40 roasted breadfruit slices, and 5 fresh ones. After finishing the count, Jide nodded in satisfaction. From his lookout on the mountaintop, the small island in the northwest was visible to the naked eye, indicating it was not far. It appeared to be no more than a day's journey. With these supplies, Jide was confident they would be more than sufficient. It's noon now, and the sun is still quite fierce. We will set out at 2 in the afternoon. Jide glanced at the time. There was still an hour left, plenty for the two to rest. Yi Jingru nodded excitedly, finally able to leave the island for rescue. It was truly wonderful. Looking forward. I can't wait for the host's journey at sea. Haha, yes. After spending so many days on this island, I've gotten a bit tired of looking at it. That's you, I still haven't had enough to see. I just watched the host live stream today, and I found it very interesting. Newcomers should catch up on Bilibili. Once you do, you'll find it even more fascinating. The loyal viewers guided the new audience members with their experienced insights. After a short nap, Jide secured the coconut and breadfruit around the wooden raft. He then pushed the raft into the sea. By the way, wait a moment, I'm going to find a stone to take with me. After saying this, Jide ran to the edge of the jungle, bent down, and searched for a while. By the time he returned, he was holding a stone about the size of his palm. What's this for? Yi Jingru didn't quite understand. If it was for self-defense, it was too small. What could a stone do? You'll know in a moment. Jide looked up at the still scorching sun above and cracked open 2 coconuts. Before we set out, let's have a coconut to replenish our hydration. Jide handed a coconut to Yi Jingru. After they finished drinking, he began to smash the coconut meat with the stone. The coconut water is all gone, and no matter how much I smash, I can't get anything out, and I can't eat the coconut meat either. What is the host doing? Not only Yi Jingru was curious, but even the audience also started to flood the chat with questions. I don't know, let's see what the host does next. Everyone waited with bated breath. Jide's hands never stopped moving, and within a few minutes both coconuts were smashed into a state that was almost like coconut oil. Jide picked up one of the coconuts, reached in, and began to apply the crushed coconut oil onto the exposed areas of his limbs, neck, and face. He also instructed Yi Jingru to do the same. With such harsh sunlight, prolonged exposure can be more serious than sunburn, and this crushed coconut meat turned into oil can serve as a protective sunscreen. While applying, Jide explained to everyone, there was a report about a foreign couple who, after their boat sank, wanted to return on a lifeboat. However, due to lack of sun protection, when they were discovered, many parts of their skin had already rotted. So, Jide smiled at the live stream camera. When you're out and about, whether male or female, always remember to take sun protection measures. My mom asked if I was watching a beauty product advertisement live stream. After hearing the host say this mighty man who stands at 6 feet tall actually has the impulse to buy sunscreen. Jide and Yi Jingru applied coconut oil and then sat on the wooden raft, paddling with their prepared oars, heading northwest. Their entry point was on the eastern side of the small island. They had to navigate around half of the island to see their target location. After paddling for about 500 or 600 meters away from the island, the raft began to move forward automatically with the waves. When constructing the raft, Jide had specially erected a mast in the middle, tying clothes to it to act as a sail. This way, when the wind picked up, the raft could move on its own with the help of the wind's thrust. Therefore, Jide checked the direction and felt the wind's angle, adjusting the clothes position to catch the wind better. Yi Jingru felt excited at this moment. Ever since she met Jide, everything had been developing positively. Thank you, Jide. When I get back, I will definitely thank you properly. Yi Jingru spoke. Jide, however, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small help to run into each other in the wild. It's no big deal. Yi Jingru seemed to want to say more, but after some thought, she ultimately closed her mouth and said nothing. Jide looked at the gradually receding island and felt bored sitting still, so he rummaged through his backpack and took out a bent needle-like object tied with string and vines. He then tore off a piece of sea cucumber meat from the shell and threaded it onto the needle, throwing it into the sea to prepare for fishing. This was the metal object he had found earlier on the beach that resembled a nail. Jide had only kept the metal object thinking it might come in handy. These past 2 days, while considering what to bring on the trip, he thought about the fish in the sea and hoped he might be lucky enough to catch one. He fashioned the nail into a fishhook shape with his dagger, and it came in handy now. While holding the vine to fish, Jide adjusted the sail's angle, and the raft quickly moved northwest. The island that Xiaoya mentioned earlier could be seen clearly across the sea. With such a short distance, Jide felt relaxed and confident they could reach it in 2 days. Yi Jingru gazed at the distant island, her face reflecting joy. Just as Jide was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tug on the vine in his hand, as if something was pulling on it. His expression changed, and he immediately stood up, pulling on the vine. Based on the force of the tug, it seemed to be a big catch. Jide's actions made Yi Jingru think something was wrong, so she quickly asked. Jide shook his head to reassure her. It's probably a big fish, there's nothing to worry about. I should be able to bring it up by letting it swim around in the water. Fortunately, the vine was long enough, and Jide held on against the underwater creature for nearly half an hour until he felt the pulling force lessen. Only then did Jide start to reel in the vine little by little. Soon he saw a tuna about the length of his arm slowly surfacing from the water. With a strong slap of his entrenching tool against the fish's head, the tuna, weighing about 30 to 40 pounds, was dragged onto the raft. Haha, what good luck. This tuna tastes great, Jide said with a smile. Yi Jingru was astonished. You caught such a big fish using just this nail. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Jide shrugged, stating that he was just lucky and couldn't help it. The comments in the live chat were flashing continuously. Incredible streamer. You must be possessed by the koi spirit. I'm telling you, as a sea fishing enthusiast, I've never caught a tuna in all my time fishing. So envious. I've watched others fish live for a whole day without any luck, but the streamer just brings in fish effortlessly. The audience praised Jide's luck. After Yi Jingru expressed her admiration, she still felt a bit regretful. It's a pity we can't start a fire on the raft to taste it. They say tuna is one of the best tasting fish in the sea, especially the heavier ones, which are even more expensive. Jide heard Jingru say it was a pity, said nothing, and directly cut off a large piece of fish meat. After a few swift cuts, he sliced the piece into several thin, almost transparent slices, taking a few for himself and handing the rest to Yi Jingru. Sea fish are not like freshwater fish, they rarely have parasites. The taste is also excellent, and tasting a small amount is fine. Moreover, the slices that Jide cut were smooth and intact, showing no signs of parasites. Yi Jingru firmly believed this and imitated Jide, tasting it. Tuna has a thick texture and chews quite like beef, but it's delicious. After finishing his meal, Jide gave a thumbs up to the drone camera and praised what a feast. Grilling coconut crabs for lunch and tuna for dinner. I can't watch anymore, it's too tempting. I strongly demand the streamer to share some fish with us, or we're going to riot. This isn't watching the streamer suffer in the wild, it's just torturing my cravings. The audience expressed their dissatisfaction. Jide, seeing the comments, wasn't angry. Well, if you want to eat, you can come find me in the Pacific. This meat is on the house. Cunning streamer. I'm going to work to earn money, and once I have enough for a plane ticket, I'll fly to meet the streamer. By the time you save enough money, the streamer will have traveled around the world already. Show off. It's giving me goosebumps. However, after Jide and Yi Jingru tasted a few bites of the fresh fish, they didn't continue. They decided to save the fish as reserve food, just in case. After drifting at sea for several hours, the sky had turned to dusk. Jide estimated that it would soon be dark, so he decided to have dinner. Toasted bread with sea cucumber made for a simple yet delicious dinner for the two of them. I envy the streamer, looking at the sea view, watching the sunset, and eating seafood. I wish I could live like that. Let's just watch the live stream. Yeah, otherwise if we really went into the wild, we'd probably end up with nothing to eat and have to be carried back home. Don't underestimate people. Just when the live chat was filled with comments back and forth, someone suddenly spammed a reminder. Everyone look. On the surface of the sea, there was a triangular fin. Oh my god, I see the triangular fin too. This is bad, this is bad. Streamer, quick look. For about 10 seconds, the comments flooded the whole live stream screen before Jide finally noticed. A triangular fin. A shark. Jide raised his entrenching tool and stood on the raft observing the surface of the sea. Sure enough, about a few hundred meters away there was indeed a fin sticking out of the water wandering around. Among all fish species, only sharks have fins, leaving no doubt. Earlier, when Jide first arrived at the island, he had indeed encountered a shark. But that was on the beach with the protection of the reefs, so it wasn't a big deal. However, now on the sea, if a shark attacked and damaged the raft. Jide was also with Yi Jingro, which would be problematic. What should we do now? Yi Jingru asked in panic. Jide frowned, glancing at the large tuna at his feet, and then at the direction of the shark. At this moment, the shark was circling about 500 meters away from the raft, leaving one uncertain of its next move. Jingro, hold the paddle well, and when I count to 3 you row forward immediately. Do you understand? Jide handed over the paddle, carefully advising her. Yi Jingro looked tense, but the shark is much faster than us. Not to mention using 2 paddles, even 10 paddles would not be enough to outpace the shark. I have a plan to just do as I say. After Jide finished speaking, he took out a dagger and swiftly gutted the tuna. Previously, to prevent the fish from attracting other creatures, he had ensured no blood was shed while cutting the fish. But that was not the case now. His goal was to make the fish the target. The large tuna, once gutted, spilled blood everywhere. Jide held the tuna and threw it forcefully towards the sea behind him. The several dozen-pound fish splashed down into the sea about 10 meters away, instantly turning that small patch of water red. Row. Start rowing now. After throwing the large fish, Jide immediately picked up the paddle, and alongside Yi Jingro began to row frantically toward the direction of the target island. They rowed quickly, and their direction happened to align with the flow of the sea. After about 10 minutes of hard rowing, they had moved far away from the spot where they threw the fish. During this time, Jide felt a bit uneasy and decided to jump into the sea, swimming around the raft twice. He found nothing, everything seemed normal. Only at this moment did Jide let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that the shark must have been attracted by the tuna. We are safe now. Jide returned to the raft to comfort Yi Jingro. Earlier, due to the tension, even now that the boat had stopped, her hands gripping the paddle still trembled slightly. Sharks have their own territories and are spaced quite far apart from each other. Since they had successfully evaded that shark, Jide and the others would be safe from here on. As the sky had not yet darkened, the two continued to eat a simple dinner and planned to rest. Jide also used vines to secure their arms to prevent them from slipping into the sea while sleeping. He then waved goodbye to the live audience and ended the stream. However, the audience felt unsatisfied. They had finished the stream quite early and had just experienced such thrilling events. Thus, everyone moved to another platform, continuing to discuss the recorded broadcast and exciting clips on Bilibili and other video sites. However, compared to the audience's excitement, Xiaoya was anxiously pacing in front of her computer. According to the committee's previous statement, Jide had a deadline of 3 days to reach the island to qualify for the competition. Counting the days, today was the first day, and it was almost over. But since then, the committee had not sent any updates, and even Manager Chun, who tried to contact them, had been unable to reach them. Could it be that they have changed their minds? Xiaoya asked Manager Chun anxiously. No way, this is an official notification from the committee staff. Manager Chun also found it strange. Although those people had said they would continue to communicate, suddenly there was no further news. This matter did cause him some concern. However, Manager Chin remained calm with the formal document in hand and suggested that Xiaoya continue to pay close attention to the live stream, as that was the most important thing. In truth, neither Xiaoya nor Manager Chin knew that at this very moment a sudden event was occurring on the island Jide and the others were heading to. The staff on the island were extremely busy and had no time to attend to Jide's matter. After a night passed, Jide, groggy from sleep, opened his eyes to find the sky just beginning to brighten. Just as he was about to turn over, he suddenly sensed movement on the raft and even heard the sound of rustling clothes. What was happening? Had Yi Jingro discovered something dangerous? Jide immediately sat up and saw Yi Jingro seemingly trying to take off her pants. Jingro, what are you? However, before Jide could finish his sentence, Yi Jingro let out a startled scream as if she had been greatly frightened. Upon hearing that scream, Jide's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Did you spot the shark again? Yet Yi Jingro had a face filled with tears, unable to cry. I woke up needing to go to the bathroom. Why did you wake up too? Yi Jingro was truly embarrassed and on the verge of tears. Jide, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, there is a difference between men and women. Allowing such a beautiful girl to relieve herself in front of him was indeed too awkward. Jide thought for a moment, looked around, and noticed a small reef sticking out of the water about a meter away. He pointed to that small reef and smiled. They'll swim over to that reef to take a look. You take your time. Without waiting for Yi Jingro to respond, Jide turned and dived into the sea, swimming toward the distant reef. In reality, the reef was just an excuse Jida simply wanted to give Yi Jingro some privacy. After swimming several hundred meters, Jida finally reached the reef. He lay on the reef and looked back at Yi Jingro and the raft. From such a distance, he truly couldn't see the movements of the people on the raft. Estimating that from last night until now Yi Jingro would need a good amount of time, Jida figured he should wait a while longer before heading back. However, as Jida gradually became more alert, he also wanted to address his personal hygiene. Thus, he clung to the reef and took care of both matters. After feeling relieved, Jida changed his position on the reef and then noticed that on this side of the reef, there were actually 5 or 6 abalones attached to the rocks. Jida, seeing the palm-sized abalones, of course, wouldn't miss the opportunity. He pried them off the rocks and waited for about 10 more minutes before turning around and swimming back to the raft. Having already taken care of her personal hygiene, Yi Jingro shyly thanked Jida. Jida waved his hand, dismissively smiling as he asked, "Are you ready? I'm about to start the live stream." Yi Jingro naturally nodded in agreement. Jida then placed the abalones down, launched the drone, and started the live stream. It was still not yet 6 in the morning. However, the loyal audience in the live stream had been waiting long before the stream started. After Jida greeted everyone with a smile, he pointed to the island that was already clearly visible in the distance and said, "Can you see that? That island is my destination. Based on my estimate, I should be able to successfully land on the island by noon at the latest." The audience in the live stream was quite excited. "Do you think there will be people on that island? I wonder if there will be fresh water on that island, and if it will be livable." Some viewers thought of the island Jida had just left, naturally drawing comparisons. Jida smiled calmly. "Don't worry, once we land on this island, I will give you all a surprise." Because Xiaoya had contacted Jida and helped him apply to participate in the Global Wilderness Survival Competition, the audience was unaware. They also didn't know about the committee's rule of needing to reach the island within 3 days. Thus, to the audience, they only thought that Jida wanted to leave because there was no fresh water. As for landing on the island, the audience would later realize the full situation, and Jida thought that a surprise would be quite nice. However, just then a sudden loud noise came from the direction of the island, resembling the roar of a large animal. Hearing the commotion, not only Jida, but also the viewers in the live stream were stunned. "What was that sound just now?" "I don't know, but it must be a large animal." Jida and Yi Jingru exchanged tense glances. They clearly understood that any animal capable of making such a loud noise on this island could be quite dangerous. "Be cautious once we land on the island," Jida advised Yi Jingro, knowing full well there would be competition staff on the island. However, in the wilderness survival scenario, safety was certainly a priority. Nevertheless, they were still quite a distance from the island, and it was more practical to focus on preparing breakfast than to worry about landing. "Now let's have breakfast." Jida took out the prepared toasted breadfruit slices and clam meat. It must be said that without the convenience of making fire everywhere on land, even eating felt a bit inconvenient. The viewers in the live stream saw Jida's rare humble breakfast and commented that the tides of fortune had finally turned. "I used to watch the host eat high-end seafood every day, and it made me lose sleep for days. Now looking at the egg pancake in my hands, it looks delicious." "Haha, what's an egg pancake?" "I'm currently enjoying a big bowl of beef noodles. Ah, this broth. Ah, these noodles and meat. Damn, now I'm craving it too. The meat bun in my hand doesn't seem appealing anymore. I want to get something else to eat." "Haha, the host is gnawing on dry meat and breadfruit. Doesn't that make you envious?" The viewers in the live stream were vocal, but Jida remained indifferent after reading their comments. He simply began to slice the abalone he had pried off the rocks with a dagger. The dagger flew up and down, and before long 6 abalones had been sliced into extremely thin pieces. Looking at a large handful of fresh abalone slices as thin as a cicada's wings, even without any cooking, they were quite appetizing. "What's so impressive about that? You're out at sea, not on land. No matter how thin you slice it, are you planning to grill it?" a viewer retorted. "You're right. I'm actually planning to have some hot food." Jida replied with a mysterious smile and asked Yi Jingru to bring over the coconut shells where the coconut oil had been applied yesterday. Yesterday, after smashing the coconut meat inside 2 coconuts with a stone and applying it, there was still over half left. After a night, the coconut oil in the 2 coconuts had solidified into a semi-dry oil. Jida divided the thin abalone slices among Yi Jingro, instructing her to distribute them evenly into the 2 coconuts. He then collected some dry fibers from the coconut shells. Finally, he used a spade to chop down the dry part of the mast standing in the middle of the wooden raft and began performing a live fire-starting demonstration right on the raft. This series of actions left the viewers in the live stream astonished. "Oh, this can't be happening. I concede defeat. Starting a fire on the raft. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. The host's show of skills is so impressive, it gives me goosebumps. No words can express it." In just a moment, Jida managed to ignite the flames. He placed the burning wooden pieces into the coconut shells. The fibers soaked in coconut oil quickly caught fire inside the two coconuts. The viewers were left speechless. Jita, however, smiled casually. The abalone slices I just cut are extremely thin, and even without a fire they can be cooked by briefly being heated on hot stones. So in just a few minutes after the fire in the coconut shells goes out, those abalone slices will be ready to eat. Jita opened 2 more coconuts, one for himself and one for Yi Jingro, and they began to eat along with the breadfruit slices. After a few minutes, the fire in the coconut shells finally burned out. Jita held up a slice of fragrant meat in front of the live stream camera with his dagger and smiled. The fresher the seafood, the more delicious it is with the simplest cooking methods. Just the aroma alone is enough for me to sense its deliciousness. Jita took a bite of the abalone slice, chewed it, and said, the fresh flavor of the abalone combined with the sweetness of coconut meat leaves a subtle fragrance lingering in my mouth after eating it. Without further ado, I'll continue eating. Jita eagerly dug into his meal. The viewers in the live stream were surprisingly quiet with not a single comment. Clearly they were still in shock, both amazed at how the host could start a fire on the raft and envious that Jita could enjoy such delicious food. However, moments later, a particularly impactful comment flashed in the live stream, causing Jita, who was eating meat and drinking coconut juice, to spray the coconut juice out of his mouth. This finally put the viewers at ease. Host, you didn't brush your teeth and you're starting breakfast. How gross. Yi Jingru couldn't help but laugh and cry at this comment. After all, the conditions at sea were limited and they could only manage it like this. However, as time passed, the wooden raft was visibly getting closer to the island. Everyone's attention was drawn to the island. This lush island was more than twice the size of the one Jita and the others had left. Given its lushness, there should be no concern about freshwater on the island. Just as Jita felt a bit reassured, suddenly a loud commotion echoed from the island ahead. It sounded like the roar of some animal echoing through the jungle. I can hear it clearly. That sound is coming from the left side of the island. Host, please don't land on the left side. Some concerned viewers suggested to Jita, worried about safety on the island, urging him to avoid that area and find a safer landing point. Jita stood on the raft frowning as he observed everything around him. Logically, since there were staff on the island, it was normal to encounter some wildlife for the sake of creating a perfect wilderness survival scenario. Moreover, his physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, so he need not worry too much. But that wasn't the most important. After observing for a moment, Jita pointed to the left and right sides of the island ahead and shook his head, saying, as everyone noticed the many small black dots on the right side of the island's beach. Upon hearing Jita's words, the viewers in the live stream zoomed in on the screen to take a closer look. Through the high-definition drone footage, they could indeed vaguely see numerous rocks scattered on the right side of the island's beach. Those densely packed small black dots were the rocks protruding from the water. That rocky area must be quite large. The raft definitely can't pass through there. Moreover, the conditions in that sea area are unclear, so I can't rashly abandon the raft to swim to the shore. But the left side of the island is different. The coastline is flat, and the raft can easily dock there. Jita explained his reasoning to the viewers. As for that strange sound, there's no need to worry. Nature produces various sounds, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's an animal. Besides, if it is an animal, I don't have to worry at all. Oh, I can handle even sharks, so what else is there to be concerned about? Jita smiled confidently at the camera, while land on the left side of the coast. As the raft gradually approached the island, Jita stood at the front scanning the coastline and found it a bit odd. Previously, Xiaoya had told him that once they reached the shore, staff would come to greet them. But now, as he was about to land, he couldn't see a single person. Could it be that he had arrived a day or two early and no one noticed? The raft reached the shore, and Jita with Yi Jingro stepped onto the beach. Just as they were about to head towards the edge of the jungle, they suddenly saw someone rushing out from the forest towards them. Jita suddenly saw someone rushing towards him, almost thinking he was encountering a robbery in the wild. Fortunately, he had combat skills, so he was not afraid. Therefore, he raised his engineer shovel ready to confront. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the foreigner running towards him did not look fierce at all and was shouting something while running. Jita only had a rudimentary understanding of foreign languages, and in this state of panic, he could not comprehend what the tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreigner was saying. Fortunately, Yi Jingro, who had grown up abroad, immediately understood. Jita, he says this area is dangerous because of wild boars. We need to hurry and leave here, go to the east side of the island, it's safe there. He also said that the people on the left side of the island have already gradually evacuated, and once they figure out a way to deal with the beast, they can come over. As soon as Yi Jingru finished speaking to Jita, the staff member had already run up to them. He quickly rattled off a lot of information and gestured towards the east side of the island before hurriedly running away again. We have to quickly move towards the safe area, or if we are late, we'll be attacked by the beasts. At this moment, Eugene Gru was also not calm. She had just listened to the staff's explanation and roughly knew the direction, so she pulled Jide to run to the right. But Jide stopped in his tracks. So you mean the roar we heard earlier was actually just a wild boar? Then we don't need to run. Jide waved his hand dismissively. Perfect. After sitting on the raft all day without a proper meal, let's just deal with this wild boar and have a feast. Jide was not worried about the wild boar at all. Oh, Eugene Gru was stunned. This wild boar is not easy to handle. At this moment, the audience in the live stream got excited when they heard the host wanted to deal with the wild boar. Is the host serious? Can the host handle it? I've heard that a pig is more dangerous than a bear and wild boars are tougher to deal with than bears. I don't believe it. If the host can kill a wild boar, I'll reward him with 100 rockets. The person in front, I've noted your ID waiting for you to scatter your wealth. Various comments flooded the live stream again. Jide looked at the comments and smiled, then let's wait and see. He wouldn't explain further. Whether they believed it or not, they would naturally see the truth for themselves. The audience in the live stream was shocked and excited, even starting to share and spread the news about the host's intention to hunt wild boars. At that moment, a sudden ding echoed in Jide's mind, signaling a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, the host's follower count has reached 20,000, unlocking the system mall lottery system. You can draw twice. Would you like to draw? Jide understood that this was likely due to the explosive program effect causing a sudden increase in followers. As for the lottery rewards, Jide would be dealing with the wild boar soon. This was exactly when he needed the system. System, I want to draw now. After Jide silently thought this, a vintage-style lottery machine appeared in his mind. He quickly pulled down the lever and began the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained heat resistance attribute enhancement. Heat resistance. This attribute would be nice in a tropical desert, but it was not very useful for Jide on a deserted island. Continue to draw. I hope this last opportunity gives me something useful. After silently thinking, Jide began the second draw. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained precise throwing skill. Throwing skill? Jide thought for a moment and immediately smiled. With this skill, dealing with wild boars would be as easy as drinking water. Jide, I thought about it, maybe. We should leave. Just the two of us, I'm afraid we can't handle the wild boar. As they walked, Eugene Gru suddenly grabbed Jide's arm, crouched down, and pointed to a large footprint in the mud near the edge of the jungle. From this, it could be inferred that this wild boar was definitely not small. Jide frowned and pondered for a moment. Since there are signs of wild boars here, then we'll deal with the wild boar right here. Jingro, go around and help me gather a few branches as thick as an arm. I'll need them later. Jide picked up the engineer's shovel and began to dig a pit on the spot. Okay, I'll go right now. Seeing that Jide had already started, Eugene Gru immediately helped out. Jide dug a round pit about 1.5 meters deep and set up a triggering mechanism with tree vines nearby. After preparing, Jide covered it with leaves. After Eugene Gru collected 5 or 6 branches, he used a dagger to sharpen one end. Just as they finished, they heard howling sounds from the jungle not far away. Listening to the noise, the wild boar should be coming this way. Jingro quickly find a thick tree to climb. Upon hearing the noise, Jide promptly helped Eugene Gru up a nearby large tree, then hid next to the trap. Eugene Gru seemed to want to say something while standing on the tree, but Jide quickly made a shushing gesture. He could already hear the sound of a large animal rushing and breaking branches not far away. After a few minutes, thud, 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 the ground even vibrated slightly. A large brown-gray wild boar came charging in like it had gone mad. After a moment, it seemed to have spotted Jide and charged towards the direction of the trap. Jide stood about 20 to 30 meters in front of the trap. The wild boar crashed and banged with a loud noise, first breaking the vines, and then it plunged headfirst into the pit that had been dug. Awesome. Eugene Gru stood on the tree from her vantage point. She saw the stones filling the pit quickly. The wild boar was definitely dead now. However, in the next moment, the stones actually started to move. The wild boar managed to break free from the pit. This wild boar was nearly 1.8 meters long and weighed 300 to 400 pounds. The pit Jide dug could not hold it. Moreover, wild boars were tough-skinned and meaty, and the stones falling did not cause any fatal injuries. Instead, after being provoked like this, the wild boar was enraged and charged towards Jide's position. Seeing this, Jide immediately grabbed the prepared wooden stick rolled on the ground and rolled to the side, then threw the stick he held. Activating the precise throwing skill, the sharpened wooden stick accurately pierced into the wild boar's eye. Roar! The enraged wild boar turned around and charged at Jide again. Jide repeated the same action, rolling to the side and stabbing out the wooden stick. The wild boar, with both eyes pierced, ran around like a headless fly. Amidst the chaos, the 2 wooden sticks had deeply pierced into its brain, and it quickly collapsed and died. Completed. Easily done. Jide carried Yi Jingru down from the tree and smiled at the live stream camera. After all this work, I'm just hungry. Tonight's dinner will be a wild boar feast. At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with barrage comments flooding the entire screen. The host is amazing. It's my first time seeing a real person hunting wild boars. It's impressive, but it's too short. Faster than slaughtering a pig in the village. I feel like the host is slaughtering a chicken, not a pig. It looks too easy. Come on, you perform a wild boar hunt too. Mind I can do it. Hands, no you can't. By the way, what happened to the person who said they would tip the host 100 rockets? Don't hide. In the most handsome, tipping the host 100 rockets. Rich man. Impressive. With the rocket tips, there were continuous donations of fish balls and shark fins afterward. However, Jide paid no attention to this, simply taking Yi Jingru with him to start processing the wild boar in preparation for dinner that evening. On the other hand, Xiaoya, who had been watching the live broadcast, directly ran to Manager Chun after Jide killed the wild boar, telling him what she had seen. I roughly understand. The staff on the island must have been busy relocating contestants after encountering the sudden appearance of wild boars, so they couldn't attend to my side. Manager Chin had made several urgent calls before, but the line was always busy. It seems this was the reason. Shall you send me the video of Jide killing the wild boar? They'll contact someone again right now and directly send the video to them. After watching the video, they should actively contact us, and Jide, Manager Chun said with a smile. With Jide's wild boar hunt, the organizing committee's troubles were solved. In the future, it would be very convenient for Manager Chun and the others to deal with the competition organizing committee. This was all thanks to Jide. After sending the scene of Jide hunting the wild boar to the committee staff, they quickly got in touch. Meanwhile, Jide and Yi Jingru had already finished processing the wild boar. The skin had been removed, and the entrails were cleaned out. Jide had started a fire and was cutting the pork. With these hundreds of pounds of pork, just the two of us can't finish it all. So I plan to cook all the excess meat, dry it out, and that way we won't have to worry about food for at least a month or two on the island. Unfortunately, I don't have any seasoning, so to make delicious wild food, I can only think of ways with the ingredients available. Jide raised a dagger, taking portions of lean meat and fatty meat from the wild boar's leg. After some preparation, he placed them in 5 or 6 open coconuts, closed the coconut shells, and set them on the fire to cook. Now we just need to wait for it to cook before enjoying a delicious dinner, Jide eagerly prepared. Sitting opposite Jide, Yi Jingru noticed that many people seemed to be coming over behind him. Although it was nearing dusk, it did not hinder visibility. Jide turned his head and found at least 20 foreigners heading towards him. Jide immediately grabbed a shovel and had Yi Jingru stand beside him. After all, since this island was one of the venues for the wilderness survival competition, it was only natural for other contestants to be present. However, with so many people suddenly gathering, Jide felt something was off. Yet surprisingly, these people rushed to Jide's side. They first circled around the skinned wild boar looking excited, and then began chattering rapidly with Jide, leaving him quite bewildered. After a bit of communication, Jide finally understood that these people were all staff from the organizing committee. Since the wild boar injury incident occurred 2 days ago, they had been busy relocating participants of the survival competition. Originally, they planned to clear the area and wait for the helicopter from the outside to deliver hunting tools before taking action. They never expected that Jide, who just arrived on the island, would effortlessly solve the wild boar problem. Moreover, they didn't find out on their own. They learned about it from Manager Chin's broadcast on Tiger Fish after watching the video. After identifying Jide's location from the live stream, the committee staff hurried over. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Jide. Furthermore, they wanted to reward him. Mr. Jide, your outstanding performance has been confirmed by our committee. One foreigner who understood Chinese glanced at the wild boar and gave Jide a thumbs up, continuing, Mr. Jide, being able to hunt wild boars so easily with your strength, this deserted island is as easy for you as your own backyard. Therefore, after discussions within our committee, we decided to grant you a privilege. Our wilderness survival competition has locations in over 200 different countries and environments worldwide. Originally, these locations could not be changed once assigned. However, this privilege allows you to freely go to any competition environment for live broadcasting. And it only requires one condition: you must stay at each survival location for at least 7 days. Additionally, the total cumulative time for wilderness survival must amount to 1 year. If Mr. Jide is willing, I can give you the contract right now. Jide was quite satisfied upon hearing this, and naturally would not refuse, immediately agreeing to sign the contract. He could freely travel around the world, also counting as participating in the wilderness competition, successfully staying for a year without being eliminated. He could also win the competition's first prize of several million in rewards. What could be better? Moreover, Jide was not surprised by this. For him, if he considered the deserted island as a game instance, he had already cleared it with full health. There was absolutely no difficulty or novelty, and there was indeed no need to stay any longer. After signing the contract, Jida received a pass, becoming the first contestant in the wilderness survival competition to be able to act freely. Haha, congratulations. You can now take a plane to leave this island anytime, the staff member said as they put away the contract and looked at the pass, informing Jida. With your strength, I believe you definitely have what it takes to win first place this time. Good luck. Not only the staff member, but others also expressed encouragement to Jida. Jida smiled and thanked them one by one. Oh, this meat smells so good, I wonder how it tastes. At this moment, the wild boar meat Jida had grilled was ready. Although these foreigners were also on a deserted island, they had never encountered the opportunity to eat wild boar meat. Now, smelling the aroma of the meat, they all began to swallow their saliva, envious of Jida's privilege to eat meat. Jida laughed heartily, thinking that since he was leaving anyway, it would be a waste to leave the pork here, so it would be better to eat it all together. He called everyone over to sit around the fire, divided up the wild boar meat, and continued grilling. However, just as everyone sat around the fire waiting for the meat to cook, Jida's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Xiaoya from Tiger Fish. Jida answered the call with curiosity, while everyone looked at him with inquisitive eyes. After quietly listening for a while, Jida suddenly asked in disbelief, "Why do I have to stop by the Sahara Desert on my way back?" Jida patiently listened to the phone call and finally understood that the staff from the organizing committee wanted to ask him for a rather tricky favor. However, since they had just met him and their prior attitude was not very friendly, they were afraid that Jida might refuse. Therefore, they wanted to reach out through familiar faces like Huyu and Xiaoya to request assistance. That is why this call was made. While carrying some gifts to the indigenous tribes in the desert is certainly feasible. After Jida nodded in agreement, he hung up the phone. The staff members nearby seized this opportunity to explain the specific reasons to Jida. It turned out that they had previously also wanted to set up a competition venue in the Sahara Desert. However, they had not reached an agreement with the local indigenous people, resulting in a rather unfriendly relationship. Coincidentally, Jida's route would pass through here. Thus, they thought of asking Jida to help deliver a gift to the tribe and hoped he could help improve the relationship between both parties. Jida shook his head with a smile. Delivering the gift is certainly no problem, but improving the relationship is tough. Even for the organizing committee, I might not be able to do anything about it. One of the staff members then informed Jida that the indigenous tribe revered those who could conquer nature, and with Jida's skills, he would surely be able to achieve that. If he could successfully assist, Jida would receive a bank card gifted by the organizing committee, which would credit him with 100,000 yuan each month as activity funds. In fact, even without the bonus, Jida would still help. As for the bonus, he wouldn't refuse such unexpected fortune. After understanding the full situation, Jida took a night to rest. The next day, he left the island by boat, with Yi Qingru heading towards the mainland. After all, Yi Qingru had already decided to withdraw from the competition. However, for safety's sake, even though Yi Qingru was traveling with Jida, the organizing committee staff did not allow her to accompany him. Then it'll wait for you to return at a spot 50 kilometers away from the Sahara Desert tribe. Yi Qingru, who had learned about Jida's rough route, pointed to the destination on the map in Jida's hand and made an appointment. Jida had originally thought that they would part ways and never see each other again, but unexpectedly Yi Qingru wanted to wait for him, and of course, he wouldn't refuse. Once the boat docked, the two parted ways. Jida took a car, while Yi Qingru boarded a plane, each going their separate ways. A day later, Jida, following the driver, arrived in the Sahara Desert area. According to the map in his hand, he would need to travel about 20 more kilometers to reach the territory of the Nuwa tribe. At that point, Jida would have to get out of the car and proceed on foot. Outside the car, the landscape was entirely desert, and even sitting inside, one could feel the sweltering heat of the desert weather. Fortunately, Jida had previously drawn a heat resistance attribute. He had initially thought it was a useless attribute. However, in the daytime desert environment where temperatures could reach over 40 degrees, this attribute proved to be very useful. Yet, just as Jida was feeling fortunate, the car suddenly emitted a series of strange banging sounds before stopping with thick smoke. Both Jida and the driver were shocked. After the driver got out to check for a long time, he looked back at Jida with a troubled expression. "This is bad. The car's engine has malfunctioned and won't start. We can only call for rescue and have someone come to tow the car away." The driver was quite distressed as they were located in a position where it would take at least half a day to call for a vehicle. Other than a gift in his backpack, Jida only had a water bottle, a dagger, and a few simple supplies. The longer they delayed here, the more unfavorable it would be for his trek across the desert. Glancing at the map, he figured that if he walked another 20 kilometers, he would reach the Nuwa tribe. This distance was certainly not a challenge for Jida. "Then it will be like this. I will walk directly to the tribe." Jida bid farewell to the driver and set off in the direction of the desert tribe. Of course, Jida also did not forget to simultaneously start his drone livestream. By live streaming, he could attract many viewers and earn system points to participate in system market lotteries, which Jida certainly wouldn't waste. Hello everyone, it's been a day since we last met. At this moment, I am in some part of the Sahara Desert preparing to walk to a desert tribe 20 kilometers away to seek their friendliness. Jide greeted the drone camera with a smile. He had previously given a rough time announcement in his live stream. However, the car malfunction caused him to start the stream earlier than planned. Jide thought that perhaps there wouldn't be many viewers. To Jide's surprise, just 1 or 2 minutes into the live stream, 1 or 2,000 people were watching, and the number of online viewers kept increasing. Haha, lucky me. Luckily, I set a reminder for the stream, otherwise I would have felt awful missing it. A loyal fan commented in the chat. Hehe, I'm luckier, I got into the host's loyal fan group. With many people we can leverage our strength. As long as someone notices when someone in the group shouts, we all know. Please the big shot in front take me along. Add me. What's the penguin number? Hurry up. Instantly the entire screen was filled with messages requesting to join the group. Jide smiled as he walked interacting with everyone. The Sahara Desert is the largest desert in the world, covering an area of 9.06 million square kilometers, almost as large as our entire country. Although the desert environment is harsh, there are some oases, which is why people can live here. As he spoke, Jide shook his water bottle. Due to special circumstances, I only brought this one bottle of water, so I must conserve it as much as possible. Jide raised his hand to point at the sun overhead. It is almost noon now, the hottest time of the day. When walking in the desert, besides timely hydration, there is one more thing to keep in mind. Jide looked at the camera with a serious expression. That is to ensure that your core body temperature does not rise. Once your temperature rises, you may experience heat stroke and fainting, which can have very serious consequences in this desert environment. Speaking of which, I have already begun to feel the temperature rising. Walking in the hot desert and continuously talking, Jide was not only feeling dry in his mouth, but also starting to sweat profusely. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a few small sips of water to soothe his throat. In the desert, a person needs to drink at least 4 liters of water every day. But right now I only have this 1.5-liter water bottle. To conserve water, I have to think of other ways. After saying this, Jide used his dagger to cut a circle around the hem of his shirt. Then he wrapped a cloth around his head, resembling a patient with a head injury in a hospital. Aren't you afraid of getting a rash by covering yourself, streamer? In this blazing sun, streamer, are you covering yourself up to ensure your body temperature isn't hot enough? The viewers in the live stream were all puzzled by Jide's actions. However, what surprised everyone was that Jide not only wrapped his head with a cloth, but also covered nearly everything except his eyes, almost as if wearing a mask. You shouldn't find this strange, just think back to all those television programs about deserts. Aren't those people always dressed like this? Jide continued to explain, everyone knows that in the high temperatures of the desert the body sweats, and then the moisture evaporates. In such circumstances, a body that is already short of water will become even more dehydrated. So by covering your head with a cloth, the sweat produced won't evaporate, which can alleviate the body's dehydration. Thus, when walking in the desert, you need to cover yourself well. Remember that, everyone. Jide gestured to his own head. I was thinking of traveling to the desert in the future, but now I feel it would be too much of a hardship, so never mind. He'll just sit at home sipping cola while watching the streamers suffer. The comments in the live stream are flashing constantly. However, Jide had no time to look at them right now. His throat was dry. After walking for over an hour, it was approaching noon, and the heat was intense. If this continued, he would surely suffer from heat stroke. It's almost noon now, and the temperature is about to reach its peak for the day. Jide said, his mouth feeling parched as he spoke. For me, I need to find a shaded area and wait until this noon heat passes before setting off again, Jide said, shielding his eyes with his hand as he surveyed the surroundings. In the desert, finding such a place would be quite difficult. However, just then the audience in the live stream noticed something moving beside Jide. Streamer, something's moving. Streamer, quickly turn your head and look. The viewers were all excitedly commenting. One must admit the drone flying over 2 meters above always seemed to spot things first, seeing higher and further. Jide saw the comment alert and stared in the direction beside him for a while, and indeed, he noticed something moving. After a moment of thought, he quickly walked towards the moving object. Naturally, anything that could move must be a living creature. In the desert, encountering a living creature at least meant there was a supply of food. Even if he couldn't catch it, the presence of a living creature indicated that there was likely a water source nearby. Whichever it was good news for Jide. Moreover, if it weren't for the need to conserve energy and reduce bodily fluid loss, he would have certainly sprinted after it. Fortunately, under the scorching noon sun, the creature he was chasing seemed to be moving slowly as well. When Jide got within 100 meters, he discovered it was a baboon. He hadn't expected to encounter a baboon in this desert area. Although Jide felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't eat it, following the baboon to find a water source should be manageable. The baboon seemed to be suffering from the intense heat of the sun. It was using both hands and feet, looking like it wanted to move quickly, but couldn't. It appeared to be quite hot as well. This conveniently allowed Jida to stealthily follow behind the baboon. Thus they walked for about another hour approaching noon. Jida was already feeling as if he was about to smoke from the heat of the sun above him. Fortunately, he had heat resistance and could endure a bit longer, but the baboon ahead was slowing down, swaying back and forth, looking like it might faint from heat stroke at any moment. Jida looked on, feeling both worried and amused. He hadn't collapsed yet, but if this baboon fainted first, who would he turn to for water? Jida was thinking this when suddenly he heard a thud. The baboon, not far ahead, actually fell to the ground. Oh, this streamer is amazing. He hasn't suffered from heat stroke himself, yet he made the baboon suffer from it. Streamer is truly impressive. With heat resistance stronger than that of a monkey. Truly a gifted individual. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. Jida, with a helpless smile, walked up to the fainted baboon. Squatting down to take a look, Jida noticed this was an elderly baboon. It lay on the ground, breathing rapidly, and when he touched its body, it was indeed quite hot. Looking closer, the baboon's mouth was frighteningly dry, clearly in a state of severe dehydration. Moreover, this baboon seemed unafraid of humans. Upon seeing Jida, it merely made some wheezing sounds, and then turned its gaze forward, even attempting to crawl ahead. Jida observed the baboon's actions and quickly deduced its intention. From the baboon's movements, it clearly wants to continue moving forward. Jida stood up, frowning in thought, and spoke to the camera. In truth, not only Jida, but many viewers also understood what this rather human-like baboon was trying to convey. However, they weren't veterinarians. They couldn't just carry such a large baboon like a child and move forward. Besides, this baboon wouldn't talk like a person, so even if they could carry it, it wouldn't help. How about we eat this baboon? It would quench thirst and hunger at the same time, someone suggested. Some viewers in the comments agreed, while others opposed. Those who agreed thought there was no point in mercy if it couldn't save a life. Those who opposed felt that perhaps there were other solutions that didn't have to go that far. Jida frowned in thought for a moment, then took out his water bottle. He had already drunk half of it during the journey. He had planned to save the remaining half for a critical moment. But now he had other plans. Jida squatted beside the baboon and poured all the water from his bottle for it to drink. What the heck, streamer, are you crazy? It's over, it's over. The streamer has lost it in this hot weather. He's giving water to an animal instead of drinking himself. Not saying anything more. I cherished this last live stream. I feel like the streamer is about to die. Now every glance counts. What the hell, the streamer just said it would take at most 20 kilometers to reach the Nua tribe. Did you all not hear that? Yeah, if running 20 kilometers, even if slowly, it would only take a few hours. How could the streamer die? Exactly. With the streamer's ability to hunt wild boars barehanded, even if others die, the streamer wouldn't. The comments were flashing non-stop, with everyone holding their ground. However, Jida at that moment ignored the comments. The elderly baboon in front of him drank half a bottle of water, and visibly it seemed to regain some spirit. Before long, it wobbled to its feet again and quickly moved forward. This time it even turned its head back occasionally to look at Jida, as if afraid he would fall behind. Goodness, this baboon must have become smart. This is too human-like. Baboons have a long lifespan, living around 20 years, so it's normal for an old baboon to act human-like. I've had a dog for 10 years that was very human-like. That's true, my old cat was the same. The viewers in the comments seemed to share a common view. After walking along with the baboon for a while, when Jida looked up again, he smiled and asked the viewers, "Did you all see that?" Not far ahead of Jida, there was a small hill made of sand and stones about 3 to 5 meters high. At the base of the hill, there was a cave extending inward. The baboon saw the cave, called out a few times, and then rushed inside. Jida quickly walked to the entrance of the cave, but did not rush in. He squatted at the cave entrance, observed the ground for a while, and pointed to the audience. Do you see these footprints of different sizes on the ground? These are the marks left by various animals coming to drink water in the desert. This indicates that the water is drinkable. Jida observed the inside of the cave for a moment and did not find any signs of large predatory movements, so he entered the cave. Inside the cave, there was indeed a natural underground lake, quite large. Jida drank his fill of water and washed his face and feet, finally alleviating the signs of heat stroke. Now I feel very comfortable being able to hide in this place with plenty of fresh water and coolness at noon in the desert. Jida expressed his contentment. Fortunately, the host did not kill that baboon, otherwise I would definitely have suffered from heat stroke now. The host is the best. I like him more and more. Seeing Jida so comfortable, the audience sincerely felt fortunate for the host. After staying in the cave for 2 hours and replenishing his hydration, Jida exited the cave and continued towards the Nua tribe. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the sunlight was no longer intense. Jida's pace was much faster than before. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten much since this morning. Jida patted his stomach and smiled helplessly at the live stream drone. I drank a belly full of water at noon. Now I am very hungry. Walking in the desert consumes a lot of energy, and with an empty stomach his steps naturally slowed. Hang in there, host. As long as you hold on until you reach the native tribe, you'll be fine. The audience cheered and encouraged Jide. Jide smiled, thinking it should be manageable since it was only a few dozen kilometers away. While speaking, Jide suddenly dashed to the side and threw himself into the sand. The audience witnessing this scene was shocked, thinking Jide had encountered some dangerous situation. However, the next second Jide sat up from the sand, laughed heartily, and raised his right hand. It was a small brown scorpion slightly longer than his finger. Although this scorpion is small, it is a rare food source for me. I am going to eat it. Jide took out his dagger and cut off its tail. The venom sac and stinger of the scorpion are on its tail, so if you see a scorpion, make sure to avoid attacks from that part. After tossing away the tail, Jide did not hesitate, blew the sand off the scorpion's body, and directly popped it into his mouth, crunching it. Awesome. Host, I respect you as a man. Eating it raw. Oh my god, I can't even bear to look at this thing. Oh no, seeing the host eat makes me crave it too. Oh, what should I do? Same here, I suddenly crave it too. Jide chewed for a while and swallowed it. The texture is very crunchy, just like chewing on crab shells. The taste isn't great, but in desert survival, having protein to eat is already very rare. Jide wiped his mouth and continued forward. If I encounter a cactus in the desert, that would be a fortunate thing. Unfortunately, those over there are just ordinary green plants. He looked towards the few sporadic green spots appearing in the distant desert and said to the audience, how can encountering these prickly things be considered fortunate? Some audience members curiously asked. Jide smiled and said the cacti growing in the African desert are not the same as the ones we grow at home. Desert cacti generally grow as tall as a person, and when cut open with a knife, water can flow out. The flesh inside can also be eaten. It is said to taste pretty good and is similar to aloe vera. After hearing the host's words, the audience once again started to post drooling comments. I can't control my hands anymore. I just want to go to the supermarket to buy aloe vera yogurt. Damn, just hearing you say that makes me crave it. I am going to order takeout right now. Ever since I started watching the host live stream, I've spent half more on food than last month. I'm afraid if I keep watching, my wallet won't survive. Yes, watching live streams is too expensive. After one person posted a comment, many others quickly echoed their agreement. However, fortunately, as Jide continued forward, the green vegetation ahead gradually increased, showing obvious signs of human cultivation. It seems these desert tribes also understand the importance of green vegetation. Jide walked to a cluster of slightly denser green plants, squatted down, and pointed to the audience. Does anyone know what these plants are? The audience in the live stream, seeing those grass-like plants that looked similar to ordinary leaves, of course, did not recognize them. This is thyme, functioning similarly to mint or basil leaves. It is a common seasoning in foreign countries, added to dishes to enhance flavor and taste. Jide tore off a leaf and chewed on it, then pulled up a few plants and put them in his pocket. As for this yellow spiny little fruit next to it, it is an excellent find. It is called a thorn melon, a type of fruit. At least I won't be too hungry for dinner today. Jide pointed at the 20 or so small fruits in front of him, picking them as he spoke. These little fruits that look like olives contain a gel-like substance inside, refreshing in taste, and after eating, they even have a sweet flavor. Jide picked all the thorn melons, and after searching the surrounding bushes to ensure he hadn't missed any, he stood up. He picked up a thorn melon, took a bite, and showed the audience the gel-like fruit heart flowing from it before continuing to eat it. I must say this fruit is delicious. I recommend that if you have the chance, you must not miss tasting it. While chewing on the thorn melon, Jide praised. This is really frustrating. Previously watching the host eat delicious food, I could at least buy it. But where can I buy African thorn melons? What do you know? The host is doing this for your good. Didn't you just say you are all broke now? The host is helping you save money. Dream on. You think you can stop the foodie heart? I've already booked a ticket to South Africa. Who wants to join me? Let's form a group. Rich and shameless. Rich. Does the tycoon need a leg to hang on to? Take me with you. The live stream was immediately filled with comments asking to team up. With a bunch of thorn melons in his stomach, Jide's hunger was significantly alleviated. Looking at the sky approaching dusk, he calculated the distance. Even if he walked through the night, he wouldn't reach the Nuwa tribe. However, now that the sun is setting, at least the temperature in the desert is not as high as during the day. Jide said, although there is a significant temperature difference between day and night in the desert, I must take advantage of the suitable temperature to cover more ground and conserve water consumption. Jide continued to walk through the desert, the sun above quickly replaced by darkness. Fortunately, Jide's live streaming drone was high definition and capable of night vision. When the drone automatically switched to night mode, the viewers could see everything around them just as clearly as during the day. Moreover, as night fell, the residual heat from the desert dissipated and it began to get cold. I mentioned before that the temperature difference in the desert between day and night is significant. During the day, the temperature can reach over 40 degrees, but at night it might only be a few degrees. As he walked, G-Day tightened his collar and spoke to the viewers. He squatted down, reaching into the sand and digging a bit. During the day, this sand feels scorching hot, but now it is icy cold. G-Day smiled wryly and shook his head. I initially thought I would find a suitable spot to take a short nap at night, but now it seems that would be impossible. I would freeze to death. G-Day pointed at the undulating sand dunes around him and explained, these dunes you see are actually a phenomenon caused by the strong winds in the desert. For example, the dunes you see now could easily be flattened by the wind or a sandstorm in just a few days. This is why it's easy to get lost in the desert. You cannot rely on the surroundings to navigate. Once you lose your sense of direction, it becomes disastrous. What's worse is that if you encounter dust storms or even sandstorms, you could be buried by the wind and sand. G-Day shook his head. In short, walking in the desert is very dangerous. Moreover, tonight, I want to find a suitable place to rest overnight, so I need to be even more careful. G-Day glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. From now on, he needed to be vigilant about his surroundings in search of a suitable spot for the night. While interacting with the audience, G-Day inadvertently scanned the area and suddenly noticed something moving not far ahead. It seemed like a huge figure was moving. G-Day looked ahead, his expression alert. That thing looks to be at least 2 to 3 meters tall. And it's moving. At this late hour, watching the live stream alone at home, I suddenly feel a bit scared. Oh my, I can't look. I need to prepare to cover my eyes. Can someone give a high energy warning? Those who are brave enough to look, please alert everyone. At this late hour, and especially since it was a live show in the wild, everyone felt a bit uneasy. G-Day cautiously approached the figure. However, when he got within a few dozen meters, he discovered that the so-called giant was merely a large, nearly dead tree. Although the tree appeared close to dying, its original branches were still intact. So what G-Day and the others thought was a living creature was just tree branches and leaves swaying in the wind. Well, I thought it was something else. Turns out it was just a tree. How embarrassing. All right, everyone, let's pretend nothing happened. The viewers in the live stream busily looked for ways to save face. G-Day walked up to the tree and found that the main trunk was as thick as a thigh and the intertwining branches made it nearly a meter wide. Lying on it would be no problem. I'm lucky, I was just thinking about finding a place to rest and sleep, and now I have a suitable one right here. G-Day tried lying down on the trunk and found the branches were quite flat, making it comfortable to sleep on. So tonight, I will spend the night on this tree. G-Day jumped down from a branch more than a meter high, gesturing to indicate the height. And at this height, I won't have to worry about scorpions or snakes tonight, so I can rest peacefully. However, before sleeping, I need to do something. After saying this, G-Day took out a plastic bag from his backpack along with a small pot from the water kettle set and walked a short distance away to start digging a sand pit. What are you doing, streamer? I'm curious. Please explain quickly. Are you planning to use the plastic bag to hold sand and then boil it in the small pot? You seem so skilled. Honestly, have you ever cooked sand before? The audience in the comments kept questioning, but G-Day was focused on digging the pit. Soon he had dug a pit about an arm's depth. After finishing, G-Day rubbed his hands together to remove the sand before explaining to the viewers. In the desert at night, the temperature is very low. If I pour water into this pit and cover it with a plastic bag, if I place small stones on the center of the plastic bag right above the stones and use a container to catch the water, by tomorrow morning, I will have water to drink. The live stream viewers were a bit skeptical upon hearing G-Day's explanation. However, more viewers questioned another matter. Streamer, let's not discuss whether this method works or not. I just want to ask, where will you get water to pour into the pit? You can't just pour out the drinking water from your kettle, right? It's known that water is a precious resource in the desert, and even a somewhat normal person wouldn't do that. G-Day smiled and replied to the audience's questions. Speaking of which, I've drunk so much water today that I only just now feel the urge to urinate, which shows how quickly moisture is consumed in the desert. Upon hearing about the urge to urinate, some keen viewers immediately caught on. Oh my, I think the streamer wants to indirectly drink his own urine. You there are quite the clever one. Blind student. You hit the nail on the head. Yet G-Day was unfazed by the viewer's surprise. Actually, drinking urine is quite common. In situations like earthquakes or deserts, drinking urine can indeed save lives in extreme circumstances. Moreover, the middle section of urine is indeed non-toxic and harmless. It can be consumed. However, I am not drinking it directly. I just want to moisten the entire sand pit to facilitate the distillation of moisture, so it doesn't need to be so precise. Now I'm going to start. Even though I'm facing away from everyone, I still suggest that you all shouldn't watch this part. G-Day said with a smile, then turned his back to the camera and began to urinate into the sand pit. The viewers in the live stream found it amusing to watch. Come on, streamer, show us your skills and do it facing us. What's there to be afraid of? We're all men here. What's the big deal? I'm not a man, I'm a lady. Please, streamer, don't turn around and face the camera. I'm afraid of getting my eyes burned. The comments in the live stream kept flooding in, completely devoid of tiredness at this late hour. Jide quickly finished urinating and then placed the small pot at the center of the bottom of the sand pit. He then covered the top of the sand pit tightly with the plastic bag and pressed sand around the edges. Finally, Jide found a small stone and placed it on top of the plastic bag, roughly aligning it with the pot in the pit. This was finally complete. Alright, next I will go rest. By tomorrow morning, there will be water here to drink. Jide waved goodbye to the audience, turned off the live stream, and lay down on the tree falling asleep. After a night passed, when Jide opened his eyes again, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Looking at his watch, it was 4:30 in the morning. Jide climbed down from the tree and began to stretch his sore muscles. Sleeping in a tree for a night was not a pleasant experience. However, compared to the potential dangers of being buried in sand or encountering poisonous insects, this was much better. As Jide stretched, he opened the live stream and interacted with the audience. Hello, everyone, I had a good rest last night. How about you? In fact, it had barely been 5 hours since Jide fell asleep until he woke up. Those who watched Jide's live stream last night might not have been able to wake up in time. However, to Jide's surprise, in just a few minutes after starting the broadcast, the number of online viewers suddenly exceeded 4,000. I got first place. I finally grabbed the first place. The first comment popped up, and just by looking at the message, it was clear that he was a loyal fan. Oh, my first place. Someone took it from me. I've been competing for the first place for 3 or 4 days. Why is it so hard to grab the first place from the host? I got up early today, but still couldn't get it. You got up early. Let me tell you, I stayed up all night. I didn't sleep at all. The comments in the live stream flashed continuously, creating a lively atmosphere, but Jide didn't have time to read. He walked to the sand pit he had dug last night and carefully removed the plastic bag covering the pit. When he took out a small pot from the bottom of the pit, indeed 200 to 300 milliliters of water appeared in the container. Jide squatted by the pit, satisfied, took a few sips, and smiled at the audience. This water has no strange taste at all. To be able to drink cool water in the desert not only greatly alleviates my thirst, but also saves my water reserves. After drinking water, I need to hurry up and continue my journey. Jide spent a few minutes slowly drinking the water from the small pot, then packed his backpack and set off. However, just after walking for about 10 minutes, Jide's stomach let out a loud growl. The viewers in the live stream immediately began to joke about the host. The host is really starving, his stomach is growling, haha. I tell you, this is the first time I've heard someone's stomach growl. I used to think it was a joke, but now I see it's real. How you can tell you're new here? Let me give you the address. Go to Bilibili to catch up. The sound of a hungry host's stomach isn't a first-time occurrence. Jide looked at the comments a bit helpless. From yesterday until now, I've only eaten a small scorpion and a few small prickly pears. Of course, I'm hungry. I hope I can have good luck today and find something to eat. After finishing, Jide pointed at the still dim sky and said, speaking of which, in the desert, the night and morning are the active times for desert creatures. When daytime comes, the temperature gradually rises and the animals will return to their burrows to avoid the heat. So taking advantage of this time when animals are active, if I'm lucky, I might find something to eat. As Jide walked, he kept a watchful eye on the movements of the desert around him. I'm really worried about the host. Anything that involves luck seems unreliable to me. Yeah, with good luck one could win the lottery, but that's not realistic. It seems like the host probably won't find anything to eat today. Seeing these rather pessimistic comments, Jide couldn't help but smile wryly. You all think luck is something unattainable, but some people are just like Koi, exceptionally lucky. There's a famous explorer from abroad named Ramos who is said to be favored by the goddess of luck. Jide gave an example to the audience. This person encountered a massive sandstorm while exploring the Sahara Desert, losing all his gear, food, and even being blown unconscious, but when he woke up, he found that he had awakened near a lake oasis. Moreover, there was a huge treasure. Such luck is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. Jide said with a smile, that's impressive, that's really amazing. I have a friend who is like the legendary Koi. She's particularly lucky with winning prizes. She can win in shopping mall events and mobile lotteries. I want to date her. I want to ride her coattails. The viewers in the live stream were exchanging comments. But at that moment, while walking, Jide suddenly sprinted a few steps, then pulled out his dagger and threw it 6 or 7 meters away with a whoosh. What happened? What happened? The host suddenly drew his knife. Did he encounter some danger? The viewers in the live stream were all asking questions. At this moment, Jide had already run to the spot where he threw the dagger. He squatted down in the sand pile and felt around for a while before smiling and raising the dagger for the audience to see. Did you see that? I have breakfast now. My luck is really good. A small snake about the thickness of a finger was in Jide's hand. This is a sand python, which can grow up to 1 meter at most. The half-meter-long snake I have in my hand is already quite large. Just now, Jide saw a snake moving 5 to 6 meters away, and he used his throwing skill to hit it with the dagger. That was really cool. How did he do that? Throwing a dart probably isn't as precise. What's the big deal? Didn't you see on the deserted island the host used a sharpened stick to hit a running wild boar? Exactly, for the host, this is all child's play. Damn. Unfortunately, I lack education, so my catchphrase is damn. Beautiful good mood tipped the host 1,000 fish balls. Especially good tipped the host 200 fish fins. I'm the most handsome, tipping the host 5 rockets. Jide took the snake off the dagger without hesitation and then raised his hand to chop off the snake's head. As for the snake blood that flowed out, Jide didn't hesitate and directly drank it all. This scene stunned the audience. After a moment after drinking the snake's blood, Jide wiped his mouth, squatted down, and started to process the snake. In the desert, when water is scarce, animal blood can certainly also replenish moisture. Jide explained with a calm expression. After all, animal blood contains trace elements as well. Drinking it can also be considered a way to supplement nutrition. However, I do not recommend everyone to imitate this behavior. After all, wild animals can easily carry parasites, and unless in extreme survival situations, there's no need to drink animal blood. Jide had previously acquired body enhancement skills against poisoning and parasites, so he had no pressure in eating it. While speaking, he had already peeled off the snake's skin, removed the organs, and the snake in his hand had transformed into a shiny white snake. Alright, I've prepared the snake and am ready to eat. Jide was very hungry. After saying that, he put the snake in his mouth and started to eat it raw. Though it was a snake measuring half a meter long, the amount of meat it could provide was quite limited. In just a few minutes, the famished Jide finished the snake meat, leaving behind a long snake bone. With something in his stomach, the feeling of hunger vanished, and Jide felt somewhat better. The viewers watching the live stream were astonished by Jide's incredible speed in finishing the snake and began joking, asking if the food was particularly delicious. At this speed, the host could make chicken legs taste better than ever. Honestly, my dog eats meat faster than that. Hey, look how hungry the host is. Should we order him takeout? Takeout? Are you going to deliver it to the Sahara Desert in Africa? Jide glanced at the comments, feeling somewhat helpless. The taste of this raw snake meat is not very good, gets a bit fishy, but having something to eat right now is quite rare. However, now that I've eaten, my energy has been replenished, and we can continue our journey. Having eaten, Jide's pace naturally quickened compared to before. After walking for about 2 hours, the sun slowly began to rise. However, when Jide saw the sun, he stopped in his tracks, raised his head, and began to turn in circles, constantly checking the sun's position. What is the host doing? Why is he just spinning in circles? I think he might be trying to find his direction. Jide took a few minutes and seemed to find a satisfactory direction before setting off again. He then explained to the audience, I just saw the sun and realized that my walking direction was slightly off, so I adjusted my course. But the live stream audience watching the change in direction felt that there wasn't much of a deviation from the previous path. Jide seriously explained to everyone, don't underestimate even a slight deviation at the beginning. If it's not corrected in time, the further you go, the greater the directional error will become. In the desert, it's especially important to pay attention to direction. Jide's expression turned serious. For example, there have been reports of hikers getting lost in the Gobi Desert due to sandstorms. Yet because they lost their way in the sandstorm, they couldn't find a campsite and ultimately died of thirst days later. When their body was discovered, it was shocking to find that they were just a few kilometers away from the campsite. Losing direction is like being a headless fly, though it's extremely dangerous. The audience, seeing the host's rare seriousness, immediately flooded the comments. The host is doing such a great job educating us. What do you mean by great job? Watching the live stream and learning little knowledge makes me feel awesome. EW. Jide continued interacting with the audience as he moved forward. As time passed, the temperature in the desert began to rise again. It's almost 11 o'clock noon, and I need to quickly find a place to escape the heat. Otherwise, if noon arrives and I'm exposed to the sun, I will quickly suffer from heat stroke. As Jide searched for a shaded spot, he opened his water bottle and took a sip. Even though he tried to conserve, there was only half a bottle left. On such a hot day, if he didn't replenish fluids in time, he could risk severe dehydration. Jide certainly wouldn't blindly conserve. Just then, Jide was pleasantly surprised to discover a small patch of greenery near a sand dune not far ahead. Having green plants in the desert indicates the presence of water, which allows for vegetation to grow. Although the oasis seemed small for Jide, who urgently needed to escape the scorching sun, it was like a paradise. Haha, I feel like my luck today is through the roof. Just as I thought about finding a shaded area, it actually appeared. Jide laughed as he told the audience and excitedly jogged over. However, upon reaching the patch of greenery, Jide felt quite disappointed. This area of green plants, roughly 30 square meters, had no lakes or water. Unfortunately, there is no water here. I guess the plants might be here due to some underground stream. Jide smiled helplessly at the camera. In the desert, there naturally are underground streams and aquifers. But at least this place can provide shade, allowing me to avoid the high temperatures of the desert, which is already pretty good. Jide was somewhat satisfied with the environment before him. Just then, he suddenly heard a soft sound nearby, similar to a horse snorting. Oh, there's a camel here. Following the sound, Jide circled to the edge of the patch of greenery and was shocked to find a camel half buried in the sand kneeling and looking at him. Jida carefully walked around the camel. The camel's body doesn't show any signs of injury, it seems to merely be buried in the sand. I shared my analysis with the audience. However, judging by the camel's appearance, it seems to have been trapped for quite some time. Jida pointed to the green plants around the camel, which had been mostly eaten. Fortunately, this camel is here. Even without water or food, it can survive for a while on the plants. The audience, seeing such a large living camel, found it fascinating. Why is this camel kneeling and not coming out? Could it be trapped by something? Jida squatted a few meters away from the camel, observed for a moment, and nodded. You all are right. This camel must be trapped. However, there was no sand flowing here, and the nearby greenery suggested it wasn't due to quicksand. Quicksand pits can be very dangerous in the desert. There are many reasons for forming quicksand, but generally it's due to winds blowing through, creating voids underground. Thus, when someone steps on this area, they sink and eventually get buried in sand. Since it's not quicksand, what could cause the camel to not get out? The live stream audience became even more curious after hearing Jida's explanation. I suspect that something might be trapping the camel's feet, preventing it from breaking free. Jida moved a little closer and pointed out to the audience, look at this camel. Oh, it's not hostile towards humans, and it has a saddle on it. This must be a domesticated camel. If I ride it, I could probably just close my eyes and wait to reach my destination. Camels know their way, and for a camel appearing here wanting to go home would be a very easy task. So I plan to use a shovel to clear the sand around the camel and see the situation to rescue it. However, it's already noon, and I need to remain still until it cools down a bit before I start working. After saying this, Jida pulled up some nearby greenery and placed it next to the camel before sitting in the shade to rest. The gentle camel, upon seeing the plants Jida laid down, began to nibble contentedly. While it's noon, I want to take a short nap. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll continue the live stream, so I will temporarily close it now. Jida began explaining to the audience. No, you sleep, host, we will watch our own, it won't interfere. Right? The scenery in this desert is quite beautiful. The host being quiet doesn't hinder anything. Yes, we can still see the big camel, don't close it, host. The audience was reluctant to see the host in the stream. Jida chuckled, thought for a moment, and decided to let it be. He lay down nearby and took a nap. When he woke up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jida stood up and spoke to the audience. After a brief midday respite, my strength had returned, and now I would begin to free the camel from the sand pit. Jida produced an entrenching shovel from his backpack. He stepped beside the camel and began digging the surrounding sand. Generally, an adult camel stands nearly 2 meters tall. Even if it knelt, it would still be at least 1.5 meters high. This camel's body left only a small portion of its upper half exposed, so a rough estimate suggested he would have to dig nearly a meter down. The task demanded great physical exertion. Fortunately, Jida's body had been strengthened in many ways. He dug in fits and starts until dusk settled over the landscape. At last, Jida succeeded in clearing the sand that buried the camel. Almost at the very moment the sand was swept away, the animal rose to its feet. It snorted, rubbed its head against Jida's arm, and even licked him once. Jida could plainly feel the camel's gentle goodwill. Before Jida could speak to his viewers, those watching through the drone's camera noticed something wound around the camel's foot. Streamer, look, there's something on its foot. No wonder it was trapped. Something's wrapped around it, and it couldn't free itself. Viewers suddenly understood. Jida looked down as well. The foot was bound by many coils of line, and the hair on the leg had been rubbed away, and there were even traces of blood. It was clearly wound tight. Jida produced a dagger, crouched beside the camel, and began carefully cutting the bindings. Be careful, streamer. You must never crouch by the hooves of cows or horses. If one kicks, you're finished. I'm from a farm too. That's right. A kid once poked a horse and nearly got killed by a kick. Viewers fretted at the sight of him by the leg, but Jida waved and smiled. Look at this camel. It's so affectionate. I'm cutting its rope, and it keeps nudging me with its head. Hearing him, the audience noticed the camel indeed kept turning to nuzzle Jida. Ah, this. Alright, don't say anything else. Everybody just shout how awesome this is. Jida crouched, cutting for some 10 minutes before he severed the 10-odd loops encircling the camel's leg. Yet the thin cord in his hand seemed to extend on and on. One end was in his hand, the other lay buried beneath the sand, its purpose unknown. Jida pulled hard, but the buried end did not budge. This line is thin yet tough and very long. Who knows why it's buried in the sand? After a few more tugs, he gave up, tossed the rope aside, and shook his head. Never mind what it was for. You just get the camel out. Forget the rope. I want to see the streamer ride the camel. I'm so jealous. When I went to a desert attraction, they charged 100 yuan for 20 minutes. The viewers were far more excited about the prospect of a camel ride than the buried line. Jida nodded and smiled. Indeed, with a camel as transport, my journey becomes much easier. He patted the animal. The camel obligingly knelt so he could mount. Jida was in no hurry. He pointed to the camel's nose and muzzle for everyone to see. Like cattle and horses, a camel with a nose ring is domesticated. Although its rein attached to the nose ring was probably lost, the ring itself proves it is not wild. Jida took the cloth he had used to wrap his head, threaded it through the ring as an improvised rein, and then swung himself onto the camel's back. The camel rose and ambled forward with Jida atop its hump. I must say, with a mount my feet will no longer ache, and from up here I can survey the surroundings at a glance. Seated on the camel and smiling at his viewers, G.D. continued the banter. I'm so jealous of the streamer. I want to ride a camel too. Stop talking, I'm already checking flights. I'm going to Shibe Beach to ride camels. While he chatted with his audience, the camel proceeded of its own accord. After a while of lively discussion, someone in the chat finally spoke up again. Wait, you've been riding for so long without steering. Aren't you afraid the camel will lead you into a ravine? At that, viewers snapped to attention and worried aloud. Streamer, please confirm your direction. I don't get lost in the desert. Jida waved the concern away. I've said it before, this camel is domesticated. It was trapped hungry and thirsty for some time. Once rescued, what do you think it will do? He paused, then smiled. Of course it will head back to the place where it was fed and tended. The Tuwa tribe I'm going to is in this vicinity. It's very possible this camel is going the same way. So in a way, this camel is giving me a ride home. The viewers found the notion amusing. What the hell? Fate riding home with a camel. I admire such a confident streamer. I'll give you 666 fish balls. But as dusk deepened, Jida added, even if it isn't the Nuwa tribe, we reach the tribes living around the desert, certainly know one another. So as long as I follow the camel, I'll find my destination. The viewers agreed that his logic made sense. With the camel's swift, reliable aid, before nightfall, Jida spied a vast oasis ahead and the flicker of many fires. He had finally arrived at a desert tribe. As he entered the greenery, native Africans in striking tribal attire appeared before him. After exchanging words and explaining his purpose, Jida learned that this was indeed the Tuwa tribe, his destination. He was escorted to the tribe's chieftain. Jida presented the gifts he had prepared and the letter he had been entrusted to deliver to the chief. To his surprise, however, the middle-aged chief paid them little heed, glanced over them, and instructed his men to take the items away. The man then muttered a few words to his subordinates, and one of them, speaking imperfect English, told Jida to come eat, and said there would be a demanding task tomorrow, advising him to rest early. What kind of arduous task was that? Jida wondered. Yet the people of the Tuwa tribe showed no inclination to continue the conversation. The committee's earlier request that Jida improve relations with the Tuwa tribe went unmentioned. Bearing these questions, he was led to a grass hut where food was laid out and felt astonished. Yi Jingru and 2 staff members from the committee whom he had seen before were unexpectedly present here. Jida, great to see you. Are you okay? It's good that you're fine. Before Jida could ask a question, Yi Jingru rushed over, grabbing Jida and inspecting him up and down with an excited expression. What on earth is going on? How did you all end up here? Jida looked at Yi Jingru and then at the 2 staff members, voicing his confusion. Yi Jingru then began to explain to Jida. It turned out that after the vehicle transporting Jida encountered an issue, it took a day to successfully return. Logically, a journey of more than 20 kilometers through the desert should take no more than a day. However, seeing Jida still walking in the desert during the live broadcast, his route was not a straight line. Thus, in their urgency, the event organizers dispatched a second vehicle to the Nuwa tribe, hoping to find Jida and escort him to the destination together. Yi Jingru, concerned for Jida's safety, decided to accompany the vehicle as well. However, along the way to the Nuwa tribe, they did not find any trace of Jida. Therefore, they could only go to the Nuwa tribe to discuss collaboration matters and wait there for Jida, so that if he did not appear, they could promptly search for him. However, after Yi Jingru delivered gifts and letters to the tribe chief and expressed their goodwill for long-term relations, the chief believed that only by accomplishing something commendable in the eyes of the tribe would everyone willingly befriend outsiders. Yet what the chief deemed commendable left Yi Jingru and the others puzzled, and after pondering for a day, they still had no idea what to do. Thus, even during dinner, they were troubled, unable to devise a plan, uncertain about how to fulfill the assigned task the next day. After listening to the explanation, Jida nodded in understanding. No wonder the natives had suggested resting early. They had tasks for the next day. It seemed the natives knew he was a companion of Yi Jingru, which is why they brought him here. What task is it? Tell me about it. Jida sat down at the table, asking while eating the food before him. After all, he had hardly eaten anything decent in the past 2 days, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. He didn't care much about formality anymore. Upon hearing Jida's question, Yi Jingru remained silent and simply moved several plates of delicious-looking dishes in front of Jida. You eat first, we'll tell you after you finish. Not only Yi Jingru, but even the 2 staff members nodded along. Jida found it a bit strange, but said nothing, as he was indeed very hungry. However, after taking a few bites of the food before him, Jida realized that the meat on his plate seemed to be fish. These fish were delicious, and there were no bones, making them particularly enjoyable. But how can there be fish in the desert? Is there a large lake around here? Jita was astonished. Yes, that is the key. Yi Jingru frowned at the plate of fish dishes and said the chief said that as long as we can successfully catch this type of fish, they will agree to engage with us. It is said that this type of fish is very difficult to catch and only skilled individuals in their tribe can do so. However, we have observed that there are no large lakes in this desert. The few rivers with fresh water do not contain such fish. This fish is hard to catch even for the natives, let alone us. This task is completely hopeless, and we have no idea where to start. Yi Jingru and the two others looked troubled as they pointed at the fishing tools beside them. Jita followed their finger and exclaimed. Since entering the tribe, Jita had not stopped, and he had forgotten about the drone hovering above him. Therefore, from entering the tribe to just now during dinner and conversation, the live streaming audience had caught every detail. At this moment, upon seeing the fishing tools, the viewers reacted similarly to Jita, flooding the screen with comments. Why does this fishing line look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it before too. How strange. What's so strange about it? Are you all silly? This fishing line is the same type that trapped the camel's foot in the desert. Yes. At that time the streamer was pulling hard, but the other end of the line was buried in the sand and couldn't be pulled out. Have you all forgotten so quickly? Many people were sending comments to remind them. Jita was also explaining to Yi Jingru and the others. I have a general idea of how to catch this fish. I can definitely catch it tomorrow. After figuring it out, Jita said confidently. Yi Jingru and the others were puzzled as to why Jita suddenly seemed so assured. You all follow me tomorrow and you'll see. Jita continued eating after speaking. Yi Jingru and the others could only suppress their doubts and wait. After dinner, Jita bid farewell to the audience, turned off the live stream, and went to rest. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Jita opened the live stream to interact with the audience. Then they set off towards the desert with the prepared fishing tools. Yi Jingru, seeing Jita leading the way into the desert, felt puzzled. Shouldn't we be going to a place with water? Why are we heading into the desert? Jita smiled and showed the fishing tools in his hand. Look, besides the fishing rod and bucket, there's also a shovel. If we were fishing from the water, why would we need a shovel? The fishing tools given to them by the Nuwan natives were two identical sets, which was enough to indicate the problem. Moreover, not only that the camel I rescued yesterday got stuck because of the fishing line from this type of fishing rod in the desert, so I am confident I can catch the fish. While speaking, Jita occasionally reached out to feel the sand. After walking for more than an hour, he had grabbed the sand around 10 times before finally stopping. This should be the spot. Let's start digging. Jita crouched down, feeling that the temperature of the sand underground in this area was lower than in other places. Although Yi Jingru and the others were skeptical, they still followed Jita's instructions and dug a sand pit nearly 2 meters deep. Alright, prepare the fishing rod and bait, put them in the pit, and we should have fish hooking soon. After Jita finished speaking, he put the rod down into the sand pit. Are there really fish in this desert? Yi Jingru and the others found it unbelievable. But Jita only smiled and told them to wait patiently. After a short wait, Jita suddenly moved his hand and truly pulled out a long black fish from the pit. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. There really are fish in the sand. Yi Jingru, who witnessed this scene, was astonished. Jita then smiled and explained to them. There are underground rivers and water channels beneath the desert. That's why you can see oasis vegetation in the desert. However, the water channels and underground rivers shift, making their paths difficult to discern. At the junction of the underground rivers and the sandy layers, the fish that grow in the underground rivers will appear. Jita pointed at the long black fish caught in the bucket and explained, so to catch them, finding places where the underground rivers flow through will make it easier. Jita had been feeling the sand with his hands, actually trying to sense the temperature and humidity. The cooler and more humid the sand beneath, the easier it would be to catch fish. This is a type of phosphorus-free fish unique to underground rivers, delicious and similar in texture to eel and ribbon fish, with only one main bone. For the next half a day, Jita and his companions successfully caught 5 or 6 fish. Yi Jingru and the others were astonished to witness this scene, both shocked that there were fish in the desert and impressed by Jita's extensive knowledge. When they returned to the Nuwa tribe, the locals marveled at the fish in the bucket. For a novice's first fishing experience to yield such results was enough to make him a warrior in the tribe. Thanks to Jita's successful completion of this task, the tribe's chieftain naturally agreed to their proposal for friendly exchanges. To express goodwill, the chieftain decided to personally prepare a lavish lunch for everyone as a send-off. Jita and Yi Jingru were understandably pleased and agreed. The chieftain, being the highest authority, offered the best way to host guests. However, unlike Yi Jingru, there were 2 staff members. Jita was surprised when he saw the chieftain cleaning the caught fish, preparing to steam it, and he asked the chieftain if this was how they ate it. The chieftain nodded and indicated that it had been their method of cooking for generations. If the chieftain trusts me otherwise, according to my suggestion, pour the juice of the sliced prickly pear over the fish before cooking, Jida said with a smile. Before the chieftain could respond, the two staff members beside Jida hurriedly pulled him back, signaling him to stop talking. This was because in African tribes, some insignificant matters or customs could easily offend them. If a proposal were to cause a rift in their relationship, all their hard work over the past 2 days would be in vain. However, the staff's concerns were unwarranted. The chieftain, upon hearing this, was not angry, but instead extended a hand to invite Jida to demonstrate personally. Jida did not hold back and prepared the fish dish according to his earlier suggestion. Everyone loves delicious food, and Jida was confident that these locals would surely enjoy the tastier fish. After a moment, 2 plates of fish prepared in different ways were brought out. The Nuwa chieftain tried a bite of the fish Jida made. As soon as it entered his mouth, the chieftain exclaimed loudly and started talking excitedly to those around him. Then the surrounding locals rushed over and quickly devoured the plate of fish Jida had prepared. What was supposed to be a dinner for guests turned into their own meal. Moreover, after finishing, every local had a look of incredible excitement on their faces. This scene left Yi Jingru and the 2 committee staff members in shock. At this moment, the Nuwa tribe's chieftain approached Jida, respectfully offering him a bow. He then took out a finely crafted metal pendant from his pocket and presented it to Jida. This is the honor badge of the Nuwa tribe. Receiving it means that Jida will always be a good friend of the Nuwa tribe no matter when he comes. The staff member who often interacted with the Nuwa tribe exclaimed excitedly. Such badges are extremely rare and generally unattainable. What's going on? Why did they eat the fish? The Nuwa chieftain laughed and chattered a lot, and the translator explained the reason. It turned out that the fish Jida had modified tasted significantly better than the method passed down through generations by the Nuwa people. The Nuwa people, having tasted such delicious fish for the first time, were very grateful to Jida for helping improve their meals, which led to the earlier scene. From this, it was clear that the knowledge in Jida's mind was far beyond that of ordinary people. Yi Jingru and the others now looked at Jida with admiration. Even the viewers who had been watching the live broadcast on the side started to flood the comments with excitement. Not bad. I give this round of the host showing off a 9. 9. I give a full score. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. Damn, seeing the locals eat so deliciously makes me crave it, but I have nowhere to eat. I'm so envious of the host's mind. I wish I could enjoy the food. You in front, you're quite heavy on the taste. As the audience passionately discussed, the number of viewers on Jda's live stream also surpassed 30,000. Seeing the increase in viewers, Jda couldn't help but smile to himself. With the rising number of followers, he could continue to utilize the lottery system in the mall. However, it was still during the live broadcast, and it wasn't appropriate, so Jida planned to wait until he got home to draw lots. Having successfully completed the task at the Nuwa tribe, Jida and Yi Jingru finally set off to leave. Jida, having obtained the privileges of the wilderness survival competition, could freely choose his location and received a monthly support of 100,000 from the committee. This made it quite easy for him, and he planned to prepare a bit at home before heading to a new live broadcast destination. As for Yi Jingru, she was naturally on a different route from Jida, but she didn't seem to mind at all. After asking Jida for his contact information, she said see you next time and left decisively. This was even more resolute than Jida, leaving him feeling somewhat amused. In any case, after the journey through the deserted island and desert, Jida finally took a flight back to his rented little place in City S. Shortly after arriving home, Jida's phone rang again. Seeing that it was a call from Xiaoya, Jida immediately answered. Jida, your live broadcast was fantastic. When are you planning the next episode? Xiaoya's voice on the phone sounded somewhat excited. The Tiger Fish team was currently preparing to recommend him for the next live broadcast. Such a rare opportunity had to be scheduled well in advance. Since Jida stopped broadcasting, many people had been leaving messages looking forward to his new live stream. Speaking of which, although there were around 1,000 participants in the wilderness survival competition worldwide, they were spread across different live streaming platforms, which created fluidity and division among the audience. The popularity of each streamer was not stable. However, Jda's live stream audience was different from others. Although the number of viewers was not top-notch, it had been steadily increasing. This means that anyone who watched Jda's live stream would be attracted to become a loyal viewer, showcasing the brilliance of his content. As the audience gradually gathered and the number increased, this data made the Tiger Tooth platform and Xiaoya smile broadly. Hence, Jida was urged as soon as he got home. Jida smiled helplessly. I just got home and haven't even had a sip of water. Furthermore, there are over 200 competition venues, and I haven't decided yet. After all, although the competition committee allowed Jida to choose various wilderness survival locations independently, each place had different conditions, and Jida could not just rush in unprepared. Oh, I was too anxious, and my apologies. After hearing Jida's response, Xiaoya felt a bit guilty and quickly made amends. By the way, I have a document here that contains detailed descriptions of the locations for the wilderness survival competition. They'll send you a copy out. It will definitely help you choose a site. Xiaoya quickly sent the document over. Thank you. He'll prepare for a few days and then set off. Oh, don't worry. After finishing the call, Jida began to carefully review the document. This included descriptions of various survival conditions from around the globe. As soon as Jida opened it and looked at a few pages, he immediately confirmed the location he would head to next. The Amazon rainforest located in Ecuador is often referred to as the lungs of the earth, a testament to its vast expanse. Moreover, this season is not the rainy season, making the survival conditions relatively bearable, aligning with Jida's expectations. Additionally, the presence of piranhas and the legendary dangerous creatures like crocodiles would enhance the thrill of the experience. After a brief contemplation, Jida made his decision. Having settled on the location, he then accessed the system to begin the lottery. His follower count from previous live broadcasts had increased, and he now had enough points to participate in the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have acquired the hunting instinct talent. Note this talent can only be activated once a day. After activating the skill, all physical abilities will be enhanced to 200 for a duration of 30 seconds. After reading the skill description, Jida nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Such a skill akin to a buff in a game could assist him in critical moments of danger. With this in mind, Jida opened the system to review his skill information. Host Jida, skills: combat technique, precision, throwing technique. Attributes: heat resistance, high temperature endurance. Talent: hunting instinct. Although he currently lacked skills, increasing his follower count would allow him to acquire various abilities. Having confirmed his status, Jida sent the new destination to Xiaoya and began preparations. First and foremost was the equipment. Since it was a wilderness survival scenario, Jida kept his preparations simple. A dagger, a multifunctional water bottle, and a military shovel were sufficient. He did not intend to bring anything else. However, he needed to prepare properly for clothing and footwear suitable for the Amazon rainforest. After all, the rainforest is perpetually damp, and regular cotton underwear would be unwearable. Otherwise, by the time he exited the rainforest, he might suffer from skin rashes and inflammation. Therefore, purchasing a few pieces of outdoor-specific underwear and jackets was essential. However, buying online would take several days, and time was of the essence. Thus, Jida searched online for outdoor supply stores in S City and planned to visit one the next day. By the way, since signing with the Tiger Fish platform this month, along with tips and the agreed-upon revenue share, Jida anticipated an income of nearly 100,000 this month. Furthermore, during the signing, manager Chun and Xiaoya had specifically stated a prepayment of 500,000 to ensure Jida's commitment to stay with Tiger Fish. Although he had the money, the month wasn't over yet, and he would have to wait until the end of the month to receive his payment for next month. Fortunately, the organizing committee for the survival competition had promised Jida a monthly stipend of 100,000, which had already been credited. This was enough for Jida to purchase equipment and cover travel expenses. Therefore, after leaving his house, he headed straight to the outdoor survival supply store. Given that S City is large and quite developed, the demand for outdoor supplies was significant. Upon arriving, Jida discovered that most of the street was lined with specialty outdoor supply stores. As Jida walked along, he casually chose a relatively large store and pushed the door open. However, as soon as he entered, he noticed the young owner of the store suddenly staring at him in shock. "You are the streamer Jida. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. You're from the same city as me, haha." After a few seconds of shock, the young owner burst into laughter and ran over, asking Jida for an autograph. "I'm your loyal fan. My ID is most handsome. Do you remember me?" The young man inquired excitedly. Jida thought for a moment before nodding and smiling. "I remember you. You are the one who often tips me with rockets, sending dozens at a time. Thank you for your support. A single rocket costs 500 yuan, and this guy spends thousands each time." Jida was very grateful for such loyal fans. "Oh, it's just a small amount of money." The young man waved his hand, not caring. Jida exchanged names with the young man and learned his name was Lin Feng. "Streamer, what equipment are you looking to buy? Have you decided where you are going next?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "If you can share, I can help you choose anything in the store." Jida shook his head with a smile. "That's a different matter. I can't buy without paying." From their earlier conversation, Jida realized that Lin Feng came from a well-off family with multiple businesses. The outdoor supply store was opened out of his passion for wilderness survival and outdoor sports. He didn't expect to make a profit from the store. It was merely a hobby. "Soon I'll have to take on other responsibilities, and then I won't be able to manage this store anymore. If the items didn't sell at that time, I'd have to sell them at a discount, so don't be shy about it," Jida, Lin Feng said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Jida was intrigued. He was currently broadcasting live and earning a good income each month. Furthermore, as he was live streaming outdoors, his expenses were minimal. Taking this opportunity, he thought about opening his own outdoor supply store. This would not only facilitate his future equipment purchases, but also allow him to invest his earnings rather than letting them sit idle, a win-win situation. If I wanted to take over your store, how much would it cost? Jida asked after pondering for a moment. He had glanced around the store and noticed that the items were all well-known big brands with guaranteed quality and sales. Oh, you want to buy? That's perfect. Lin Feng smiled and immediately took out a ledger to look through. The items here and those in the warehouse are worth over 400,000. If you take everything, it would be 30,000. However, negotiating with buyers can be quite troublesome, so since you want it saves me the trouble. For 26,000 plus half a year's rent for the store, it will all be yours. What do you think? If that works, we can sign the transfer agreement in the next couple of days. Lin Feng was quite straightforward. Jida admired this young man's decisiveness. This price is very reasonable. Oh, I want to buy it, but can I wait until next month? Jida briefly mentioned that he would only have the funds next month. Oh, I trust you. Why wouldn't I trust you? We can sign the contract first, and you can have all the goods now. Transferring the payment next month is fine. Lin Feng wasn't worried about the 20 or 30,000. Besides, I'm not worried you'll run off. You're streaming every day, and I watch you daily. I know where you are, so I can find you, haha. Lin Feng said with a proud smile. Jida chuckled, realizing it was indeed the case. They discussed the contract and the goods in detail, finalizing the transfer. They agreed to complete the handover by the end of the month. Jida felt a sense of accomplishment looking at all the goods that would soon belong to him. Since it was now his property, Jida didn't hold back. He picked out 2 or 3 quick-dry underwear, a jacket and pants, and a waterproof backpack as his gear for the Amazon expedition. Jida purchased the necessary equipment and exchanged contact information, with Lin Feng agreeing to continue their conversation online later before bidding farewell. The group was filled with excitement and anticipation, eager to watch Jida's live stream immediately. However, when they questioned Lin Feng, they discovered that even he was uncertain about the host's streaming schedule and had to continue waiting. As for Jida, after shopping, he received another call from Xiaoya. Now that the destination is set, when do you plan to depart? I am currently preparing my passport and ticket, but I can leave at the latest in 7 days. After all, traveling abroad involves complex procedures, and it is not as convenient as traveling to countries like the United States or Europe, especially to a relatively obscure place like Ecuador. Satisfied with the answer, Xiaoya bid farewell to Jida. In the following days, apart from running errands at the embassy to handle the travel procedures, Jida also kept reading the survival competition manual that Xiaoya had given him. In his spare time, while waiting, Jida discovered something interesting in the manual. To enhance the show's effect and allow participants to engage more easily in wilderness survival, the organizing committee had placed survival treasure chests at various competition locations. These treasure chests contained various items to aid survival, from tools to food, and were strategically hidden, making them difficult to find. Regarding this, Jida was indeed unaware, as he hadn't signed up voluntarily and was not well versed in the competition rules. Moreover, during his previous survival on a deserted island, the island he was on was not a competition site, so even if he had explored the entire island, there would have been no treasure chests. However, this time in the Amazon rainforest, Jida felt confident that he might find some treasure chests to make his wilderness survival experience more comfortable. 7 days passed in a flash, and after getting into shape, Jida set off on his journey again. After more than 10 hours of flying, he arrived in Ecuador. Since the Amazon rainforest was quite a distance from the city, and there were no familiar guides, it was very hard to enter. Thus, upon landing, Jida immediately sought out the local contact person for the wilderness survival competition. Thanks to the convenience provided by the organizing committee, Jida quickly got in touch with someone who agreed to send him to the designated location by helicopter. However, it would cost him $10,000. Naturally, Jida readily agreed upon hearing this. He received a monthly stipend of 100,000, so he didn't have to worry about money at all. After confirming the departure time for the next morning, Jida found a hotel to stay in locally and logged onto the streaming platform, updating the live stream information to notify everyone to tune in the next day. Once prepared, Jida took an early shower and went to rest. The next day, he boarded the helicopter and flew towards the Amazon rainforest. Since the organizing committee had designated specific competition areas in the Amazon, Jida only needed to successfully stay for 7 days and find his way out to complete the challenge. After organizing his thoughts, Jida activated the live streaming drone and began broadcasting. The audience who had been waiting in the live stream were quite excited to see Jida in the helicopter. Host, I miss you so much. I can't even enjoy my meals anymore. Host, look at me. I've been thinking about you so much that I can hardly sleep. I've rewatched your previous streams several times. Please pay attention to your image. You're a grown man. It's quite disturbing. I'm a girl. Why can't I think about it? I'm a grown man, and I just love watching the host streams. What's wrong with that? The most handsome one rewards the host with 6 rockets. Congratulations on the new stream. With these few rockets to kick off the stream, the audience, who had been holding back for a long time, eagerly rewarded him with many fish balls and fish fins. Jide smiled and thanked the audience for their support, saying, "Thank you all for supporting my show. This time my challenge will be in the Amazon rainforest. As before, I will only bring a dagger, a water bottle, and a military shovel as survival tools, and I need to survive here for at least 7 days." Jide held the drone outside the helicopter door. Through the aerial view of the drone, the audience in the live stream saw a vast expanse of green below and endless jungle interspersed with winding waterways. As everyone knows, the Amazon rainforest is fraught with danger, with various poisonous insects, pythons, and even legendary crocodiles lurking here. Jide brought the drone back to his view, his expression serious. "Although the environment is dangerous and harsh, I am very confident in my ability to survive." Jide glanced outside the cabin and said, "Now the helicopter is beginning to descend slowly, and I am ready to embark on my survival journey in the Amazon." After saying this, he sat by the helicopter door, prepared to jump to the ground at any moment. Meanwhile, he heard the pilot in the helicopter cockpit speaking over the intercom. "Mr. Jide, please prepare yourself. Once the helicopter flies over the wide river below, you will reach your destination. Receive." Jide looked down and observed that the helicopter was about 30 to 40 meters above the ground. Not far below, there was a wide river winding and weaving through the rainforest. Surrounded by the river was the place where he would be surviving for the next 7 days. "Everyone pay attention. As soon as we fly over this river, I will be jumping down," Jide explained to the camera. "Ah, this is thrilling. It's my first time seeing the inside of a helicopter up close. This plane is swaying, and just looking at it makes me feel a bit dizzy. This helicopter is quite high above the ground. If it were me, I might not even dare to jump down." At this moment, the audience was both nervous and excited. However, as the helicopter continued to descend to cross the river, it became obstructed by the extremely tall trees. For a moment, they couldn't find a place to land on the inner side of the river. The pilot quickly asked Jide for advice, asking him what to do. The helicopter couldn't hover for too long. Jide had to make a decision: soon jump or not jump. He definitely had to jump, otherwise this trip to the Amazon rainforest would be in vain. However, there were too many trees around, and the helicopter couldn't get close to the ground near the river. The audience watching the live stream waited anxiously, but Jide still hadn't jumped, prompting them to flood the comments with questions and guesses about what was happening. At that moment, Jide couldn't care less about the stream. He carefully observed the river below and shifted his gaze to the outer side of the river. On the outer side, there was a small patch of open space without tall trees obstructing it, perfect for the helicopter to land. Jide furrowed his brows as he looked at the river that was at least 100 or 200 meters wide. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively told the pilot, "Since we can't land on the inner side of the river, then please drop me on the small patch of open space on the outer side. The helicopter can't get there, but as someone who can swim, I can easily make it across." The helicopter pilot understood Jide's intentions instantly after hearing his words and quickly advised him, "Mr. G, this river connects the entire Amazon basin. There are said to be piranhas in this water, and it's quite dangerous." Jide waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Thank you, but don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Please let me down quickly." Seeing Jide's determined attitude, the pilot stopped persuading him. After the helicopter hovered at a height of 2 to 3 meters above the riverbank, Jide jumped out of the aircraft and successfully landed on the ground. The roaring helicopter quickly flew away in the blink of an eye. Jide shouldered his backpack again, observing the river's conditions while relaying the pilot's warning to the audience. "Also, how do you plan to cross the river, streamer? I've seen piranhas on TV. They can eat a pig in just a few seconds. Are you scared?" Streamer, forget it. Let's just go home. This river isn't worth it." However, Jide merely smiled at the barrage of comments and pointed towards the nearby jungle. "What do you see over there?" The audience followed his finger and looked over. Beside the river, the jungle was littered with some trees that were tilted and lying haphazardly on the grass, but nothing else was present. "What is it? Did you see anything?" "I didn't see anything. What are you trying to show us, streamer?" Jide walked into the grass, crouched down, and pointed beside him, saying, "Since swimming across the river is quite dangerous, I can use tools to cross. Look, there's an abandoned makeshift wooden raft here that I can use." Jide reached out and dragged the wood, which was half hidden in the grass, into view. This makeshift raft was tied together with 3 logs thicker than a thigh. Although it was quite corroded, the wood was sturdy enough. Moreover, this raft measured over a meter in both length and width. While it wasn't large, Jide should have no problem using it to cross the river. Streamer, your luck is incredible. No, even if the streamer has this small raft, he doesn't have any paddles. It's not like there's wind on the river. He might get stuck on the water. Some audience members were skeptical. Jide read the comments and smiled, saying, "You guys don't need to worry about the paddle. I brought one with me. It's stable to cross the river on the raft." "Wait a minute, streamer, where did you get the paddle?" The streamer just said he brought a few basic survival tools from the helicopter, yet now he claims to have a paddle. That's a poor review. The streamer is lying. Exactly. My poor heart feels hurt. Damn, my poor heart. After dragging the raft to the riverbank, Jida also gathered 10 or so wide leaves from the side to lay on the raft for comfort. Once prepared, Jida took out the military shovel he had carried with him. All right, I'm ready to cross the river now. What I referred to as the paddle earlier is actually the military shovel. Jida laughed, holding up the shovel's blade and waving it in front of the drone camera before stepping onto the raft and beginning his crossing. The streamer is too impressive, been getting goosebumps. I can barely use a military shovel to dig, and he can use it to paddle a boat. The audience in the live stream was genuinely amazed as they watched Jida maneuver the military shovel like a pro. In reality, the shovel only served as an auxiliary tool. He had previously observed the river and confirmed that the water was flowing slowly from right to left. By leveraging the water's current and using the military shovel for direction, Jida could easily traverse the river at an angle to reach the opposite shore. Although it wasn't a straight crossing, even if he took a longer route at an angle, Jida was satisfied. Through the drone's lens, Jida was seen paddling the military shovel, gradually crossing the river. As he neared the opposite bank, the audience was buzzing with excitement, showering him with praises. At this moment, Jida was focused entirely on using the military shovel, as he could see the shore was still about 30 meters away. He did not want any mishaps to occur at this critical moment. Just then, a piece of wood was floating downstream on the right side of the river, slowly drifting towards Jida. Initially focused on the shore ahead, Jida had not noticed it. However, he caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to look to the right. In the next second, Jida stood up on the raft as if shocked, causing the raft to nearly tip over. This series of movements shocked the viewers in the live stream. What happened to the streamer? Did he get bitten by a fish? Nonsense. The streamer is sitting on a wooden raft. Can a fish jump out of the water to bite him? The audience was discussing in the comments, finding it quite strange. But soon someone posted a barrage of exclamation marks. Look, what's on that piece of wood to the right of the streamer? With that prompt, everyone quickly expanded the live stream to full screen, and they finally saw what was lying on the wood, a giant centipede that was half the length of an arm. The deep brown-red centipede looked frightening just by its size, not to mention the dozens and hundreds of legs that were constantly wriggling. Oh no, my entomophobia is kicking in. I can't handle this. What's the big deal? That wood won't reach the streamer's raft, so why be so excited? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the direction of the water flow? The piece of wood with the centipede is about to collide with the streamer's raft. Streamer, hurry and run. If that giant centipede bites you, you might not die, but you'll definitely lose half your life. Jida had no time to read the comments, but his thoughts aligned with the audience's. The distance to the shore was now only about 20 meters. Throughout the crossing, there had been no signs of fish swimming. After all, species like piranhas that move in schools are easily visible in the river, and it shouldn't be this calm. Moreover, once that floating wood collides with his raft, there would be no escaping. He might get bitten by the centipede. Therefore, Jida only thought for a second or two before turning and jumping into the river, swimming vigorously towards the shore. With astonishing speed, he reached the bank, safely drenched but unharmed. Streamer so cool. Honestly, the streamer's explosive swimming skill is impressive. Professional level. Wow. Look, that centipede is swimming over too. Oh no, the centipede has gained intelligence and is coming for the streamer. This is hilarious. In such a tense situation, don't say things like that. The audience found the situation both amusing and exasperating. However, Jida felt tension rising again. The giant centipede was crawling on the water's surface just 10 meters away from the bank and was about to reach the shore. At this moment, the centipede that had just crawled ashore was still 7 or 8 meters away from Jida. Once the centipede crawled closer, Jida was confident that he could throw his dagger and kill it in one strike. However, at the same time, there was also a smaller centipede crawling toward Jida for some unknown reason. The audience watching this scene felt as if they were experiencing an exhilarating movie. How did the host apply perfume? As soon as he came ashore, he attracted the centipedes. That perfume the host sprayed is definitely not ordinary. It must be insect-attracting perfume. I'm so excited, the host is going to dominate. Those in front, quickly take your medicine. Honestly, don't you think this is even more thrilling than a movie? The protagonist might really be in danger. This is way more exciting than a movie. However, while the bullet screen spectators were enjoying the show, Jida was feeling a bit nervous and uncomfortable after just arriving in the Amazon. But he quickly calmed down. There was really nothing to fear in the Amazon. After all, the insects were just bigger than normal. For Jida, who was not afraid of wild boars, this was nothing. He raised his hand and threw the dagger at the centipede that was 4 to 5 meters away. With a thud, the dagger pierced through the centipede's head, pinning it to the ground. Although its head was impaled, the centipede did not die immediately. Its long body and numerous legs were still struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. Having dealt with this one, Jida swung his entrenching tool and approached the larger centipede crawling up from the water. With two loud bangs, he struck down hard with the entrenching tool, completely flattening the centipede. Its intestines and bodily fluids even burst out. Ah, the host is so violent. I love it. Nice the force of the host's strike. I bet even a chicken would be smashed flat. The person in front is truly talented. Jida shoveled the flattened centipede next to the dagger-impaled one. With a swift motion, he decapitated both centipedes. However, even without their heads, both centipedes' bodies were still moving. Jida squatted beside them and pointed at the centipede, saying, "You see, it's still moving, it's not fully dead. This is what they mean by the 100-legged insect is dead, but not stiff." He then pointed at the foremost pair of limbs of the centipede to educate the audience. This first pair of claws looks like hooks. They are not only sharp, but also have venom glands that secrete toxins. The venom of centipedes is actually similar to snake venom. Once attacked, if you come into contact with the toxins they secrete. The lighter effects include swelling and burning pain at the wound. The severe effects could lead to headaches, nausea, fever, increased heart rate, hallucinations, convulsions, and even death. Everyone must be careful. While speaking, Jida used his dagger to chop off the claws of both centipedes. He then collected about 10 large leaves, tidied up, and rolled the two centipedes in the leaves, tying them to his backpack to take away. "Host, what are you doing? Are you planning to eat the centipedes?" "No way, that's too hardcore." For those newcomers, you probably don't know that the host has previously eaten insects and snakes raw. This time the host didn't eat them raw. That's a low rating. As Jida walked, he smiled at the bullet screen, saying, "You guessed it right, I'm planning to eat these centipedes. However, since the tropical rainforest is rich in resources, there's no need to eat them raw. I can wait until later to cook them before eating." In the wild, to survive, you really only need to ensure 3 points: a safe shelter, water, and food. Compared to the Amazon rainforest, drinking water is completely not an issue compared to deserted islands and deserts. So I only need to consider safe shelter and food. Jida picked up a long stick to use as a walking stick, tapping on the ground and the bushes ahead. After walking for a while, the audience saw spiders and several strange-looking insects crawling by. As you just saw, in the tropical rainforest, there are all kinds of insects, including poisonous centipedes. These all pose a threat to safety. Jida looked at the live camera, saying, "So in this environment, sleeping on the ground is definitely not a good choice. For safety, Sake, I've decided to sleep in a tree. Taking advantage of the daylight, my next task is to find a suitable place to sleep. I believe I will definitely find one." The audience watching the live stream found it quite novel. The host is amazing for sleeping in a tree. But you should find a shorter one, or if you roll over and fall, that would be a disaster. The audience discussed among themselves while watching. Jida smiled and remained silent, not giving much explanation. In fact, his idea of sleeping in a tree was quite different from what everyone imagined. As Jida continued to move forward, time gradually passed, reaching the afternoon. After walking for an hour or two, Jida had to find a rock to sit on and rest, wiping off his sweat. Fortunately, he bought moisture-wicking and quick-drying underwear, otherwise long-term dampness would cause skin problems. Don't be fooled by my long walk in the tropical rainforest. In a straight line, it might not even be 500 to 600 meters. Moreover, walking like this consumes a lot of energy. Jida said with a bitter smile to the camera. In the jungle, going left and right with uneven ground means walking much more than on flat land. Additionally, the humidity is very high here. I sweat a lot, and energy consumption is great. To be honest, I am both tired and hungry right now. After hearing Jida's words, the audience began to carefully observe the situation in the Amazon rainforest. The surrounding trees were very tall and thick. The branches and leaves alone blocked out the sky, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through. The surrounding vines and grass were even taller than people, creating a dense thicket with no path. Every few steps, he had to use his shovel or dagger to clear a path. Just by looking, one could tell that the path was not easy to traverse. However, along the way, I've seen a couple of small ponds, and I plan to catch some fish when I encounter them again. Jida was truly very hungry. Immediately, someone in the bullet comments spoke up. The host wants to eat fish, but he has no tools. This is really sad, haha. Oh, does the host need tools to catch fish? Just standing there, the fish would be scared to death, haha. What do you mean scared to death? Could the one in front please stop being so ridiculous? Jida laughed, saying, "Even for me, catching fish certainly requires tools. However, fishing with a line and hook is not feasible. After all, it's hard to make those. But I can use my dagger to sharpen some sticks to make a fish spear." After all, Jida had precise throwing skills which he definitely wanted to utilize. With that in mind, Jida got up and began searching the area for a suitable stick to make a fish spear. However, while looking for a stick, Jida suddenly exclaimed and looked in a certain direction, becoming still. This scene excited the watching group. "Friends, here it comes, here it comes. Has the host discovered some danger again? Could it be another centipede? Oh, why can't you just wish for the host's safety?" In fact, quite the opposite. Jida did not see any dangerous animals. He merely spotted a tree that had fallen over in the jungle. In this tropical rainforest, dead and fallen trees like this are everywhere. But the one Jita saw was different. I see a tree. My luck is really good. Jita laughed heartily and walked towards the tree. This scene left the viewers in the streaming room bewildered. What's there to be happy about a tree? In this rainforest, it's all trees. Is the host going crazy from hunger? Jita approached the fallen tree, examined it carefully, and used a dagger to cut off a branch slightly thinner than his wrist, attempting to bend it with both hands. Seeing the branch in the host's hand, the viewers had no choice but to admit this branch appeared to have very good flexibility. Jita looked at the branch in his hand with satisfaction and explained to the viewers, this fallen tree is a quint palm tree known for its hard and flexible wood. The local indigenous people of the Amazon use this type of tree as raw material for making bows. Jita smiled and said, so instead of using a harpoon to catch fish one by one, if I can make a bow to shoot fish, the efficiency would be much higher. For normal people, using a harpoon to catch fish is actually the reliable option. It's slow, but at least it won't miss. However, shooting fish with a bow, most people simply don't have that accuracy, and after shooting for a while, they probably won't catch anything. Of course, for others it is a challenge, but for Jita, who possesses precision skills, it is certainly not a problem. Amazing host, are you an encyclopedia? You know everything. I envy the host's brain. I also want to learn this kind of outdoor knowledge. The host indeed has a wealth of knowledge which must be acknowledged, but the host also needs to brush up on common sense. Have you ever seen someone shoot fish? How about we just honestly use a harpoon to catch fish? Why go for something fancy? Fishing with a harpoon, but I haven't heard of shooting fish. I just smile and say nothing, watching how long this host can boast. If you can shoot fish, then I consider myself defeated if you can even hit the water. Naturally, the viewers in the live stream were not optimistic about the host. Just because others can't shoot fish into the water doesn't mean I can't, Jita replied confidently with a smile. He said no more, took the branch, and continued searching for materials to make bowstrings. As he walked, he had seen many short palm trees along the way. Those palm trees with fibrous fluff were perfect materials for bowstrings. Thinking about these palm trees, Jita walked only about 10 meters before spotting one. This type of palm tree that you can often see along the way is called pita palm. Jita reached out and tore the spiky leaves off the top of the palm tree. The white fibrous strands inside the leaves were all revealed. These fibers are dense and strong, making them the best material for bowstrings. Jita cut off a lot with his dagger and twisted them into a thicker shape. He also carved grooves at both ends of the branch he used to make the bow with the dagger and tightly secured the fibers. Thus he crafted a bow. Wow, I haven't even finished a bowl of instant noodles, and the host has already made a bow. I bet this simple bow will likely be useless. As a loyal fan of the host, I think you're underestimating the host. Come on, let's have a bet. If the host succeeds, you have to send 30 rockets. Do you dare to bet? Some viewers supported Jita, but others were skeptical. Jita glanced at the comments and laughed nonchalantly. The materials the local indigenous people of the Amazon use for their bows are the same as mine. However, they take several days to make a bow, as it needs to last for years. The only difference between me and them is that I can do it quickly. There's no need to take so long. Jita said briefly, and then ignored the live stream, turning to find a suitable arrow. When it came time to shoot fish, it would be clear whether it worked or not. As Jita walked and collected, before long, he heard water sounds not far ahead. Peering through the thickets, he saw a fairly large pond, just right for catching fish. When Jita reached the riverbank, he took out the centipede carcasses wrapped in leaves from his backpack and cut them into pieces with his dagger. He tossed them into the pond. Since I'm going to shoot fish anyway, it's convenient to throw the bait directly into the water. After saying that, Jita set the bow and arrow, preparing for the shot. Will this really work? I don't know, it's the first time I've seen such a bold way to put bait in the water. If it works, it'll be a miracle. Be friendly, I know you're worried about the 30 rockets you're about to give the host, haha. Why am I not friendly? Just as the live comments showed signs of escalating into an argument, Jita suddenly shouted, it's coming. Immediately all attention was diverted, and they forgot about arguing. The surface of the pond suddenly bubbled, and the pieces of centipede floating in the pond began to roll. Jita rapidly shot 5 or 6 arrows in one go. Soon the surface of the water was floating with fish corpses pierced by the arrows. Incredible. You really shot fish. Host, you're amazing. Give you a call. Haha, where's the guy who bet that the host can't do anything? Everyone is waiting for your 30 rockets as a reward. Haha, the host is so cool. They'll give the host 30 rockets for a bowl of lean meat porridge. What's the big deal? Do you think I don't have money? Oh, you really sent a reward. I thought you would run away without paying. Sure, you say you have money, so you have money. Doghead funny face. As the viewers in the comments experienced the satisfaction of slapping others in the face, Jita here, indeed, reaped a bountiful harvest. He shot out all the arrows he had on him. The fish in the pond were startled and panicked, but Jita's aim was excellent, hitting 8 or 9 fish. That was enough for a hearty meal. Jida smiled as he waded into the river to retrieve the arrows floating on the surface, showing them to the viewers in the live stream. The fish impaled on the arrows were all ordinary white pomfret species, each slightly larger than a palm. However, there was one fish speared on a wooden arrow that was much smaller and looked odd, especially its teeth, which looked quite frightening. Oh, I didn't expect that in this not-so-big pond there would actually be piranhas. This surprised Jida a bit. The viewers were puzzled when they heard about the piranhas. The pond seemed not to be connected to any other flowing rivers. Moreover, the white pomfret fish made up the majority in the pond. How could there be piranhas? Jida observed the pond for a while before finding the reason. Did you see that there is a relatively low dam on the other side of the pond? In the rainy season, when floods occur in the Amazon rainforest, it is normal for piranhas to accidentally swim here. Fortunately, these water tiger fish are relatively small and do not pose a threat. Speaking of which, with so many fish, I can start a fire to roast them now. Jida held a handful of wooden arrows, smiling happily. But before finding a place to start a fire, I have something important to do. Jida wrapped the fish from the 10 wooden arrows in leaves and secured them to his backpack. He then left the pond and continued deeper into the jungle. The important matter I mentioned is about the choice of campsite. Jida looked up at the sky. Oh, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I need to find a suitable resting place before dark. After all, traveling at night in the wild is very unsafe unless absolutely necessary, especially in an environment like the Amazon where life is hidden everywhere. As Jide observed his surroundings, searching for the right spot, he said to the audience, "An ideal campsite should have little underbrush around, so there won't be insects hiding in it, and I can see the surrounding environment clearly." However, that being said, the Amazon jungle is densely packed with trees everywhere. Finding a place with a good view and little underbrush is not easy. While speaking, Jide passed by a few trees that were quite close together, surrounded by numerous thick vines. To get through, he would have to use a knife to cut the vines. Jide raised his hand and cut off a vine, examining it in his hand, then suddenly smiled and said, "Haha, I've got it. I found a suitable campsite." Hearing this, the audience was curious. "Where? I still see nothing but trees around." "I don't know either." Jide held up the vine. "This is the key to sleeping tonight. I plan to use the vine to make a hammock sleeping off the ground, so I won't be bitten by insects." However, Jide did not plan to rest here. This location was only a few dozen meters from the pond, which was too close. Thus, Jide walked a bit further and chose a spot with 2 trees close together and vines entwined, beginning to construct his vine bed. He used a knife and a shovel to cut the vines, tightly binding them around the tree trunks, and soon a sturdy vine hammock was completed. Jide climbed onto the vine bed, testing its sturdiness. Just the right height, and lying down is quite comfortable and solid, very nice. Satisfied with his vine bed, Jide began preparing his dinner. Now that the campsite issue is resolved, it's time to start a fire and cook. Jide took the fish out of his backpack. He then started collecting firewood and fallen leaves to prepare for the fire. However, while fallen leaves were easy to find, searching for suitable dry wood for the fire proved quite difficult. In this humid tropical rainforest, everything was wet. After throwing away 7 or 8 obviously wet pieces of wood, Jide shook his head. "No, the humidity here is too high. Using friction to start a fire is not going to work." The audience in the live stream started giving suggestions. "Forget it, host. If you can't start a fire, just eat it raw. It's the same. What's there to be afraid of?" "Yeah, the host has eaten raw food before. We can't be delicate." "The host might not last for several days. Eating raw is fine, but drinking raw water can be dangerous." Some audience members expressed concern. However, Jide smiled and said nonchalantly, "There are all sorts of ways to start a fire. If we can't use wood, then let's use stones." Jide picked up a stone nearby and took out his knife. With a forceful strike, the knife hit the stone, producing a few sparks. The sparks fell into some dry plant fibers and leaves nearby, igniting instantly. 666. The host's technique is really impressive. He might not even need a lighter next time he goes out. The audience admired the host greatly. Once the fire was lit, Jide placed the prepared fish by the fire to roast. While waiting, he prepared to fetch some water to boil and drink. After all, drinking water in the wild can easily lead to parasites. However, on the way, Jide casually noticed some small red flowers growing in the grass. His eyes lit up as he walked over and began to gather these flowers, plucking the petals and stuffing them into his mouth. Wow, the host is so hungry that he's even eating flowers. My goodness, these flowers are bright red and so vivid, they could be poisonous. The host is really bold to eat them. Yeah, most brightly colored mushrooms in the wild are probably poisonous, and these flowers probably are too. Be careful, host. Seeing the audience so worried, Jide couldn't help but explain with a smile. These are not poisonous. This plant is called begonia, and they are edible. The petals are mildly sweet while the leaves have a slightly sour taste. Eating these flowers together with fish can serve as seasoning, making it taste much better than plain fish. After all, if you only roast the meat over fire without adding salt or seasoning, it would taste quite bland, and would be just filling. After collecting around 10 flowers, Jide returned to the fire. While boiling water, he covered the fish with the begonia petals and leaves. As the sky gradually darkened, the fish Jide was roasting was finally done. After a long day and a lot of walking, he couldn't wait to take a big bite of the fish. Delicious. The tender fish has a naturally sweet and sour flavor. Quite good. Jide chewed and swallowed, giving a thumbs up in praise. No more talking, I'm really hungry now. I'm going to start eating. Jide stopped looking at the camera and focused solely on eating the roasted fish. He quickly devoured all 7 or 8 roasted fish that were beside the fire. Hey, it looks like just an ordinary fish, but watching the host eat makes me crave it. Come on, everyone, imitate me gnawing on fried chicken while drinking beer, and you won't have to worry about being tempted by the host anymore. Ever since I started watching the host live stream, I've eaten over 20 fried chickens and 2 boxes of beer. The previous ones were too showy. The audience in the live stream laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Jide was about to finish the last fish. Just then a sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. The host has triggered a random system task during the time in the Amazon. Find at least 5 usable food items to receive a draw reward from the system mall. Note, eating more than 3 rare ingredients will grant 2 chances for the system draw. Upon seeing this task, Jide chuckled, thinking it was great. If the lottery were based on the number of followers, he couldn't control the number. But this task was different. He originally planned to stay in the Amazon for 7 days, consuming food and water daily, making it easy to gather 5 different food items and obtain rewards. This was as easy as drinking water. Jide was confident he could complete this task. After finishing his meal, Jide looked at the pitch-black surroundings and waved goodbye to the audience. Alright, that's it for today's live stream. I'm going to rest now. See you tomorrow morning. With that, he ended the live stream and went to sleep. After the audience left the live stream, loyal fans naturally uploaded the recording on time. Some even edited and sent out highlights from that day, allowing everyone to review whenever they wanted. The next day, early in the morning, Jide got up and opened the live stream. Almost simultaneously, over 1,000 viewers rushed in to greet the host. Hello everyone, today marks my 2nd day in the Amazon rainforest. Jide greeted the audience with a smile. I just woke up and am about to go wash up by the water, but before that I need to grab something. Jide walked over to the campfire. After burning through the night, there were no more flames, just a few remaining embers in the center of the fire. Jide took a stick and poked around in the ashes, and a few charred pieces of wood rolled out. He picked up a leaf, wrapped the charcoal, and then with his water bottle headed towards the pond. The host is bringing charcoal. What's that for? Not sure, but it must be useful. Seeing some viewers puzzled, Jide smiled and explained, in this rainforest, it's not like being on a deserted island by the sea where I can rinse my mouth with seawater. So to maintain oral hygiene, I have to find another way, and this charcoal can help me with that. As he spoke, Jide arrived at the pond and found a flat stone to place the charcoal on. After smashing the charcoal with a stone, he crushed it and began applying the charcoal to his teeth. Charcoal has many functions, one of which is cleaning and filtering. It can help me clean plaque off my teeth. When Jide opened his mouth to speak, his mouth was entirely black. Jide was unfazed and continued, moreover, charcoal also has the function of purifying water. If I face a shortage of water and only have murky or stagnant water, I must filter it with charcoal before drinking. After explaining all this, he washed up by the water, then returned to the campfire with his filled water bottle to boil water for drinking. Once he prepared the water, Jide got up, picked up his stick and bow, and prepared to set off. Although there are fish in the pond enough for me to eat a few meals, I decided to venture deeper into the rainforest to see if I could find something else to eat. Jide had no intention of staying by the pond, and after all, doing so would not only bore the audience, but also himself. And besides food, Jide paused before continuing. This wilderness, Jide crossed through the thicket and arrived at a patch filled with fruit. He squatted down and effortlessly pulled up a plant along with something that resembled a sweet potato. Impressive, streamer. You can even find sweet potatoes on Amazon. Quick, try the taste, let us know if it's good. Some viewers in the live chat expressed their anticipation. However, Jide did not make a move. Instead, he shook his head with a smile and said, although this thing looks like a sweet potato, it is not a sweet potato. Even though it resembles a sweet potato, it is also a perennial shrub. It is called cassava, Jide explained. It is also known as manioc or yucca, and it is a starchy variety that mainly grows in tropical regions. However, there is a habit of cultivating it for consumption in the southern regions of our country. While explaining to the viewers, Jide took off his jacket and began to harvest cassava to take back and eat. Well, after talking for so long, it's just a relative of the sweet potato. Alright, streamer, we gotta hurry up and taste it. Some eager viewers curious about the rare find wanted to know what it tasted like. I can't eat this right now, otherwise I won't be able to return safely. Jide picked up a cassava and leaned closer to the drone's camera to ensure it was visible. Everyone pay attention, cassava is different from sweet potatoes and must not be eaten raw, otherwise the consequences can be severe. Emphasizing the importance of the matter, Jide specially stated, the roots, stems, and leaves of cassava contain toxins. Eating it raw or consuming undercooked cassava or soup can lead to serious consequences. Depending on the severity, if a person ingests it, they may experience nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, convulsions, unconsciousness, or even death within half an hour to an hour. Originally skeptical viewers realized upon seeing the streamer's serious expression while explaining that this food was indeed quite dangerous. If this thing is so toxic, streamer, why are you collecting so much? It might be safer not to eat it, right? Some viewers in the live chat expressed their doubts. Jide shook his head and waved his hands with a smile, saying, "That's the miraculous nature of cassava. While raw cassava is toxic, as long as it's cooked, it is completely fine." Jide filled his clothing pockets with cassava weighing over 10 kilograms. He then stopped, tied the sleeves of his shirt around himself to secure it, and prepared to turn around and find his way back. "Yesterday I ate fish and thought I would only have fish to eat for the next few days. But now I've added cassava enough for a day or two, so I won't go hungry. I can now return to the campsite with peace of mind." Jide smiled at the camera. However, in his heart, he was calculating the random task assigned to him by the system. The system required him to eat at least 5 different types of food besides fish. On this second day, he had found cassava, which was quite lucky. However, since Jide had previously slid down from the hillside, the surrounding path was somewhat different from the one he took when he came. After a moment of thought, he headed in the direction where he could faintly hear the sound of water. As he ventured deeper into the jungle, he could always hear the sound of flowing water. Although it was difficult to find the original path, as long as he followed the river back, he would surely find the campsite where he had previously lived. After walking for a while, Jide indeed spotted a relatively wide river to his left. The water flowed gently, and fish occasionally swam by. Jide thought for a moment, then took off his bow and prepared to carve some arrows to shoot some fish. That way he could have a satisfying meal today. However, just as Jide had finished carving 3 arrows, he suddenly noticed something drifting over on the river surface. "Streamer, quick, turn around and look. What is that thing?" Since the drone was only about 2 meters away from Jide, the viewers could naturally see further than he could through the camera. Jide, with a look of vigilance, immediately stood up, strung his bow, and aimed tightly at the river surface. However, as it drifted closer, both Jide and the viewers couldn't help but laugh. It was merely over 20 fish floating belly up, swaying with the flow of the river. "I thought it was something dangerous. Turns out it's just fish." Some viewers found it amusing. But how could there be so many fish belly up? Is the river water toxic? Some sensitive viewers raised questions. Being on-site, Jide was naturally much more cautious than the viewers. If the river water was indeed toxic, then he would have to consider many preparations for what came next. Therefore, Jide carefully used the sharpened arrow to pierce one of the floating fish, wanting to observe it closely. However, just as he pierced the fish with the wooden arrow, something unexpected happened. The fish that appeared to be dead suddenly came back to life, flapping its tail and struggling on the wooden arrow for a while before stopping. Moreover, after Jide's commotion, those fish that were originally floating on the water surface seemed to come back to life, as well, splashing around a few times before quickly disappearing back into the river. Only 2 or 3 larger fish remained seemingly still unconscious. These fish aren't dead. They just look like they suddenly fainted. This is a bit unusual. Jide quickly brought all the remaining fish on the riverbank, observing and analyzing at the same time. Could it be that the fish were knocked unconscious? But there aren't any waterfalls or fast streams here. Jide found it quite strange. He stood by the riverbank, carefully observing both sides of the river. This river, not particularly wide with such branching flows, is truly common in the Amazon rainforest. He had seen countless examples of it over the past 2 days. However, while Jide was staring at the river, he suddenly noticed something swimming not far away. His instincts kicked in first. He immediately strung his bow and shot an arrow, the wooden arrow whizzing towards the water's surface. What's going on? What's happening? Why did the streamer suddenly shoot into the water? Did he discover something? The viewers asked in confusion. However, in the next second before Jide could speak, the viewers saw it clearly. Not far from the river's surface, there was a creature resembling a water snake, thicker than his arm, swimming. Its movements were agile, swiftly dodging Jide's shot. After all, Jide was at least several meters away, and with the buoyancy of the water and the snake's agility, he had no chance of hitting it. Wow, that's a huge water snake. This is my first time seeing one. Why does it look like a python? It's terrifying. The chat was flooded with comments, as everyone felt inexplicably afraid. Jide frowned for a while before speaking. No, that's not a water snake. That should be an Amazonian electric eel. That electric eel was only a few meters long, while the water snake is much longer than that. Jide pointed to where the electric eel had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the electric eel vanished, leaving no trace. The streamer can tell it's definitely not a snake, just by its length. Many viewers in the live chat asked. Of course, Nano, I have another basis which you all saw just now. Jide smiled mysteriously at the camera. We didn't see anything at all. Yaho, stop teasing us and just tell us already. Everyone genuinely did not understand. It's just fish. We just saw so many fish flipping on the surface of the water, all done by this electric eel. Jide smiled as he held up the fish speared on the wooden arrow. Electric eels can really release electricity. Water conducts electricity, and as long as it discharges, it can stun the fish in the water, allowing the electric eel to feast on its meal. This is how electric eels hunt. Impressive, there's an animal that can generate electricity. Biological electricity is quite normal and not rare. After hearing Jide's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. That big electric eel should taste good, but I don't have any tools right now, so I can't catch it for the time being. Jide walked to a tree by the river and got some vines to mark the spot. So he'll make a mark here, and when I'm ready with the tools, he'll come back to catch it. Jide had just taken a quick glance and could see that it was at least 3 meters long. Not only was it to complete the task assigned by the system, but it was also a rare opportunity to improve his meals aside from fish and cassava. We're going to start watching the host eat again. I need to go stock up on some good food to avoid feeling bad later. Why do we feel bad watching the host eat? Oh, you must be new here. You'll understand when you watch, you'll crave it. I don't believe it. We're not 3-year-olds who would crave watching others eat. Newbies are so naive. We're looking out for you, and then you'll know. The loyal fans who had been watching Jide since the deserted island naturally knew about the host's skills. While others struggle in the wild, Jide, the host they follow, always has something delicious to eat. It's truly enviable. All right, the mark is done. Next time I come, I'll catch it. Jide turned around and continued walking along the riverbank. Calculating the time, it was already past noon. Although the towering trees overhead completely blocked the sky and sun, the muggy and humid temperature had not improved much. The water Jide brought with him had long been finished. After walking for so long, feeling both thirsty and hungry, Jide leaned against a tree, preparing to rest a bit before moving on. But just then a sudden chirping and chattering of birds erupted above him. There were several different types of bird sounds, including chirps. Jide looked up at the tree and realized the sounds were coming from the top. It looks like birds are fighting. He looked up and casually mentioned it to the audience. Birds can fight, that's rare. It's quite normal for birds to fight, like eagles that eat small birds and sparrows. Some audience members echoed. Jide glanced at the treetop and thought of leaving. Even if it wasn't a poisonous snake or something toxic, he couldn't let his guard down. However, at that moment, something suddenly fell from above and landed beside Jide with a thud. Jide looked down and exclaimed, "It's actually a bird egg." Jide crouched down, looking at the shattered eggshell and the egg liquid. The birds fighting had gotten so intense that they were throwing eggs. How fierce. The audience in the live broadcast found it both amusing and thrilling. Just then another loud thud echoed as another egg fell to the ground. At the same time, the sounds of the fighting birds above ceased abruptly. Jide looked up and could vaguely see a shadow of a bird moving among the branches, seemingly pecking at something. I might have good fortune today. Jide chuckled, untied the sleeves of his jacket, dropped the full bag of cassava on the ground, and began to climb the tree. With agile movements, Jide quickly ascended the tree. The audience in front of the camera hadn't reacted when they saw the host almost reaching the top. How did the host think to climb the tree just from seeing a bird egg fall? Maybe he's going to check on the bird egg. I did that when I was a kid. He probably craves the bird egg and wants to eat it. Haven't you seen the host? So far he's only eaten some fish, and he's really hungry. He'll eat anything. But 2 have already fallen. Even if he goes up, he probably won't find any eggs left. As the audience debated, they saw Jide return to the ground. He then pulled out 3 eggs larger than quail eggs and speckled. There were 2 dead birds above, who I suspect they might be the male and female birds preparing to incubate the eggs. Now that they are dead, these eggs will eventually be eaten by other animals, so I took them, Jide said with a hint of regret. When he climbed up earlier, he saw a rather large bird that seemed about to peck at the eggs, and he waved it away, then thought about it, and decided to bring the eggs down. In any case, tonight I have fish eggs and cassava. I can enjoy a hearty dinner. Jide finished speaking with a smile, packed his things again, and continued on his way. After several more hours of walking, Jide finally returned to the original campsite. It was nearing dusk. Jide quickly started a fire and placed the 3 cleaned fish beside it to grill. He then found a stone slightly larger than his head and placed it next to the fire to heat up. Cassava can be cut into pieces for soup or roasted, but since I already have grilled fish, I plan to try a different way to eat this cassava. He'll make chips, Jide briefly explained, and began to peel the cassava with a knife, just like a potato. After peeling, he sliced the cassava into thin pieces and placed them on the stone. Since I cut them thin, the high temperature will act like frying. With a little patience, I should be able to enjoy roasted cassava chips soon. Jide sliced most of the cassava while a small portion was cut into chunks and put into a small pot to boil cassava soup. Sensing the increasingly fragrant aroma of food, Jide smiled happily at the camera. After a long day, although I can only eat now, everything I have is thanks to my own knowledge and efforts. In wilderness survival, as long as you think and work hard, there are no difficulties you can't overcome. Now I'm going to enjoy a delicious dinner. Speaking, Jita picked up a piece of perfectly cooked cassava chip sizzling on the stone and popped it into his mouth, chewing. It's crispy and has the unique starchy texture of potatoes. It feels like freshly fried potato chips, but without the greasiness. The taste is lighter than sweet potatoes, but just as soft. After trying one piece, Jita couldn't stop shoving one piece after another into his mouth. It's a pity I don't have any pepper and salt, otherwise the taste would be even better. Enough talk, I'm going to dig in now. After saying this, Jita moved the stone away from the fire and kept stuffing his face. Just watching the host enjoy his delicious meal made many viewers start to crave it. Here we go again. I'm afraid the host eats so deliciously. It's making me want to eat too. At this late hour, where can we buy cassava? Unable to resist, I quietly took out my phone and opened KFC. Jita devoured the two fish voraciously, finishing the cassava soup from the small pot before he patted his belly in satisfaction. From dawn till dusk, though this is my first meal today, it has been quite fulfilling. Today's meal is my last one here at the campsite, marking a nice conclusion. After saying this, Jita dug out the two already cooked bird eggs from the fire pit, but did not eat them. Instead, he wrapped them in leaves and set them aside. As for these two bird eggs, I will save them for breakfast in the morning, as I will likely have a long journey ahead of me. Hearing Jita's words, the viewers in the live stream became quite curious and began to ask the host what was going on. After all, living here is both safe and close to a water source, making it a convenient location. I mentioned before that I wanted to try to find the treasure chest hidden by the organizing committee, but if I keep wandering around the campsite, there will definitely be no rewards. With Jita's explanation, the audience naturally understood. For instance, today Jita went out early in the morning, but by noon he had to hurry back. Although he found a large patch of wild cassava, by the time he returned it was already evening. If he had gone any further, he might not have been able to return to the campsite before dark. In any case, it was easy to find a suitable place to stay in the jungle, and there was no need to cling to this spot. After dinner, Jita bid farewell to the audience, turned off the live stream, and went to rest. As for the viewers, aside from uploading videos and editing highlights as usual, the viewers in the chat watching the host eat cassava and crunching on chips were so tempted that they collectively went to find an online store selling cassava chips for group purchases. Some even commented that this was the host's tasting tour. Thousands of comments and a surge of transactions in a short time almost made the TB platform think this store was maliciously inflating orders, leaving the owners smiling wryly. I must say the enthusiasm of Jita's loyal fans is quite exaggerated. The next morning, Jita opened the live stream after getting up, quickly washed up, and prepared to set off. Since Jita had already mentioned in the stream that he would be leaving, the audience found it perfectly reasonable. However, some loyal viewers who had been watching closely noticed something different from usual and began to express their confusion in the comments. Host, every morning, when you wake up, the first thing you do is start a fire to boil water for the day's water supply. Why is it different today? After being reminded in this way, everyone suddenly realized that today the host had only kicked two bird eggs and was ready to leave with his backpack. Jita laughed upon hearing this and said, I didn't expect you all to be so observant, even noticing this detail. Well, if I were to stay here longer, I would certainly need to start a fire, but since I've decided to leave. Jita shook his head. In the morning, the dew is heavy, making it difficult to start a fire, and it would waste time, which is really unnecessary. Although walking in the jungle requires more water than in the desert, I found a place to replenish my water supply on my way back yesterday. Since I can drink water anytime and anywhere, there is really no need to boil water. Alright, without further ado, let's get moving right now. Jita didn't plan to explain further. After speaking, he turned and proceeded along the route he had taken yesterday. However, the audience was quite curious and did not understand what he meant by being able to drink water anytime and anywhere. Thus, they all watched with an air of expectation while commenting and discussing with others as they followed Jita. As time passed, the sun rose higher and the jungle became increasingly humid. The viewers saw Jita sweating more and more, his mouth getting drier, and they started to worry for him. Look, the host is suffering now because he didn't drink water this morning to save time. I say, why not just stop and gather some fallen leaves and would start a fire and boil some water from the nearby river to drink. Exactly, saving time isn't supposed to be done this way. As the viewers were chatting in the comments, Jita suddenly stopped in his tracks, took out his dagger, and chopped at a nearby vine. Hey, what's wrong with the host? Why such a big reaction, even pulling out the dagger? I don't see any snakes or insects. Why such a big reaction pulling out the dagger? The audience was puzzled. However, in the next second after Jita cut the vine, he lifted it and held it near his mouth. Crystalline water flowed out from the vine and was gulped down by Jita. After drinking for a while, Jita smiled and wiped his mouth, showing the viewers, haha, this is water vine, a common plant in the Amazon rainforest. The water inside can be drunk directly, which is very convenient. Moreover, this water is refreshing and slightly sweet. After finishing, Jide filled his water bottle and continued on his way. In fact, he discovered many water vines in this area while walking yesterday. Compared to his previous place that had nothing, this new area is clearly a better choice. This is also one of the reasons why Jide decided to look for a new place to stay. As we all know, walking in the desert requires a large amount of water. An adult needs at least 4 to 5 liters of water daily. However, in such a tropical rainforest, the hot and humid environment leads to a quicker loss of moisture, and even drinking 8 to 9 liters of water daily can be quickly consumed. Previously, while walking in the jungle, Jide often did not get enough water replenishment. But now, with water vines visible everywhere, he no longer has to worry about not having water to drink. After replenishing his water, Jide took a short rest and then set off again. Since he had walked this path yesterday, it was familiar and he moved with ease. Relaxed, he had more energy to pay attention to the surrounding flora and fauna. Thus, after walking for a while, Jide discovered something. I see something good. With this, I probably won't even have to fish by hand in the future, haha. As he spoke, Jide picked a few stems of grass from the nearby bushes and held them up in front of the drone camera. This plant looked a bit strange, with a brown outer skin, a square stem, and edges. What kind of plant is this that looks like chopsticks? No one would use square chopsticks, right? Doesn't it hurt your hands when picking up food? Hey, isn't it the case that all chopsticks are round? Some viewers began to go off topic. Jide glanced at the comments and smiled as he corrected them. This plant is called drunken fish grass. Simply put, it's grass that can intoxicate fish, making fishing easier. I'll collect more of it to use later for catching fish. Jide gathered a lot, knowing he could simply catch some fish later that evening to fill his stomach. After all, in order to be efficient, Jide was even cutting corners on things like lunch. By noon, he returned to the place where he discovered the electric eel. Just in time, he planned to catch the electric eel during the lunch break to enrich his diet. Jide put down his backpack, took off his clothes and shoes, wearing only shorts and carrying a dagger, an entrenching tool, and waded into the river where he had found the electric eel. Although the river water was relatively clear, Jide had searched both upstream and downstream for the location of the electric eel he discovered yesterday, yet found no trace. Viewers watching the search process via drone couldn't help but laugh, saying, "The host is foolish. The electric eel is a living creature. Would it just wait in place for someone to catch it?" Jide saw the barrage of comments, but shook his head and replied, "Since the electric eel can find food here, it means it must live nearby." Jide was certain. Many viewers watching the live stream felt the host was mistaken and began mocking him in the comments. Just then, Jide noticed a hole near the riverbank. The size of the hole was just about right for an electric eel. The head of an electric eel is slightly larger than that of a snake. This hole is wider and thicker than an ordinary snake's. It must be the eel's lair. Jide examined the location, which was not far from where he had discovered it yesterday, and became even more convinced. However, even if I find the electric eel's lair, that's just the first step. Luring it out and successfully capturing it will still be challenging. He confirmed the hole and then moved away from it, turning back toward the riverbank. It's just catching an electric eel. Why is the host hesitating? Exactly, it's not thrilling at all, complained the viewers. Jide, feeling both amused and exasperated, explained, electric eels have a discharge range of 5 to 6 meters around them. Once shocked, one would feel numb and pain, and how could I just catch it directly? After hearing the host's explanation, the viewers were quite shocked. If it's that powerful, how are we supposed to catch it? Jide naturally had a plan. To catch an electric eel, the typical method used by locals is to place live animals like cattle or sheep in the eel's habitat to stimulate it into discharging electricity. After all, electric eels are like batteries. They have a limited charge. Once discharged, they must wait until they are fully charged again before they can discharge again. As for live bait, although I don't have cattle or sheep, there are rivers nearby where I can catch fish, which would also stimulate the electric eel to discharge. Jide thought of the drunken fish grass he had collected earlier, which would come in handy now. So now I just need to catch more fish to stimulate the electric eel into discharging its electricity, and then I'll be able to successfully catch it. Jide was determined to secure this electric eel. That 2 to 3 meter long electric eel would not only fill his stomach and improve his diet, but also help him complete the tasks assigned by the system sooner. While speaking, Jide had already placed the drunken fish grass on a rock, mashing it until the juice began to flow. After preparing this, he scattered the grass into the river. In a moment, in the area where he had scattered the grass, several fish indeed floated up belly up on the water's surface. The host is awesome. If I had known about this grass earlier, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of shooting fish with a harpoon. Just toss a handful whenever I want fish, and that's it. Someone remarked. Honestly, if I hadn't heard the host mention it, I wouldn't have looked twice at that grass, even if it lay right at my feet. The host's brain is not wasted. Witnessing the effects of the drunken fish grass firsthand, the viewers were all amazed and admired Jide for knowing so many plants. After harvesting so many fish with the drunken fish grass, Jida was quite satisfied. He identified the location of the electric eel's lair and pushed the fish toward the entrance of the hole. Based on my deductions, when the electric eel comes out and sees so many fish, it will definitely discharge electricity. Once it's finished discharging, I can safely catch it. Jida moved to a distance, looking at the lake's surface, patiently waiting. Sure enough, just after Jida got back to the shore, a black-gray electric eel over 2 meters long appeared on the water's surface. However, to Jida's surprise, that electric eel clearly did not appear agitated or in a state of discharging. Instead, it seemed quite relaxed. It swam around the 10 or so belly-up fish, nibbling on one here and there. It looked rather happy, showing no signs of preparing to discharge. What's going on? Jida felt a bit restless. Not caring about startling the electric eel, he stood up at the riverbank, furrowing his brow to observe. Viewers in the live stream, seeing Jida at a loss, couldn't help but mock him. The host planned it all out, but it's all in vain. Yeah, it's like giving food away for free to the eel. The eel isn't foolish. It certainly won't discharge electricity for fish that pose no threat. The electric eel says you want me to discharge, so I will. That would be embarrassing. Jida observed carefully for a while, then shook his head and chuckled. It seems I miscalculated. Stunned fish won't do. Only lively fish can stimulate the electric eel. Not a big problem. This can be easily resolved. Jida continued to press on with renewed determination. He went to the nearby jungle and found a long piece of wood, about 5 to 6 meters long. Thankfully, it was only slightly thicker than his wrist. Viewers were puzzled about what Jida was planning to do with such a long stick and continuously bombarded the comments with questions. Jida didn't explain much. He just squatted by the river, using the wood to push the newly stunned fish back into the area where the electric eel was. At the same time, Jida was continuously moving his hands underwater, using the stick to stir the fish, making them appear as if they were alive and struggling. With this action, the electric eel indeed became alert. It seemed stimulated and began to swim quickly. Meanwhile, more fish began to surface around the electric eel. Jida knew at once that the electric eel was discharging. In a short while, many belly-up fish were floating in the water near the electric eel's lair. As many fish suddenly appeared, the electric eel's discharging movements began to slow down. Jida felt anxious. It had only discharged for a moment, and if it didn't finish, he could get shocked when he jumped into the water to grab it. Thus, Jida vigorously waved the stick underwater to push the fish. However, there were many fish floating around the electric eel. Just relying on Jida's manual efforts, the few fish moving weren't enough to stimulate the eel. No, if I keep waiting like this, the electric eel will eat its fill and leave, and I won't be able to catch it. Jida estimated that the electric eel had discharged some electricity, so it shouldn't be a problem, and he directly jumped into the river with his dagger and entrenching tool. When Jida was about 4 to 5 meters away from the electric eel, he saw it still mixed among the fish. He raised his hand and threw his dagger. With his precise throwing skill, Jida accurately stabbed the electric eel. The electric eel, stimulated intensely, instantly went into a frenzy, swimming toward Jida. Almost in an instant, Jida felt a sharp pain transmitting from the water. This electric eel really packs a punch. Jida endured the sharp pain and swung his entrenching tool down hard onto the water's surface. A loud slap echoed. The electric eel, stunned by the shovel, floated on the water's surface and was easily caught by Jida. Jida swiftly cut off the eel's head and tossed it back into the water, feeling relieved as he got back on shore. Moreover, after returning to shore, he collected a number of leaves and turned back to the river, bringing several large fish onto the bank. I've harvested a lot today. I'll have a sumptuous meal tonight. Jida happily wrapped the processed electric eel and fish in leaves. While it's still light out, I'll continue forward to find a suitable place to set up a sleeping area, and then I can enjoy a meal without worry. Having collected a large amount of food, Jida walked for another 2 hours and finally found a suitable place before dark. As before, he used vines between the trees to build himself a hanging hammock. Jida began to process the food he carried. By the looks of it, the system had tasked him with finding 5 different types of food. With the previous cassava and the electric eel, he already had 2 types. Finding 3 more different types of food in such a vast Amazon jungle was actually quite easy. In a relaxed mood, Jida placed down the food and went to collect wood around him to prepare for making a fire. Oh, look at me, ooh, I found something. While bending down to pick up fallen leaves and twigs, Jida excitedly picked something up from the mud. Did the host find something edible again? Definitely. If I had to guess, it's either an edible fruit or a plant like the drunken fish grass. Can't go wrong. A viewer confidently commented in the chat. However, when Jida held up what he picked to the camera, everyone was stunned. It was just a piece of unremarkable animal fur. Look, this should be a fresh feather from a wild chicken, Jida said with a smile. Finding a wild chicken feather here was indeed a pleasant surprise. Oh, I thought it was something special. It's just a chicken feather. Was it worth getting excited over? Yeah, if the host is this excited over a chicken feather, what would happen if I sent him a chicken feather duster from home? He'd probably be thrilled to death. Viewers found the host quite amusing. Do you all know what it means to find a fresh chicken feather in the jungle? Jida shook his head at the viewers who looked clueless. This indicates that wild chickens are present in this area. Jida pointed at the chicken feather in his hand. A clean feather that wasn't muddied clearly indicated it had recently fallen from a chicken. Once I finish my dinner tonight, I'll prepare some tools to catch wild chickens. Jida was pleased as he thought about his meal plan, knowing he could soon add another dish. I used to catch wild chickens when I lived in the mountains before, but they are not easy to catch. The host has no tools, just that bow and arrow. It may not be effective. Viewers watching the live stream felt that Jida's plan to catch wild chickens was unlikely to succeed. Jida, however, was not worried. It was still early for catching wild chickens. He first needed to eat the electric eel to fill his stomach. Speaking of which, that pile of fire was actually ignited by Jida himself. He had no recollection of how today's fire was any different from the past, and how it could attract the leopard. He certainly did not believe the leopard's appearance was a coincidence. Jida raised the torch and approached the extinguished pile of fire, reigniting it. As the flames flickered back to life before Jida could say anything, the audience gasped in surprise and immediately began to flood the screen with comments. Awesome. I know why the jaguar came here. Oh my god. The fish and cassava soup that the host had left before going to sleep is gone. I'm laughing so hard. This leopard cleaned up everything, not even leaving any soup for the host. Wait a minute, isn't the leopard a feline? Aren't they supposed to eat meat? Can this soup even be consumed? Impressive. I had seen the host eat the fish and cassava soup deliciously before, and I thought the host was just putting on a show. Wow, it seems like it must be really good. Seeing this scene, the audience naturally figured it out. It must be that Jida's fish soup was too delicious. The aroma of the uneaten food attracted the sensitive-nosed leopard. Jida, seeing that his pot was licked clean, was both amused and helpless. Had I known this would happen, I would have finished every bite of dinner, even if I had to stuff myself. However, since he had made up his mind not to sleep anymore, he planned to leave as soon as it got light. Thus, Jida sat by the fire interacting with the audience as he awaited dawn. However, just as he struggled to stay awake until around 4 in the morning, he noticed that it was starting to rain. Although Jida's clothes were made of waterproof, quick-drying outdoor material, there was no need to worry about the rain. But this unexpected rain still disrupted Jida's plans. I had originally planned to wait for dawn before setting off, but now that it has started to rain, the path will be muddy and difficult to traverse. I can't leave now, and I need to find a place to take cover from the rain. Because Jida had previously built a suspended vine hammock for convenience, he hadn't constructed a shelter to shield himself from the wind and rain. Therefore, to evade the rainfall, Jida had no choice but to grab his bag and look for a nearby tree that appeared sturdy with thick branches and leaves. He climbed halfway up the tree and sat on a branch to shield himself from the rain. At a height of over 4 meters above the ground, Jida looked at the sky covered with dark clouds in the distance and smiled helplessly. The reason I came to the Amazon is because from May to September is the dry season, making survival somewhat easier. I didn't expect to encounter rain after all. Although the Amazon's dry season doesn't mean it never rains, it simply means that the rainfall is less. Originally, Jida thought that if he was lucky during these few days of survival, he wouldn't encounter any rain. But man proposes and heaven disposes, and he still ended up facing rain. The audience in the live stream felt that Jida's thoughts were unnecessary. Why worry about a little rain? We live by the seaside, and during spring and summer we have the plum rain season with typhoons in August. Sometimes with heavy rain plus a typhoon, the water rises up to our thighs. What's this little rain to you, host? Of course, rain isn't scary. What's frightening is another phenomenon that comes with the rain: hurricanes. Around 2005, a hurricane hit the Amazon basin, knocking down nearly 500 million trees. Such destructive power is not something humans can withstand. After hearing Jida's explanation, the audience fell silent, shocked by the immense power of the wind. Jida, seeing the rare quiet in the livestream, smiled and explained to everyone, actually, there's no need to worry too much. After all, occurrences of such extreme destruction are rare and not common. Ordinary hurricanes are actually quite prevalent. Jida paused and pointed around. Look around, I am currently experiencing a hurricane. Hearing the host say this, the audience's curiosity was instantly piqued. Where? I don't see the hurricane. Yeah, where is it? I don't see anything. Aren't there any unusual weather phenomena, like a tornado? The audience even switched to full screen mode, yet they still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Through the drone's camera, they saw nothing but the increasingly heavy rain and branches swaying wildly in the wind. Nothing else. Jida, looking at the flood of comments in the live stream saying they didn't see or find anything, couldn't help but laugh. Look around, the sudden onset of heavy rain and the strong winds are the hurricane. In the time it took Jida to climb the tree, the rain intensified and the wind began to blow fiercely. However, the audience in the livestream could only judge by the swaying leaves and branches, not experiencing it firsthand. To help the audience better understand, Jida casually grabbed a nearby branch and threw it out of the tree. In the blink of an eye, that arm-length branch was blown away, disappearing from sight. With such a vivid example, the audience finally understood how powerful the wind was. The term hurricane squall originally refers to a sudden gust of wind and is also used to describe torrential rain that comes and goes in tropical regions. Jida frowned as he looked at the sky, then glanced down at the ground below, expressing some concern. With this heavy rain, I estimate that the river will definitely rise shortly. It's likely that low-lying areas will be flooded. After the rain stops, my first task will be to assess the elevation of this area and the extent of the water rise. If it exceeds my expectations, I will have to head upstream on the Amazon River. Jida shook his head helplessly. He originally planned to catch wild chickens to eat today, but now it seems that before dark, finding a suitable place to take cover from the rain is already a blessing. The rain fell heavily, but fortunately the tree Jida picked was exceptionally lush and thick, providing shelter from the wind and blocking the rain. Jida not only avoided getting soaked, but even managed to catch up on some sleep, compensating for the lack of rest the previous night. It continued like this until around 1 in the afternoon, when the rain and wind gradually stopped and the sky cleared again. When Jida climbed down from the tree, he found that the ground was already flooded up to his shoes. Thankfully, he had worn insect-proof high-top outdoor shoes before leaving. It seems my guess was right. After 7 or 8 hours of rain, this area is likely flooded. I need to leave here quickly. The audience, looking at the murky water soaking the leaves in the jungle, expressed that the rainforest truly lived up to its name. Such amounts of precipitation would be extraordinary anywhere else. Although Jida wanted to head towards the safer upstream direction of the river, he still wasn't sure about the exact situation. After some thought, he decided to first find a larger river, then determine the river's flow direction to assess it. As for the river, it was naturally easy to find. Wherever the sound of rushing water was louder indicated the presence of a large river. Thus, after about an hour of walking in the jungle, Jida arrived at a relatively wide riverbank. Although the river was not too wide, the current was extremely swift. Not to mention people, even a large log thrown in would likely get swept away. Jida looked across the riverbank and saw that the elevation there was noticeably higher than where he was. If he could cross to the opposite bank and then head upstream against the current, it should work. Therefore, when Jida informed the audience that he decided to cross the river to the other side, everyone thought the host had gone mad. Jida removed the zarda tree, which had been split into 4 pieces like bamboo, from the fire. Looking at the trunk that was almost burnt through, he walked over to a nearby stone, took the burnt trunk, and struck it forcefully against the stone. As he struck, a powdery ash remained on the stone. Jida's actions left the audience puzzled. Didn't the streamer say he was going to collect salt? Why is he pounding ash? However, before the audience's questions could finish in the comments, Jida made another unexpected move. He looked at the ash from the fully burnt trunk, then reached out, pinched some ash, and put it in his mouth, as if this ash were edible. Oh, the streamer is so hungry. Is he really eating ash? The audience expressed their shock. Not bad, just as I thought. It tastes salty. Jida smiled and explained to the audience after tasting it. The zarda tree is the source of salt for the Amazon natives. After burning the tree, this whitish ash is the edible salt. Jida quickly collected the white ash he needed. With the salt, he could continue the task of preparing food. Jida mixed the crushed fish paste and the dried cassava starch, which resembled flour, with water, quickly forming a dough. He placed it by the fire for a moment, waiting for it to expand. Jida then picked up the dough, quickly rolled it into long snake-like strips, and began to stretch it like a noodle master. The audience watched like it was acrobatics as Jida stretched the dough into thin noodles and tossed them into the pot of boiling water. Finally, he sprinkled in a handful of wild vegetables and a bit of the white ash salt. He sat waiting to eat. As he watched the eel meat and cassava noodles begin to boil, Jida eagerly told the audience, "Honestly, this is my first time eating such a strange recipe, but in the wild, being able to enjoy a warm and nutritious meal is something to be grateful for." Jida had hardly eaten anything all day, and smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the small pot made him want to devour it all at once. However, the viewers in the live stream laughed at Jida, who was stretching his neck, sniffing the aroma and waiting to eat. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by the streamer's fancy tricks of making salt from tree ash and starch from cassava. This stuff might not taste good. To be honest, I admire the streamer's survival skills in the wild, but this acrobatic way of preparing food probably only looks good. The audience, who had witnessed the entire food preparation process, felt that if it weren't for their extreme hunger, they wouldn't even eat this if it were given to them for free. Jida looked at the comments, smiled, and remained silent. Putting everything else aside, just the aroma coming from the pot in front of him, Jida was confident that this would definitely be a delicious meal. Despite using tree ash for salt, being able to find seasoning in the wild was indeed a stroke of luck. After a moment of waiting, the fish meat and cassava noodles in the pot began to boil. Okay, the food is ready. After a day of hunger, without further ado, I'm going to eat now. This time Jide did not introduce the food as he usually did. After all, the audience had seen the entire process of catching food and already understood. He took the pot of noodles with broth off the fire, let it cool slightly, and began to eat voraciously. Slurp. The audience stared in shock at the streamer eating and drinking at the same time. He was so engrossed in eating that he couldn't even spare a word. This is really strange. I'm clearly watching wilderness survival, yet I feel hungrier than when watching a cooking show. Same here. I feel like I'm watching a fake wilderness survival. Come on, you clearly are newcomers. I suggest you go watch the episode where the streamer eats coconuts and crabs on the deserted island. After watching, you'll realize it's not just talk when you want to eat. A loyal fan explained to the newcomers. I don't believe it, I feel like the streamer is acting and pretending the food is good. I feel the same way. Oh, you don't believe it? You guys are still too young. You'll understand later. The comments in the live stream were flying by with everyone discussing heatedly. Meanwhile, Jide was focused on eating, having consumed most of the soup and noodles. He felt stuffed. To be honest, I'm so full right now that I can barely sit. Jide chuckled helplessly. This is the first time I've eaten so much in the wild. I need to get up and move around to digest before I can sleep. Rubbing his stomach and burping, Jide pointed at the remaining noodles and broth in the pot, asking the audience, I've been surviving in the wild for so long, and I don't know if you've noticed, but I've never left food behind when I eat. Do you know why? After hearing the streamer's reminder, the audience recalled and realized that he indeed had never left food behind. What's the big deal? Streamer, you often only eat once a day, and sometimes you can't even eat a full meal. In such hunger, you definitely wouldn't leave any behind. Some viewers thought this was quite normal. Jide looked at the comments and smiled, shaking his head. Yes, filling my stomach is one reason, but actually there's another more important reason. To prevent wild animals from being attracted to the smell of food. Jide explained to everyone. After all, in the wild, various dangerous or non-dangerous animals coexist. If you're not careful, it can easily provoke them. Jide looked at the pot of food with concern. If there's food left over for safety's sake, I should really just throw it away. To prevent the smell of this food from attracting wild animals. Jide scanned the surrounding forest. There were indeed many kinds of creatures hidden within the Amazon rainforest. But this time I made it too delicious, so I really can't bear to throw it away, and I also can't waste food like that. Since he began surviving in the wild, Jide's appreciation for food had noticeably increased. In short, Jide felt quite troubled. However, the audience didn't think there was anything serious about what the streamer said. Oh, what's the big deal? It's just a bit of noodle soup left. Just keep it. How can this stuff really attract any animals? Exactly, streamer, don't flatter yourself. The food you made might not even be appreciated by the animals. You're overvaluing the noodle soup. Streamer, you're exaggerating, claiming your noodle soup is so good that animals would want to eat it. Come on. The audience laughed at the streamer's boast. Of course, facing the audience's jokes, Jide maintained a cautious attitude. Nevertheless, the eel and cassava noodles were simply too delicious to waste. Jide thought for a moment and decided not to throw it away. Forget it, I'll save it for breakfast. Even if something does come attracted by the smell tonight, I won't be afraid. Jide was confident in his skills and truly didn't mind. However, considering the high temperature and humid tropical rainforest, he wanted to ensure the food wouldn't spoil. Jide carefully placed the small pot on a stone next to the fire. This way, even if the fire went out at night, the high temperature of the stone could indirectly keep the food warm and prevent it from spoiling. After doing all this, Jide waved goodbye to the audience and ended the live stream to sleep. However, having eaten too much cassava, he kept making noise as he passed gas. In the middle of the night, after letting out a particularly loud fart, he was startled awake by the sound of twigs snapping nearby. It was already midnight. The fire from earlier had gone out, leaving only a few flickering embers. Using the dim moonlight, Jide vaguely heard something moving around. Could it be that he had attracted some animal? Jide was slightly startled. He grabbed the dagger, an entrenching tool, beside him, thought for a moment, and turned on the live drone again. This was Jide's first time turning on the drone at night. The machine detected the light level and automatically switched to night mode. As for the viewers in the live stream, it took just a few minutes after the drone powered on for 700 to 800 people to immediately join. Haha, I have such good luck. I was just playing a game when I suddenly saw the streamer's notification for going live. Me too. I even thought I was hallucinating. I checked the time, and it's not even close to the scheduled time for tomorrow's stream. Why did the streamer start early? The audience was thrilled, and they quickly sent comments asking. Jide lowered his voice, let the drone circle around, and then said, "Listen carefully, do you hear the sound of animals moving?" Seeing that the streamer looked serious, the audience turned up the volume and listened closely. Sure enough, they really heard the intermittent sounds of branches snapping. In the quiet night, this sound was indeed somewhat frightening. What the hell is making that noise? The visibility at night is too poor. Ooh, I can't see anything. Don't shout. Based on my experience, just from the sound of the cracking branches, it should be a large animal. The brother in front knows what he's talking about. I lived in the countryside as a child and went to the wild with adults. Listening to this noise really sounds like it. Some knowledgeable viewers issued a warning. I suggest the streamer not to go down, but it's better to keep climbing the tree. Generally speaking, animals won't easily climb trees at night. Because when Jide slept, he used vines to make a hammock in the air to avoid being bitten by poisonous insects. Now it turned out to be convenient for him to climb trees. Yes, I'm also preparing to climb higher now, Jide said softly, shouldering his backpack, taking his dagger and shovel, and climbing up the nearby tree. After climbing about 3 to 4 meters, Jide chose a branch thicker than his leg to sit on and carefully observed below. Just in the time he spent climbing, the sounds were getting closer. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were also getting tense. I'm really so nervous and scared right now. I'm asking for a high-energy warning. I'm ready to cover my eyes with my hands. The audience's comments were dramatically effective. Jide, looking at the comments, intended to tell everyone not to be too nervous. But just then he suddenly saw a shadow moving near the place where he had made the fire and placed the small pot. Oh my god, I see it. Did you all see that? Almost simultaneously, dozens of messages flooded the comments. Keen viewers, thanks to the high-definition night vision lens, spotted it even before the streamer did, and they could see it more clearly. Viewers in the live stream were stunned. Through the drone's infrared night vision lens, they could clearly see a spotted leopard advancing cautiously. What the? Leopards in the Amazon rainforest? Aren't leopards native to the African savanna? How did it end up here? My goodness, this streamer's life is in grave danger. That leopard is no easy opponent. It's over. I suggest the streamer buy life insurance. Just name me as the beneficiary. Oh please, life insurance. As viewers thrilled at the sight of the leopard, torrents of rapid-fire comments flooded the entire livestream screen. Jide paid no attention to the comments. His eyes, now fully adjusted to the darkness, could already discern the massive silhouette looming not far away. It was a jaguar, the apex predator of the Amazon rainforest. Slightly larger than an ordinary leopard, but somewhat smaller than a tiger or lion, its most distinguishing feature lay in the rosette-shaped black spots adorning its coat. Its golden fur was densely patterned with black rosettes, even across its forehead and around its eyes, rendering its pelt exceptionally striking. Indeed, jaguars are often admired for their grace and power. Yet at this moment, Jide felt no trace of aesthetic appreciation, only a cold sweat prickling his skin. Jaguars excel at climbing, sprinting, swimming, and scaling trees. Facing it head-on, I hold little chance of victory, Jide whispered softly to his audience. What the? This thing outperforms humans. It swims and climbs trees. What do we even do? No wonder the streamer isn't running. He knows full well he couldn't outrun it. Ah, this looks grim for the streamer. Why all this gloom? The streamer is extraordinarily capable. A mere jaguar. What's there to fear? Brilliant. Marvelous. Especially that mere, perfectly deployed. Though these light-hearted netizens cracked jokes, their tone remained irreverent rather than solemn. Yet many genuinely concerned viewers fretted deeply for Jide. Streamer, think of something, quickly. Indeed, don't panic. There is a way. Yes, we can't just sit here waiting for death. After brief contemplation, Jide swiftly devised a plan. Everyone stay calm. Jaguars are nocturnal. Firelight remains the most effective deterrent against wild animals at night. So if I can ignite a blaze before the jaguar detects me, we should be safe. Though the plan sounded simple, execution promised formidable difficulty. But that jaguar is hovering right beside the extinguished fire pit. The streamer can't possibly approach it. Keen viewers instantly pinpointed the crux of the dilemma. Strangely, if nocturnal predators fear fire, why would it deliberately draw near the ashes? Though Jide ignored the chat, he too had noticed the jaguar's peculiar behavior. He'd already grasped the core challenge. Lighting a new fire beside the old pit was impossible. But who said fire must be kindled only where the old one burned? Jide raised a finger, pointing downward from the tree, toward a spot directly opposite the fire pit. Earlier today, while gathering firewood, I deliberately set aside extra dry timber, just in case supplies ran short. Now it proves invaluable. If I reach that spot undetected by the jaguar and ignite it, we're safe. The reserve pile includes dry grass and dead leaves. Striking my dagger against a stone will spark flame instantly. Having explained his plan, Jide drew his dagger and prepared to descend the tree silently. One concern lingered: the sharp metallic clack of blades striking stone might startle the jaguar. Jide himself harbored quiet apprehension, but no endeavor is without risk. Moreover, he possessed the innate skill of hunting instinct. Should crisis erupt, he could unleash the extraordinary potential granted by that ability and prevail. With strategy settled, Jide began descending the tree with utter silence. Meanwhile, viewers held their breath, eyes locked on the jaguar, dreading any sudden movement. Yet curiously, After reaching the fire pit, the jaguar remained motionless, head lowered, tail swaying, its intent inscrutable. Still, stillness meant safety. Jida descended smoothly, reaching the reserve woodpile within a minute. Dagger in one hand, stone in the other, he fixed his gaze upon the jaguar's silhouette, some dozens of meters distant beside the cold embers. He drew a deep breath, then slammed blade against stone. A sharp crack echoed, and sparks ignited the dry grass. Instantly, Jida lit a brittle branch. Flame roared to life. Yet in the profound midnight hush, that single sharp sound reverberated like thunder, startling the jaguar, which lifted its head, arched its back, and turned its piercing gaze toward Jida. It's over. Look at that posture. It's preparing to attack. May the streamer survive, amen. Too far away, we're utterly powerless. Streamer, may fortune favor you. Viewers watched tensely. Comments cascaded endlessly, but distance rendered them helpless. Jida quickly fed the flames, igniting the whole pile until roaring fire leapt a full meter high. Clutching several blazing branches, he locked eyes with the jaguar, ready to activate his hunting instinct at the first sign of motion. Whether cowed by the towering inferno or moved by some other unknown cause, the jaguar held Jida's gaze for a full minute, then turned and walked calmly away. Only when the jaguar vanished into the thicket did Jida finally exhale, tension ebbing from his shoulders. The immediate threat has passed. For tonight, I'll remain awake, guarding the fire until dawn. Then I must leave this place. I'll seek safer shelter elsewhere. This region appears to be the jaguar's domain. Jaguar populations remain sparse, encounters exceedingly rare. They patrol strictly within their own territories for safety. Jida had no choice but to depart. Yet while Jida weighed survival, his viewers pondered a deeper mystery. Why had the jaguar suddenly withdrawn? As the undisputed apex predator of the Amazon, jaguars hunt everything from peccaries and monkeys to small mammals. So why, upon sighting Jida, a seemingly defenseless human, had it merely stared then retreated? I reckon it was awestruck by the streamer's aura of sovereign dominance. He held its gaze for so long. That intense, silent confrontation between man and jaguar had left a vivid impression on every viewer. No, you're mistaken. I suspect it was a female jaguar captivated by the streamer's striking masculinity and charm. Too bashful to strike, she simply fled. Seriously, act like a human, please. Speculation ran rampant, wildly imaginative, and wholly unverifiable. Jida glanced briefly at the comments, shook his head with a wry smile, and said, the moment it arrived, the jaguar paused directly beside the fire pit. I suspect something drew it there. Rather than guessing blindly, let's investigate. Speaking of which, that pile of fire was actually ignited by Jida himself. He had no recollection of how today's fire was any different from the past, and how it could attract the leopard. He certainly did not believe the leopard's appearance was a coincidence. Jida raised the torch and approached the extinguished pile of fire, reigniting it. As the flames flickered back to life before Jida could say anything, the audience gasped in surprise and immediately began to flood the screen with comments. Awesome. I know why the jaguar came here. Oh my God. The fish and cassava soup that the host had left before going to sleep is gone. I'm laughing so hard, this leopard cleaned up everything, not even leaving any soup for the host. Wait a minute, isn't the leopard a feline? Aren't they supposed to eat meat? Can this soup even be consumed? Impressive. I had seen the host eat the fish and cassava soup deliciously before, and I thought the host was just putting on a show. Wow, it seems like it must be really good. Seeing this scene, the audience naturally figured it out. It must be that Jida's fish soup was too delicious. The aroma of the uneaten food attracted the sensitive-nosed leopard. Jida, seeing that his pot was licked clean, was both amused and helpless. Had I known this would happen, I would have finished every bite of dinner, even if I had to stuff myself. However, since he had made up his mind not to sleep anymore, he planned to leave as soon as it got light. Thus, Jida sat by the fire interacting with the audience as he awaited dawn. However, just as he struggled to stay awake until around 4 in the morning, he noticed that it was starting to rain. Although Jida's clothes were made of waterproof, quick-drying outdoor material, there was no need to worry about the rain. But this unexpected rain still disrupted Jida's plans. I had originally planned to wait for dawn before setting off, but now that it has started to rain, the path will be muddy and difficult to traverse. I can't leave now, and I need to find a place to take cover from the rain. Because Jida had previously built a suspended vine hammock for convenience, he hadn't constructed a shelter to shield himself from the wind and rain. Therefore, to evade the rainfall, Jida had no choice but to grab his bag and look for a nearby tree that appeared sturdy with thick branches and leaves. He climbed halfway up the tree and sat on a branch to shield himself from the rain. At a height of over 4 meters above the ground, Jida looked at the sky covered with dark clouds in the distance and smiled helplessly. The reason I came to the Amazon is because from May to September is the dry season, making survival somewhat easier. I didn't expect to encounter rain after all. Although the Amazon's dry season doesn't mean it never rains, it simply means that the rainfall is less. Originally, Jita thought that if he was lucky during these few days of survival, he wouldn't encounter any rain. But man proposes and heaven disposes, and he still ended up facing rain. The audience in the live stream felt that Jita's thoughts were unnecessary. Why worry about a little rain? We live by the seaside, and during spring and summer we have the plum rain season with typhoons in August. Sometimes with heavy rain plus a typhoon the water rises up to our thighs. What's this little rain to you, host? Of course, rain isn't scary. What's frightening is another phenomenon that comes with the rain: hurricanes. Around 2005, a hurricane hit the Amazon basin, knocking down nearly 500 million trees. Such destructive power is not something humans can withstand. After hearing Jita's explanation, the audience fell silent, shocked by the immense power of the wind. Jita, seeing the rare quiet in the livestream, smiled and explained to everyone, "Actually, there's no need to worry too much. After all, occurrences of such extreme destruction are rare and not common. Ordinary hurricanes are actually quite prevalent." Jita paused and pointed around. "Look around, I am currently experiencing a hurricane." Hearing the host say this, the audience's curiosity was instantly piqued. Where? I don't see the hurricane." "Yeah, where is it?" "I don't see anything." "Aren't there any unusual weather phenomena, like a tornado?" The audience even switched to full screen mode, yet they still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Through the drone's camera, they saw nothing but the increasingly heavy rain and branches swaying wildly in the wind. Nothing else. Jita, looking at the flood of comments in the live stream saying they didn't see or find anything, couldn't help but laugh. Look around, the sudden onset of heavy rain and the strong winds are the hurricane. In the time it took Jita to climb the tree, the rain intensified and the wind began to blow fiercely. However, the audience in the live stream could only judge by the swaying leaves and branches, not experiencing it firsthand. To help the audience better understand, Jita casually grabbed a nearby branch and threw it out of the tree. In the blink of an eye, that arm-length branch was blown away, disappearing from sight. With such a vivid example, the audience finally understood how powerful the wind was. The term hurricane squall originally refers to a sudden gust of wind and is also used to describe torrential rain that comes and goes in tropical regions. Jita frowned as he looked at the sky, then glanced down at the ground below, expressing some concern. "With this heavy rain, I estimate that the river will definitely rise shortly. It's likely that low-lying areas will be flooded. After the rain stops, my first task will be to assess the elevation of this area and the extent of the water rise. If it exceeds my expectations, I will have to head upstream on the Amazon River." Jita shook his head helplessly. He originally planned to catch wild chickens to eat today, but now it seems that before dark, finding a suitable place to take cover from the rain is already a blessing. The rain fell heavily, but fortunately the tree Jita picked was exceptionally lush and thick, providing shelter from the wind and blocking the rain. Jita not only avoided getting soaked, but even managed to catch up on some sleep, compensating for the lack of rest the previous night. It continued like this until around 1 in the afternoon, when the rain and wind gradually stopped and the sky cleared again. When Jita climbed down from the tree, he found that the ground was already flooded up to his shoes. Thankfully, he had worn insect-proof high-top outdoor shoes before leaving. "It seems my guess was right. After 7 or 8 hours of rain, this area is likely flooded. I need to leave here quickly." The audience, looking at the murky water soaking the leaves in the jungle, expressed that the rainforest truly lived up to its name. Such amounts of precipitation would be extraordinary anywhere else. Although Jita wanted to head towards the safer upstream direction of the river, he still wasn't sure about the exact situation. After some thought, he decided to first find a larger river, then determine the river's flow direction to assess it. As for the river, it was naturally easy to find. Wherever the sound of rushing water was louder indicated the presence of a large river. Thus, after about an hour of walking in the jungle, Jita arrived at a relatively wide riverbank. Although the river was not too wide, the current was extremely swift. Not to mention people, even a large log thrown in would likely get swept away. Jita looked across the riverbank and saw that the elevation there was noticeably higher than where he was. If he could cross to the opposite bank and then head upstream against the current, it should work. Therefore, when Jita informed the audience that he decided to cross the river to the other side, everyone thought the host had gone mad. Moments ago, the host threw objects into the river to test the water flow, and everyone saw it. With such a rapid river, anyone would understand that it is impossible to swim across. Although this small river is only about 10 meters wide at a glance, it is definitely not swimmable. "Host, we know you're lucky. Even a big leopard would run from you, but this river is too fast. You really don't have to do this." Checking the time, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Jita no longer hesitated and began to walk briskly toward the riverbank. The jungle darkens early, and he needed to find a suitable place to rest within the next 2 to 3 hours before nightfall. Furthermore, he needed to quickly find something to eat, whether it be turtle eggs or something else. "I haven't eaten anything since this morning, and I have hardly drunk any water. To be honest, I am now both thirsty and hungry. Jita wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke to the drone camera. The jungle on this side of the river may have a different growing environment, and the number of water vines is scarce. Therefore, the convenience of being able to replenish moisture at any time like before is gone. Moreover, having just experienced a heavy rain, the surrounding moisture still lingers combined with the rise in temperature after the rain. The forest feels even more humid than usual. While on the move, Jita could feel himself sweating incessantly. This cannot go on. I am sweating continuously but not getting any moisture. If I cannot replenish fluids in time, I might faint from dehydration, Jita said with a serious expression. The current situation is just as dangerous as being in a desert without water. Next to him was a river flowing noisily, and viewers in the live stream laughed, saying, "It's too funny that the host is going to faint from lack of water." Hey, the person ahead is new, right? The host said on his first day in the Amazon that one should avoid drinking untreated water unless absolutely necessary. Jita nodded at the comments, saying, "That's right, the situation regarding untreated water in the wild is unclear. To avoid diarrhea, it's best not to drink it. However, if I stop to boil water, it will take nearly an hour, and time is precious. I have many things to do before nightfall. There's simply no time to boil water." Of course, if it truly came to the point where he could no longer hold on, Jita would prioritize drinking water. After hearing the host's explanation, the audience finally felt reassured. Jita smiled at the comments on the screen, expressing concern for his stamina. "Actually, you all don't need to worry too much. Since we are in the Amazon jungle, besides water vines, there are other things that can quench thirst." Although Jita was very thirsty now, he suddenly thought of the saying to quench thirst by looking at plums, and disregarding his dry mouth, he continued speaking. The audience was curious about what else could quench thirst. In the Amazon rainforest, since it rains abundantly and the growing environment is favorable, there are naturally many plants. Jita pointed to the trees above his head, for example, pineapple trees, breadfruit trees, and even coconut trees. These tropical island plants can be discovered if luck permits. However, besides these relatively common edible plants, there is actually a very special plant. If I truly encounter it, that would be great luck and a feast. It's something that ordinary people cannot eat at all. This plant is... Jita paused. He had been observing along his journey but had not found any trace of it, feeling quite regretful. The audience listened attentively, but after waiting for a while and seeing the host remain silent, they began to flood the comments. "Come on, tell us. What is it?" Jita glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments and laughed. "The palm tree. The plant I am talking about is a very special kind of palm tree." He took down the simple bough he had attached to his waist and held it up to the camera. "Do you all remember that when I was making the bough, I specifically looked for a type of palm tree called the canite palm? The uniqueness of this tree lies not only in its flexible branches, but also in its trunk. The heart of the tree is edible and is considered a top-notch delicacy. It's not cheap." Just as Jita finished his introduction, some viewers watching the live stream couldn't wait to share the encyclopedia entry about the canite tree. The heart of the canite tree is not only edible, but also known as the king of vegetables. The world's top dishes, such as millionaire salad, use it as an ingredient. Moreover, many French gourmet dishes also require it. After seeing the comments, the audience was curious about just how delicious the heart of this tree could be. It is said that the palm heart tastes sweet and dry, but not in the ordinary sugary way. It has a very unique sweetness, Jita added. And it tastes very similar to tender bamboo shoots, crunchy and juicy. After hearing the host's description, the audience was actually getting a bit tempted. "I'll stop talking. If you keep going, I'm going to want to buy it. Not to hide from everyone, I have already opened Taobao to prepare to purchase it." Jita shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, you won't be able to buy it. This tree only grows in the Amazon rainforest of South America. Furthermore, even in the Amazon jungle, it's quite difficult to find this tree, which is why it is so expensive." The audience was first intrigued by Jita's hints, but now that they heard it was something they couldn't even eat, they felt quite regretful. Host, you must find that palm heart in the jungle." "Yeah, even if we can't eat it, at least we can watch you eat it for some eye candy." Jita smiled helplessly at the audience's expectations. Of course he wanted to eat it too. He was currently both thirsty and hungry, and anything edible would be good. But this is indeed a rare tree. Everyone don't get too excited. In my current state, I actually want to eat it even more than you do, but I can only wish for good luck for myself. Jita wiped his sweat. Some loyal fans who had been watching all along were even more confident than Jita. "I have always had faith in the host's luck." "You can do it, host. You need to keep it up." "How can you ask the host to keep it up for something based on luck? Are you all foolish?" "Yeah, it's just like asking your wife to give birth to a boy or a girl. Can you tell her to keep it up, eh? Damn giving birth." The audience bantered back and forth in the comments, and Jita shook his head with a smile as he continued walking toward the riverbank. Coincidentally, just 10 minutes later, Jita, glancing up casually, actually spotted a canite tree not far from the riverbank. He then swung his entrenching tool and began to chop down the tree. After felling it, Jide used his dagger to extract a piece of the white palm heart. Without even pausing to speak, he bit into it and started eating. From the first bite, Jide couldn't stop munching down the palm heart, as if it were a carrot, finishing off the piece that was half the length of his arm. I feel as if I have been reborn, and this palm heart is sweet, delicious, tender, and juicy. I can hardly describe it, Jide said contentedly as he continued to devour the palm heart. In no time, Jide had finished most of the palm heart. As for the remaining piece, he chopped it down to the root and strapped it to his backpack to save for later. However, compared to the satisfied Jide, the viewers watching the live stream were filled with envy. "Oh, it looks so delicious, I want to eat it too. Come on, let's all take a flight together and head to the Amazon to eat palm hearts. Let's dream together. In dreams, anything is possible. Hey, you all can dream, but I've already booked a dinner at a French restaurant for tonight. I'm going to enjoy the palm hearts to the fullest." Poor me, shedding tears. I can neither afford a plane ticket nor have the money to go to a French restaurant, boo-hoo. Jide's previous state of hunger and thirst vanished, and now he walked much faster than before. Thus, after walking a short while, he saw a beach appear by the riverbank. Jide's spirit was once again invigorated. He excitedly pointed it out to the viewers. The beach ahead might just have turtle eggs laid by the side-necked turtles. However, despite saying so much, Jide nearly scoured the entire sandy beach with a stick, yet he found not even a trace of an eggshell. Jide shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems my good luck has not continued. The turtles did not lay eggs here, but we still have time, so let's move forward." That said, this beach is quite small. Given that this season is when side-necked turtles gather to lay eggs, it's really unlikely they would be crowded here. There's simply not enough space. It seems a larger beach would be more likely. Jide shared his analysis with the viewers, who all found it quite reasonable. However, next Jide passed by two more reasonably sized beaches, but still found nothing. Moreover, the sky began to darken, and there wasn't much time left to walk. We've already passed 3 beaches with no results, so my top priority plan now is to stop looking for beaches and instead find a suitable campsite to rest. After all, walking in the jungle at night is quite dangerous, and it's unnecessary to do so if we don't have to. Moreover, Jide isn't that hungry anymore. He had already eaten most of a palm heart and still had about a meter-long supply of food with him. Even if there was nothing else to eat at night, he wasn't worried about going hungry. Jide looked up at the sky, which was nearing dusk. Estimating the time, there's at most 1 hour left before it gets completely dark. Logically, I should stop looking for beaches right now, cease moving forward, and look for a nearby shelter suitable for overnight stay, which would be reasonable, but Jide sighed slightly, though I say that I still hope to see another beach in this last hour. Thus, I feel like taking a risk and walking for another half an hour before ending today's journey. Although Jide spoke with regret, he remained quite optimistic. However, if you find yourselves in such a situation, I advise you not to emulate me, the anchor. After all, being too greedy can lead to risk, so it's better to let go at times for your own good. After all, you don't have the same luck as I do. The barrage viewers who saw the anchor looking depressed a moment ago were all comforting him, advising him not to mind. But the next moment they saw the anchor start to show off, and they immediately felt like he was just teasing everyone. Feeling mocked, the viewers began to spam the chat. "Anchor, what are you thinking? I bet you won't see any beaches tonight. Eat some dirt, Anchor." "Exactly, I bet you'll only be able to drink water to get through the night." After walking for a while, Jide, contrary to the viewers' expectations, walked along the riverbank for over half an hour and actually found a rather large beach. Not only that, but about 50 to 60 meters away from the riverbank, Jide also saw a platform built of wood. This wooden platform was about 2 meters high and quite sturdy. After climbing up, the area was slightly larger than a round table for 8. It could comfortably accommodate 2 or 3 people lying down. Looking at the surrounding discarded vines and glass bottles, this was clearly a campsite built by humans. Jide was very satisfied and climbed down from the platform. After taking a look around, he smiled at the viewers and said, "Well, we have a ready-made campsite for tonight. Later I will gather some broad leaves to dry and lay them on the platform for a comfortable sleep." With the sleeping arrangements at the campsite settled and seeing that it was still light out, I decided to take this precious time to search for treasures on the beach. Jide moved about 10 meters on the sandy beach by the riverbank with a stick. When he once again thrust the stick into a patch of sand, he felt as though it hit something. "There's something in this sand." After saying this cautiously, Jide quickly pulled out the stick and discovered it was covered in egg fluid. The viewers who saw this scene were once again shocked. "No way. Did we really find turtle eggs? I don't believe it. I think the anchor buried them in advance." "God, buried in advance. Anchor, with such luck, why are you even streaming? Just let me pay you and you can help me win the lottery. I want to have such a magical ability too, oh heaven." "Enough, you barrage actors, stop being so dramatic." The barrage messages scrolled by one after another, but at this moment Jide didn't have time to look. After he cleared the sand from the pit, he counted and found about 40 to 50 eggs. The eggs were about the size of chicken eggs. Moreover, Jide further searched the beach and discovered that there were actually 7 or 8 similar egg pits. This was truly a bountiful harvest. The viewers felt that the anchor would definitely be able to feast on delicious eggs to their heart's content. However, unexpectedly, Jide did not touch those egg pits. He even thickened the sand over the pits a bit more. Apart from the first pit, he did not intend to touch the others. I can't eat that many eggs, so aside from what I absolutely need for refining oil, I won't touch the rest. Jide's expression was serious. I like anchors with principles like this. Not bad, not bad. I also agree with what the anchor is doing. The barrage flooded with praises. Now that we have turtle eggs, I can refine turtle oil, but before refining, I need to find a suitable container. Jide opened the hem of his shirt and began to put the turtle eggs inside. While saying the method for refining turtle oil is quite simple, we just need to utilize the fact that oil is lighter than water, a physical phenomenon. This will help us separate the oil from the eggs and the yolk we want to eat. However, without tools, this method won't work. Jide returned to the wooden platform campsite, lit a fire to boil water, and buried 2 turtle eggs in the fire before getting up to look for a suitable tool. The anchor says this tool is also very important and must be used, but he hasn't mentioned what it is. What does he really need? The viewers who had been watching felt completely confused. In response to the audience's curious inquiries, Jide smiled and said, "This tool of mine, while simple, can indeed be rather troublesome. So in order to enjoy the fried turtle eggs sooner, I'll have to explain it to you all later." After these remarks, Jide hurriedly took advantage of the remaining daylight to search the surrounding jungle. Although the Amazon rainforest is abundant in trees, Jide wandered around and collected enough wood for a night's fire, yet he still couldn't find what he was looking for. This is quite problematic. If I can't find it, I'll just have to wait until tomorrow morning to continue searching. Jide frowned as he noted the quickly darkening sky. However, just then something rustled atop a nearby tree. The sound was quite loud, and Jide cautiously raised his entrenching tool. He worried it might be a snake or something else coming towards him, but after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Jide then carefully approached the tree, looked up, and discovered it was a toucan, causing him to chuckle and retract the shovel. At this point, the sky was nearly completely dark and the drone's camera had automatically switched to infrared night vision mode. The audience noticed this even before Jide did. They found the large beak of the bird quite fascinating. That beak is so long it's almost 2/3 the length of its body. With such a big beak, doesn't it feel heavy? Fool, that's called a bill. If it's named a toucan, it must have a big beak, don't you understand? Sure, only you understand. Your family is all made of birds. You're the one who's a bird. As the audience began to bicker over such trivial matters, Jide, oblivious to the situation in the live stream, casually spoke a line that immediately silenced the entire chat. Haha, I found it. I finally discovered the right tool for making oil. Jide approached a patch of shrubbery, pushed aside the leaves that had fallen on it, and dragged out a rough piece of wood about a meter long. The audience found this piece of wood increasingly strange. Why did the host find a piece of wood with a tree hole? Is he going to make oil in the tree hollow? How can you make oil in a tree hollow? This tree has been here for so long, the inside is probably filthy. Would you dare to eat whatever is made from it? The audience curiously questioned. Jide, carrying the rough wood towards the campsite, didn't pay attention to the comments. When he returned to the campsite, sitting by the campfire, he began to chew on palm heart while using a knife to hollow out the piece of wood. Speaking of which, after searching for so long, I finally found a piece with a tree hollow. Otherwise, a solid piece of wood would have been so difficult to work with. Finally able to sit down, Jide explained to the audience. He easily peeled away the outer layer of the hollow tree, revealing a completely hollow section within. Using his knife, he removed all the dirty, decayed parts inside, and soon the hollow wood trough was clean, revealing a layer of relatively clean raw wood. Having completed all this, Jide looked at his watch and smiled. You see, it only took half an hour to complete this container for refining turtle egg oil. If I had a solid piece of wood. Jide shook his head. It would probably take at least a whole night to hollow it out, which would waste too much time. Only then did the audience understand Jide's previous actions. If I had that long piece of wood, I wouldn't be able to hollow it out in a few days either. That wood is as thick as my 2 thighs. If it were me, I'd rather not deal with that turtle egg or turtle oil than go through the hassle. This wilderness survival looks interesting, but it's really not easy. I think I'll just watch the host. The audience genuinely admired Jide's patience and clever mind. Jide, having prepared the wood, began to crack open the 40 or so turtle eggs one by one and poured them into the hollow wooden trough. Crack, crack. Soon a pile of eggshells accumulated beside Jide. After cracking all the turtle eggs, he poured water into the wooden trough. The work of extracting turtle oil ends here. Next, I just need to wait a few hours for the oil to float up by itself. Jide had previously explained that oil is less dense than water. By utilizing this density, it will require no effort at all. With water as a natural separating agent, the oil will automatically float to the top, and when the time comes, I just need to skim the turtle oil off with a spoon. The audience, seeing so many empty turtle shells, felt that while the host's method was good, it was also quite wasteful. By the way, host, you just wanted to eat fried eggs, and to extract turtle oil, you used up so many turtle eggs. Aren't you afraid of exhausting them? Some audience members posted comments questioning this. Jita glanced at the comment and chuckled. Earlier you all saw that my nearly 50 turtle eggs stacked up only reached 2 layers. Do you know how the indigenous people of the Amazon treat turtle eggs? Seeing that the audience was unaware, Jita shook his head. I have mentioned before that the eggs of the side-necked turtle are an important food and resource for the Amazonian people. During the egg-laying season in August, every indigenous household collects turtle eggs by the river. The eggs they collect would stack up at least 1 to 2 meters high as a reserve. Hearing this explanation from the host, the audience was truly shocked. My God, I can't even imagine what a pile of eggs stacked 1 to 2 meters high looks like. Can a math whiz calculate how many turtle eggs it takes to stack that high? I estimate at least a few thousand. Oh my, collecting so many and turtles haven't been exhausted, yet it's really miraculous. Jita, amused by the audience's shock, continued to keep them astonished. The Amazon is rich in resources, and the indigenous people living here relying solely on eating have little impact on the ecology. Speaking of which, it takes about 8,000 turtle eggs to refine 13 liters of oil, so you can imagine how many turtles must be around. After finishing talking about the turtle eggs, Jita felt a bit thirsty, and while waiting for the oil to separate, he began to take out the piece of palm tree, broke the bark, and started to munch on the palm heart. However, just waiting like this was quite boring, so Jita continued to interact with the audience. He remembered the toucan he had seen earlier when he found the rough wood, and said the toucan you saw in the jungle earlier is actually just one of the many bird species in the Amazon rainforest. Let me educate you all. For example, the world's smallest owl, which is about the size of a palm, is only 16.5 centimeters long. There's also one of the largest bird species in the world, the harpy eagle, with a body length of 108,120 centimeters. Then there's the hoatzin with feathers on its head like chicken claws, as well as egrets and yellow-winged parakeets, among others. Listening to Jita's introduction, the audience found it fresh and interesting, eager to go out and see them immediately. Jita smiled at the audience's impatience. These animals are often elusive. Even if you don't see them, it's not a big deal. However, some more ferocious creatures are better left unseen, like the green anaconda. This python can grow to over 10 meters long and primarily preys on crocodiles and turtles. Jita stated seriously, once this snake reaches 3 meters, it can strangle the Amazon's unique caiman crocodile, demonstrating its terrifying power. So I'd rather not see any of them for the sake of peace and safety. After talking for a long time, when Jita looked at the wooden trough again, he found that a considerable amount of oil had already floated to the surface of the water. After waiting so long, he could finally eat. Jita used a spoon and some leaves to scoop up some oil and placed it on the scorching hot stone that had been heated by the fire. With a sizzling sound, it began to cook. Jita then cracked the turtle eggs he had set aside earlier and spread them on the stone. He sprinkled some zerda tree ash on top. The fragrant fried eggs paired with primitive salt tasted exceptionally good. Feeling particularly satisfied to have such a rich meal in the wilderness, Jita found it hard to stop eating, but still made an effort to explain to the audience. He shook his head with regret, saying it's a pity it rained last night. I wanted to catch some wild chickens, but that plan fell through. If only I had chicken meat now cooked with oil and sprinkled with salt. And paired with the world-class salad ingredient palm heart, I believe it would be delicious. Jita exclaimed, tomorrow I will continue to look for wild chickens. With so much turtle oil, I must savor this delicacy. As Jita spoke, his cravings intensified, and he nodded with determination. Hearing this, the viewers could hardly contain themselves, feeling an overwhelming desire. I don't want to hear this. I'm here to watch the host suffer in the wilderness, not to see food, said one viewer. Exactly. This is clearly the host enjoying himself, while we the audience are the ones suffering. This host is too much. I suggest everyone team up to follow him and snatch whatever he eats. Jita looked at these comments, feeling both amused and exasperated. After dinner, Jita noticed the wooden trough still seemed to have some separation happening, so he wasn't in a hurry. He filled half a bottle with turtle oil and smeared it on several pieces of wood to let them burn slowly. With this oil, the wood would at least extend the burning time significantly. In the deep night, having a fire would help prevent animals from coming near. At least Jita could sleep soundly now. Noticing it was getting late, he prepared to climb up to the high platform to rest. However, just before going up, Jita exerted considerable effort to move the high platform closer to a nearby large tree. Then he climbed up. The viewers watched as Jita started laying out the dried leaves, puzzled. What is the host doing? Didn't he say these were left by the natives? Why move them? Isn't that unnecessary? Seeing several people ask, Jita smiled and explained in the Amazon rainforest, which is both rainy and populated with many wild animals and insects, the construction of shelters is quite particular. For example, in areas with heavy rainfall, the local natives build wooden houses on stilts to prevent rainwater from seeping in. But if you are in an area with many animals and mosquitoes, you need to build your house high up or in the trees. Jita pointed at his high platform. So I combined both ideas, positioning it against the tree for mosquito protection while also keeping it elevated to avoid rain. After hearing this explanation, the audience continued to shower him with compliments. The host is really clever. Not bad. Yes, indeed, it's a bit better than what I could come up with. Are you sure it's just a bit better? Many viewers expressed their disagreement. Jita had walked a lot today and talked for such a long time that he waved goodbye to the audience and went to sleep early. While Jita was sleeping, his diehard fans did not rest, but continued to upload and edit videos. However, today's recorded video was a third longer than usual, and due to its length and large storage capacity, it was the first time it had been split into two parts. Some viewers who couldn't watch the live stream in time thought there had been an upload error and sent comments to remind the uploader. As a loyal fan, the uploader saw many people asking and explained the reason in the video notes. Last night, the host encountered a leopard and didn't sleep for safety reasons, staying awake until dawn. He had hoped to rest a bit when it got light. But then he faced a hurricane in the Amazon jungle. Fortunately, he managed to enjoy fried turtle eggs, making today a colorful and worth-watching experience for the host. With this promotional explanation, quite a few new viewers were attracted, all eager to catch up, and started watching the videos. However, those who were already familiar with the rhythm felt too lazy to watch the entire recorded stream. They were eagerly anticipating edits of the highlights from the host stream, which were the real gems worth watching repeatedly. In any case, both newcomers and veterans found content that satisfied them. Even due to the buzz of this ultra-long video, new viewers were left wanting more, eagerly probing about the host's streaming location and anticipating new streams. Therefore, when Jita woke up the next day and opened the live stream to greet everyone, he was a bit amused to see that the online count had risen to over 3,000 in just a minute or two. Are you all early birds with built-in alarms? It's not even dawn yet. His daily unpredictable streaming time, with thousands of viewers always watching, clearly illustrated Jita's charm. I feel like I can't enjoy my meals or sleep well if I don't watch the host stream for a day. Host, you've become my spiritual sustenance. I resonate with that. Now, whenever I have free time, I just leave the stream on, even if I don't watch the screen. Just listening to the jungle background sounds makes me happy. Jita smiled and expressed his gratitude to the loyal viewers, pondering that when he returns, he might also learn from the uploader and prepare some small gifts for a giveaway. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He should focus on surviving in the Amazon first. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, Jita discovered several mosquito bites on his arms and legs. He hadn't noticed them while sleeping, but now that he was awake, he saw so many swollen red welts. Jita felt both pain and itchiness. Ignoring everything else, he quickly stripped down to just his underwear and walked into the river by the beach with only his head above water. After soaking in the cool river water, the pain and itchiness on Jita's body finally eased. Wow, the host is swimming in the river so early in the morning. That's quite energetic, a viewer exclaimed. Immediately, some viewers with a rather lewd imagination chimed in. Look, the host is submerged in water. Only his head is visible, clearly indicating that the main part is under the water. Oh, I get it now, was echoed throughout the chat. After soaking for 7 or 8 minutes, Jita came ashore and saw these comments. Chuckling despite himself, he retorted, you think you understand. I'm just alleviating the pain and itch from the mosquito bites in the jungle by entering the water. Jita even raised his arm for the audience to see clearly. Although the water had alleviated it somewhat, the viewers could still see welts larger than fingernails lined up one after another, which looked quite alarming. It seems this jungle is different from the area across the river. Jita observed the welts on his arm, chuckling helplessly. Previously, although there had been bites while sleeping across the river at night, they were few in number. Today was the first time he encountered so many welts, especially considering he had covered his body with clothing. It seems I need to find some plants that repel mosquitoes during the day, or else I might end up with all my blood drained by nightfall. After finishing his washing, while waiting for the water to boil, Jita climbed back up to the sleeping platform to organize his backpack, preparing to set off again. However, just as Jita was finishing up carrying his backpack and preparing to climb down from the high platform, he caught a glimpse of something bright out of the corner of his eye. In this tropical rainforest filled with natural vegetation, any brightness would definitely be a man-made object. Jita frowned and slowly turned his body on the wooden platform, adjusting his angle to search for it. When he discovered the platform last night, it was already close to dark. Now that it was bright, he could see a wider area, making it easier to spot something unusual. Jita stood on the wooden platform, turning around a few times before squatting down to adjust his angle. He tried to find again the glimmer he had caught in the corner of his eye. However, while Jita searched from his elevated position, the audience watching the live stream had yet to grasp the specific reason for his actions, only seeing him behaving erratically, like a monkey, craning his neck in all directions. They were shocked, thinking the host might be having a seizure, flooding the chat with questions. Is the host having a seizure, or what? Definitely not a seizure. That condition involves foaming at the mouth and convulsions. The host must be poisoned. Every year during mushroom season in Yunnan, there are cases of mushroom poisoning that cause hallucinations, which is very similar to what the host is experiencing. Either dancing or spinning in place, or doing something particularly strange. But we haven't seen what the host ate this morning. All he did was boil water to drink. Perhaps some leaves got into the water, and the host didn't notice. In any case, the host's situation looks dire. Being alone in the wild, there's no way to get him to a hospital. Oh, this is too dangerous. The chat was flooded with viewers expressing their concerns for the host. As for Jita, after adjusting his position multiple times, he finally located the glimmer, which was to his right, presumably atop a very tall tree. Excited Jita couldn't help but laugh, then looked at the live stream ready to explain to the audience. However, upon seeing all the comments about him hallucinating from poison and behaving like a monkey, he couldn't help but laugh and explain, "What a bunch of nonsense. I'm perfectly fine, or I was just looking for that glimmer." After Jita mentioned the discovery of the artificial glimmer, the audience finally realized. I previously mentioned the treasure chest from the organizing committee. You all should remember that. However, this treasure chest is quite hard to find, which is why there has been no clue so far. But in such a remote tropical rainforest, any clearly artificial objects are likely to be the treasure chest. The viewers hearing the host say this were all quite eager to find it. However, I only have a rough idea of the location. The specifics will have to wait until we get closer. Jita frowned slightly. From what I just visually estimated, that glimmer is still quite far away, so I need to prepare to leave this campsite. After saying this, Jita turned and climbed down from the platform, beginning to pack his backpack. If it were nearby, perhaps he could return here the same day. But since it's far, he had to prepare not to come back. Aside from drinking water, Jita went to the wooden trough for separating turtle oil, removing the leaves covering it. After a night of settling, he could clearly see that the oil had floated to the surface, forming a thick layer. Not bad, there's even more oil than I expected. Jita was pleased and used a leaf spoon to scoop the turtle oil into 2 mineral water bottles he had found near the campsite yesterday. With the oil, it would assist with lighting at night and the food to be eaten later. Once prepared, seeing that his quick-dry jacket was almost dry from the fire, Jita shouldered his backpack and set off. Although he could determine the rough location, the jungle was filled with tree branches and had no paths. Jita could only occasionally use a spade to clear the branches blocking his way. As a result, his pace was slower than when he had walked along the riverbank. I should be deep in the Amazon jungle now. The ecological environment here is likely quite different from before. As Jita walked, he pointed around and explained to the audience. In fact, they had been watching the live stream for days and were already quite familiar with the environment here. Now, being deep in the jungle and comparing things slightly, one could see that the vegetation and trees here were much denser. The plants that were commonly seen before were hardly visible here. Even the variety of sounds was greater than those heard before. Moreover, these sounds were clearly not bird calls. Thus, many viewers began to flood the chat with questions about what these sounds were. Jita smiled and replied, "Speaking of which, there are over 800 species of mammals in the Amazon jungle. However, due to the dense bushes in the rainforest and the lack of open areas, the animals tend to be smaller. Except for those living in the rivers, these animals are not as large as those in Africa." While Jita was speaking, he suddenly heard some chirping sounds above his head. Looking up, he found himself locking eyes with 2 shiny black eyes. The drone flying 2 meters beside Jita naturally captured this scene. On a thick tree branch sat 2 monkeys, curiously observing Jita and the machine beside him. The larger one was clearly a female monkey, cradling a small monkey in her arms. However, what was special was that both monkeys were particularly small. Even the female monkey was only about half the length of Jita's arm. The small monkey was even smaller, only half the size of the female monkey. Oh, this monkey looks so cute. How can they be so small? God, seeing such small monkeys makes me want to pet them. What a magical species this host is encountering. Even the animals in the Amazon rainforest are small, but these are just too tiny. The viewers were all quite amazed. Jita laughed. This type of monkey is called a squirrel monkey. Naturally, its size is quite small, and I estimate there's not much meat on them either. Of course, Jita was joking with the last comment. Ah, these monkeys are so adorable. You can't eat them, host. Please spare them, and when you come back, I'll send you some delicious food. Many viewers in the chat were pleading for the little monkeys. Jita was just joking, and seeing the audience reacting this way, he naturally explained to them. In fact, the meat of wild animals is not very tasty unless one is starving to the point of necessity, otherwise there's no need to catch them for food. After all, since chickens and ducks have been the primary sources of meat for generations rather than monkeys, there must be a reason behind it. So for instance, with monkeys, I would prefer to eat wild chickens instead, Jida said with a smile. Having missed the opportunity to catch wild chickens yesterday, due to rain, Jida hadn't forgotten. However, coincidentally, after walking a few hundred meters into this particularly lush jungle, Jida spotted a sloth on the treetops not far away. The three-toed sloth seemed to be in slow motion, even eating leaves made one anxious to watch. My goodness, this sloth is just like the one from that movie Zootopia. A viewer immediately thought of a very popular animated film. This sloth spends 3/4 of its life sleeping in trees, which is quite enviable and comfortable, Jida said, noticing the audience's curiosity, and he even approached to touch the sloth's claws. I envy the host. Do I want to touch it too? Let's go tomorrow. We'll team up to go to the zoo and have a great time. What should I do if there are no such animals in my city's zoo? Jida smiled as he watched the viewers flood the chat, and while casually looking up, he discovered that not far ahead there was a river dividing the path into two. The river before him naturally divided the path into two sides, and as Jida approached this not-so-rapid river, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Which path should I take? Jida sighed at the drone's camera, helplessly smiling. Although this direction roughly pointed to the treasure chest's location, a wrong choice could easily lead him away from the treasure. The audience noticed the host's dilemma. Come on, what's so difficult about this? Just choose a catchy rhyme, recite it, and go whichever way it points. Indeed, what if these two paths merge later on? I suggest the host not choose at all. Just swim in the river. When you see which side looks better, you can decide to go left or right. How convenient. Jida furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, then looked up at the sun and decided to take the path on the right side of the river. The reason I chose this path is that before I set off this morning, I specifically compared the sun's position with the treasure chest location, which is also slightly to the right of the sun. Jida explained. Although the sun moves slowly considering the time, I've only been walking for less than an hour, and the sun's position should still be a reliable reference. The audience, using Jida's standing position as a reference, noticed that the left side of the river had already deviated from the sun's center, shifting to the left. Therefore, from a directional standpoint, the right side indeed seemed more reasonable. Having determined the direction, Jida did not hesitate and continued walking forward along the right bank of the river. This area was still where the river water had just begun to separate. Not only was the surface of the water clearly visible, but the vegetation on the left bank could also be seen clearly, especially the schools of fish swimming beneath the water, which could be seen quite distinctly. Jida had already begun to consider that if by noon he had nothing else to eat, he would catch some fish from the river to roast. Thinking about food, Jida recalled the system's task, which required him to eat 5 different kinds of food in this wild survival environment for at least 7 days. Counting so far, he had cassava, electric eel, turtle eggs, and palm heart, which were all substantial enough to fill him up. He was just 1 item short of the system's minimum requirement. Moreover, today was only the 5th day with 2 days left, so Jida should be able to gather 5 items easily. There was even a possibility of encountering more food. If that happened, he could exceed the system's task requirements and receive double rewards for completing the 7-day challenge. Thus, as Jida walked forward, he also kept an eye on his surroundings. However, after walking about 400 to 500 meters, he suddenly saw a large splash in the river ahead. From the force of it, it seemed as if a large stone had been thrown into the water. Of course, there couldn't be an actual stone, as something must be present in the river to cause such a commotion. Just as Jida drew out his entrenching tool and began to explain to the audience, he saw something swiftly swimming towards him beneath the water. The creature was brown and furry, clearly not a fish. However, with its nearly 1 meter size, it resembled a large rat, which was quite alarming. What the hell is that? An Amazon rat that has transformed? Has it grown this large? The audience was equally surprised, as it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, Jida, who had originally been on high alert with the entrenching tool in hand, smiled and educated the audience. No, this isn't a transformed rat. This is just an Amazon capybara. Since it belongs to the rodent family, its appearance resembles that of a rat. This animal typically grows to just over a meter and poses no danger, so Jida wasn't worried as he saw the capybara swimming closer to him. However, this capybara seemed either overly startled or had never seen a human before, as it paid no mind to Jida. It swam past him without even glancing, continuing downstream. This made Jida, who had crouched by the water's edge hoping to touch the capybara, feel a bit embarrassed. Haha, this is hilarious. The host was actually ignored. The host probably thinks he's so charming that even the animals want to take a second glance at him, haha. I don't know where the host gets his confidence. This is what we call blind confidence, and it needs to be cured. What do you all think? Maybe the previous jaguar gave the host a false impression. The audience laughed together, but at that moment Jida was too focused to notice the comments. He was somewhat astonished as he looked towards where the capybara had come from. At that moment, another strange little creature was madly advancing towards G's position along the path of the capybara. It was a lizard that could run wildly on the water's surface. Measuring less than half a meter, it was quite different from ordinary lizards. Its back and tail were adorned with raised scales akin to those of a dinosaur. Where did this bizarre creature come from? Wow, look at its two legs splashing on the water running so fast. It seems like it's flying on water. Can it perform lightness skills? As the audience marveled, the lizard, which had initially been a bit distant from Gita, reached him in the blink of an eye and continued running downstream. Gita frowned for a moment before explaining to the audience, the lizard that just dashed by is called a Jesus lizard, but has a nickname for being able to walk on water. However, it only runs this fast on water when hunting or evading danger. I haven't seen any food around. But perhaps there was some danger ahead, which is why it ran away so quickly. Gita suspected that this situation was not mere coincidence. Thus, he held the entrenching tool tightly, deliberately, stepping a meter or two away from the riverbank before continuing forward. However, after walking about 300 to 400 meters, the river took a turn. The waterway here split into two branches, with the western branch's water quality and flow resembling the river Gita had come from. However, the branch occupying a third of the width had a slow flow and was quite murky, covered by a layer of greenish material, making it almost impossible to see underwater. Looking at this tranquil area, Gita found it quite strange. It did not seem like a place that posed any danger. What could have caused the earlier animal to run away like that? Gita shared his thoughts with the audience. Opinions varied among them. I think there might be something even more terrifying hidden around here. What do you think? What terrifying thing could there be? I think maybe the little lizard was trying to catch the capybara and they were just chasing each other. Maybe they are good friends playing hide and seek. Hide and seek, really? The audience had various opinions, but the majority felt that it was unlikely there would be any danger. This place was so quiet, any animal that could breathe wouldn't be so silent as if it were dead. However, Gita remained particularly alert and cautious, as animal senses are generally sharper than those of humans. Gita had reason to believe that the lizard and the capybara wouldn't behave so strangely without cause. However, while Gita was tense and alert, he was overly focused on potential sounds. Consequently, he overlooked the plants surrounding him. Even a few wild pineapple trees several dozen meters away went unnoticed. It wasn't until the audience flooded the chat that Gita finally noticed. Looking at the several trees filled with pineapples, Gita smiled. Great, at least I'll have some fruit to eat by noon. However, just as Gita was about to use his dagger to cut down a few pineapples to taste, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the river behind him. Despite the fact that these pineapple trees were more than 30 meters away from the riverbank, the sound of rushing water still felt close to Gita's ears. Turning his head, he saw a section of the river filled with green, floating objects. One of the objects was slowly moving. The river was almost still, and only that spot was in motion, clearly indicating something was amiss. Seeing something was off, Gita immediately hid behind the pineapple tree and took a peek. The viewers watching the stream were baffled by the host's behavior. Did you see that floating object on the surface of the river? The water is so calm, and yet it moves without wind, which means there is something there. Gita quietly explained to the audience, then resumed his watchful observation. After a while, the green floating object moved closer to the shore, followed by another splash of water. Suddenly, a crocodile's head emerged from the water. It's actually a crocodile. Fortunately, the host is wise, otherwise he might have been. The audience felt a wave of fear for the host. However, Gita was unfazed upon seeing the crocodile. Instead he smiled calmly. This type of crocodile is called a caiman, the most common species found in the Amazon rainforest. It is a medium-sized crocodile that typically feeds on snakes, fish, and turtles. The largest of these crocodiles can grow to about 250 centimeters, while the average adult crocodile ranges from 150 to 200 centimeters. Based on the portion of the crocodile that surfaced, I estimate this one to be no more than 2 meters long. Gita observed as the crocodile briefly floated on the surface before submerging again. The audience sighed in relief at this sight. However, many advised Gita to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. It's just a single crocodile, it's not impossible to deal with. Gita wasn't boasting, he genuinely believed that handling one crocodile wasn't difficult. Damn, someone needs to hold the host back. I feel like he's courting death. Hey host, we know you're capable, but provoking a crocodile in the wild. Are you out of your mind? The host hasn't even eaten breakfast, he must be starving. The viewers sent various comments, and after reading them all, Gita smiled and shook his head, saying, I thought about it, and now is not the right time. Not to mention I have no tools and no preparation. Going barehanded will surely be futile against a crocodile. Moreover, my main purpose here is to find the treasure chest. It seems this crocodile has been lingering in this river for a while. Once I finish my business, if it's still around, I can deal with it then. The audience listened to Gita and agreed. Jita sliced a few pineapples, packed them into his backpack, and set off again towards the gleaming spot he had seen in the morning. At this time, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Jita had already finished his water. To save time, his original plan was to avoid making fire and simply hurry along. After being thirsty for half a day and seizing the rare chance to eat pineapple, Jita walked for over an hour, unable to withstand his thirst, and finally found a place to sit down. Taking advantage of the break to eat some pineapple, Jita skillfully removed the head and tail of the pineapple, then following the spiral pattern of the growth spots, began to peel the pineapple. As the brilliant golden flesh was revealed, Jita nodded with a smile, saying, "Just by looking at the color, I can tell it's definitely ripe." Quickly finishing peeling one pineapple, Jita eagerly cut a piece and tossed it into his mouth to chew. The audience, seeing his rough eating style, began to suggest, "Hey host, why don't you soak it in water? Host, don't you have salt? Mix a bit of water with some salt to soak it, then eat it. It won't be so sour on the mouth." Clearly, some viewers were fond of eating and knew how to enjoy a pineapple. However, after chewing the fruit in his mouth, Jita smiled and replied, "This pineapple tastes great. It's not sour at all. Besides, it's not convenient for me to wash the pineapple without water, which saves me some effort. I don't believe it. Why are the pineapples I buy always so sour? Even the shopkeeper tells us to soak them in water before eating for a better taste." Yes, the shopkeeper said the same when I bought a whole pineapple. Jita held up the other unpeeled pineapples in his hand for the audience to see. Though they are all pineapples, there are actually different varieties. In my country, for example, there are meat pineapples and vegetable pineapples. Vegetable pineapples are sour, but meat pineapples can be eaten directly after rinsing with water. I think this pineapple I'm eating has a good texture. It should be the Nash meat pineapple. In the future, you can verify this when buying pineapples. Oh, thank you, host, for the information. It just happens to be the season for pineapples to hit the market. I'll be able to buy and try them out then. I envy you all. Whenever I eat pineapple, it's always sour, and after a while my mouth even feels numb and painful. I can hardly eat more. Haha, you might be allergic to pineapples, just like how foreigners commonly have peanut allergies. There are many allergens for foreigners. If that's the case, then don't eat it. If you crave it and eat it while allergic, there's nothing anyone can do. My life is so hard. Why is it so difficult to eat a bit of pineapple? Seeing this, Jita laughed, saying, "There's actually a way to solve this viewer's problem. Just cut away all the surrounding pulp when eating pineapple, leaving only the core. If you only eat the core, it should be fine. After all, the components that cause allergies are mostly found in the flesh, and the taste of the pineapple core is quite similar to the flesh." Impressive, host. I understand this now. Thank you. Thank you, host. If it really works, then I can eat pineapples freely in the future, haha. The previously anxious viewer, after hearing Jita's explanation, was so excited that they sent several thousand fish balls. Jita at this point was already indifferent to the rewards. After each live stream, he could receive props worth several $1,000s. This doesn't even count the hundreds of thousands in monthly salary from the Tiger Fish Company. Just from these rewards, Jita's income for the month had already exceeded 100,000. Having eaten an entire pineapple and finished his break, Jita stood up ready to set off once more. Jita looked around the environment and at his watch, pondering for a moment before speaking. At my walking speed, I should be close to that gleaming spot by now. It might be right around here. So I need to come up with a way to confirm it. Without waiting for the audience to ask what that way was, they saw Jita turn and walk towards a nearby large tree, then skillfully began to climb it. In just a few minutes, Jita had already reached a tree branch, standing atop the tree to observe his surroundings. The autonomous drone immediately ascended to the height where Jita was. When the drone reached Jita's altitude, the viewers watching the stream saw the densely packed tree branches all around, making it difficult even to discern directions amidst the sea of green. Finding the chest here was simply impossible. Oh no, the host probably won't be able to find it now. Yes, all we can see are leaves, so we can't see anything else. The drone's camera has a wide angle, so the viewers can see a broad range of vision. Everyone expanded the screen to the maximum, but couldn't make out anything. As for Jita standing on the branch, he had already adjusted to various angles and directions, but still found nothing. It seems the chest is well hidden. To find the chest like I did in the morning using sunlight reflections, I will need a tool, Jita said, then opened his backpack, rummaging for a moment before finding a spare lens. This lens, which is similar to a cup lid, is a spare lens for the drone. Its structure is somewhat like a magnifying glass, perfect for the task at hand. Jita formed a V shape with his index and middle fingers, clamped the lens in between, and began to move his arm. What is the host doing? I don't know, I can't understand. Could this spare lens of the drone have a similar function to a telescope, allowing for both close and distant views? The viewers each had their own guesses, but watching the host, it was just moving the lens without any other operation, which felt strange. Jita glanced at the barrage of comments on the screen and said with a smile, "You are overthinking it. I am merely using the principle of reflection with mirrors. Did you play the game of reflecting sunlight onto a wall with a mirror when you were young? It's similar to this. Jita's idea was actually quite easy to understand. If the light shines on an ordinary object, it doesn't matter. But if it shines on an object that can already reflect light, then this mirrored light can naturally reflect back successfully, allowing Jita to discover the position of the box. After the viewers understood Jita's explanation, they were enlightened and sighed at how clever the host was even thinking of this. Then just 6 or 7 minutes later, Jita really found the position of the box. It's above and to my left. The treasure chest is there. Jita moved the lens in his hand, and when he focused on a certain point, the viewers clearly saw a circular light spot on Jita's face. The host is amazing. 666, host, I want to have your baby. Get away. The host is mine, no one can take him. Wow, they really found it. By the way, aren't you curious about what is in that box hidden so discreetly? It should be something good. The best thing must be a ticket back home. The viewers discussed enthusiastically, but Jita had a rather troubled expression, looking quite unhappy. What's wrong with the host? Not happy after finding the treasure chest. Is the host feeling like he needs to go to the bathroom? Jita's originally serious expression was instantly brightened by this comment. What bathroom? Look in that direction, see that particularly tall tree. That position is a bit challenging. After the host's reminder, the viewers who hadn't examined the location of the treasure chest carefully began to reassess it. A tall and thick tree. Although Jita's current position was still about 500 or 600 meters away from that tree. But it was already clear that this tree was significantly taller than the others. The treasure chest position was high in the tree, and to get it one would need to climb. But such a tall tree should be at least 10 meters high. Moreover, it could be seen that the lush part of this tree's branches was mainly concentrated in the upper part. Below the tree, there were very few branches, making it difficult to find leverage for climbing. One couldn't tell if someone intentionally made it hard for others to climb the tree. With the tree being tall and no other branches around to help climb, it's no wonder the host looked troubled. But even if the viewers wanted to help, they couldn't come up with a good solution. However, Jita didn't mind. After confirming the location, he swiftly descended from the tree and moved towards the spot. You asked me what my plan is. Jita looked at the barrage and smiled. Actually, I haven't thought of a plan yet, but I am confident that I will definitely get the treasure chest. I'm just that confident. I like this mysterious confidence of the host. I don't know about anything else, but I believe the host can definitely achieve his goal. Whatever the host wants to do, he can accomplish. You in front, don't be fooled by the host. You're still young, stay alert. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The host is the best. Jita looked at the barrage and couldn't help but smile, seeing that they were still his loyal fans. But we need to hurry, it's already almost 3 in the afternoon. Finding the location earlier will be reassuring. Jita quickened his pace and continued explaining to the viewers. Walking through the jungle is not the same as walking on flat ground. What looks like a few hundred meters of distance on the map would take at least double the distance in the dense and tree-filled jungle. He certainly didn't want to be still traveling when it got dark, fearing he might lose track of the target. Searching again the next day would be much harder. Moreover, the treasure chest location was so tricky that once he found that tree, figuring out how to climb it to get the box would be a headache. The earlier he arrived while it was still light, the more things Jita could do. Thus, he was walking faster and faster. Finally, after walking for over an hour, Jita's line of sight finally caught sight of the tree hiding the treasure chest. Wow, it's so tall. This tree is at least as tall as a 5-story building. The viewers were deeply impressed. Previously, they were too far away to experience it firsthand, but now that they were close, they could see that this tree was indeed tall and thick, unparalleled. Oh, there is even a bonfire nearby, looks like a campsite. Jita took a few steps and discovered a specially cleared area ahead. Here he could see an extinguished bonfire and some remains. Someone has been here. It seems to be another contestant in the wilderness survival competition. After inspecting the campsite, Jita confirmed. By the way, there are several thousand participants in this global wilderness competition that Jita is taking part in. Although there is an elimination system, one can voluntarily withdraw if they cannot keep going. But since they can participate in such a grand competition for high prizes, they must be well prepared. It is of course normal to have other survival contestants in this Amazon rainforest. However, up until now, besides Yi Qingro, Jita hadn't seen anyone else. The viewers were excited to see signs of someone else's activity and were discussing, eagerly speculating about this person. Some were even guessing that perhaps this contestant also found the treasure chest, but had no way to climb the tree, so they left regretfully. Jita looked at the barrage and felt that the viewers had a point. But intuitively, Jita was firm in his belief that this box could only be discovered by himself. My inference is actually very simple. Seeing that the viewers did not believe him, Jita explained, wherever people have walked, there will inevitably be traces left. In such a dense jungle, you can see that wherever I have walked, there are clear gaps visible. Jita pointed around for everyone to see. Indeed, in the places he walked through, a path trampled by humans was clearly visible. As for that contestant, based on the space and direction he created, it was indeed heading towards the tall tree. That tall tree is only about 20 or 30 meters away from this bonfire. Looking at the remnants in the bonfire, it is evident that they left no more than half a month ago. Even if the surrounding plants grow quickly, these plants cannot recover to their original state that fast. Jita smiled. The current situation was quite good. There was an existing campsite, and the tree was found. Next, it was time to retrieve the treasure chest. However, when Jita reached the base of the tree, he realized the difficulty of climbing. It was even greater than he had imagined. Standing beneath the tallest tree that hid the treasure chest, Jita even attempted to measure the tree's girth. However, this tree was so massive that it would take at least 2 people to embrace it. Moreover, judging by the height of this tree, it was clearly much taller than the others. It was as if the surrounding trees were 3 or 4 stories high, while this one reached 6 stories. The organizing committee of the wilderness competition really went to great lengths to find such a tall tree, Jita said, with a wry smile. However, through the high-definition lens of a drone hovering in the air, viewers could see more than Jita could. Did you see that? Beneath this tree, you can clearly see the marks where the branches have been cut. Damn, the streamer has encountered a problem now. They are clearly trying to prevent anyone from climbing up. There's not even a place to step and climb on this tree. Even if there is a treasure chest, we can only stare at it helplessly. Haven't you heard the streamer say? The treasure chest contains valuable items for survival in the wild. If it were easy to obtain, would it even be called a treasure chest? I wonder if the streamer can manage this time. The audience flooded the chat with their opinions, speculating whether the streamer would succeed. But Jita only stared at the marks on the tree trunk for a moment before turning around and starting to search the area. The lower 5 meters of this tree had no branches at all, completely stripped bare. However, above 5 meters, the tree had resumed its lush and dense foliage. Therefore, if he could find a way to climb up 5 meters, he would be fine. This was not a challenge for Jita. Previously on the deserted island, he had climbed a 10-meter-tall coconut tree to gather coconuts, so 5 meters was nothing. You should remember the gear I used to climb the coconut tree back on the island, Jita said as he approached a vine, asking the audience while he began to cut. Prompted by the streamer, the audience quickly recalled. When Jita climbed the coconut tree, he twisted his clothing into a thin rope, wrapped it around the tree, and finally placed his feet into the clothing rope. With the rope, he could easily ascend the tree. However, the coconut tree was quite slender, and the clothing was sufficient. But this tree was too thick. The situation was completely different from the one on the island. Are you planning to use the vine as a substitute for the rope? A clever viewer immediately grasped Jita's intention. Seeing the comments, Jita smiled and nodded. That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. This vine is thicker than my wrist, and there are plenty of them around. I can get as much as I need, making it the best tool. As he spoke, Jita cut down a vine several meters long and tested its sturdiness with his hands. He then returned to the large, thick tree and wrapped the vine around it. I have to say, the vine, estimated to be 4 or 5 meters long, barely managed to wrap around the tree with a little left over. This tree was indeed very thick. Jita placed his backpack on the ground, stepped onto the vine, and began to climb. However, after climbing less than half a meter, he suddenly slipped and fell flat on his back beneath the tree. Ouch, my butt. Coincidentally, Jita fell on uneven ground, and something hard jabbed into his back, causing him to quickly jump up, rubbing his sore backside. The viewers who witnessed this scene erupted into laughter, nearly filling the entire livestream room with their amusement. Jita thought about how he had just fallen and helplessly smiled at the audience. This tree is too thick, I can't grip it with my hands to climb. It seems that the technique I used to climb the coconut tree won't work here. Since the coconut tree was relatively thin, Jita could easily wrap his arms around it and hop upwards. But this tree was too thick. He pressed against the tree almost like a gecko clinging to a wall. The flat surface made it impossible to find leverage. It's such a shame that the streamer went through so much effort to find this tree, yet he can't reach it. This is so frustrating. There's nothing to be done. The streamer isn't a monkey able to climb any tree. I'd say even a monkey would struggle with this tree. Haha, I believe the streamer has felt the full extent of the organizing committee's malice by now. Well, it doesn't matter. The streamer will be leaving in a day or two anyway. If he can't get it, then so be it. As the viewers encouraged him after witnessing the streamer's failure, Jita, since sitting on the ground, had been looking up at the tree, pondering, and had not paid attention to the comments in the livestream. It was now past 4 in the afternoon, with only about an hour left before dark. Jita still hadn't come up with a good solution. It seemed that climbing the tree was temporarily impossible. Jita shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the chattering of monkeys. Looking up, he saw several monkeys agilely leaping from one treetop to another nearby. Jita's eyes lit up. Did you see those monkeys just now? I have an idea, Jita exclaimed excitedly. Look around this thick tree. There are some trees not far nearby. I can use the vine to hang on a branch. Then, like the monkeys, I can swing to above 5 meters on this thick tree. That would work. Hearing what the streamer said, everyone instantly felt that this method was quite good. The surrounding trees were all at least 6 or 7 meters tall. Choosing the nearest and tallest tree to the thick one would indeed make things much easier. With the idea in place, Jida immediately began to take action. First, he selected the tree. After several comparisons, Jida found a tree that satisfied him the most. Although the distance between the two trees was 6 meters, it wasn't exactly close. The reason Jida chose this tree was that its top clearly had a particularly thick horizontal branch. By hanging the vine on it, Jida wouldn't have to worry about it breaking. This was a condition that other trees did not have. After all, at a height close to 3 or 4 stories above the ground, falling unprotected would not be something Jida wanted to experience. This tree is selected. Gets just about to get dark, so I should gather some vines while I can, weaving them tightly to ensure my safety while swinging between the trees. After finalizing his plan for the next steps, Jida quickly collected a lot of long vines, placing them beside his campsite. Noticing that there was still a bit of daylight left, Jida decided to go nearby to fetch some water. Although I haven't hunted any prey today, I still have some cassava and turtle eggs along with the pineapple I gathered today. That should be enough for a good meal. So I just need to fetch some water to drink, and I can rest easy tonight without having to move. After saying this, Jida effortlessly climbed onto a nearby tree, gazing for a moment, and saw what seemed to be flowing water to his right, so he decided to go there to fetch water. In fact, if you think about it, the river we passed by on our way here, which had crocodiles, is only a few hundred meters away from us. After all, walking through the jungle is not a straight line. It winds and twists, and it's inevitable that covering a few hundred meters takes a lot of time. But there are crocodiles over there, and Jida didn't want to stir them up, so to be cautious, he preferred to take the longer route. Determining the direction of the river, Jida took his entrenching shovel and began to clear the path as he moved forward. However, after some time, he noticed something strange in the path ahead. Have you noticed? The trees and undergrowth here bear traces of human passage. Jida asked, gesturing toward the surrounding foliage. Normally, deep within an uninhabited jungle, no ready-made paths exist. Every route must be carved manually. Yet this place was different. He could clearly see flattened and parted vegetation all around, evidence of repeated passage. Could it be that others have come here before? Jida speculated, scanning his surroundings. Regardless, a pre-existing trail spared him the arduous labor of forging a new one. Dusk was drawing near, and Jida wanted to return quickly to weave vines. With that in mind, he quickened his pace. Only to realize the deeper he walked, the farther the path strayed from the riverbank. Instead, it led ever deeper into the impenetrable heart of the jungle. As the undergrowth thickened and the distant canopy blotted out all light, Jida suddenly halted. He dared not even breathe loudly, turning his ear instead to listen intently. Within a minute or two, a faint continuous rustling reached him from somewhere ahead. Unceasing, this was highly unusual. Jida ducked behind a tree, eyes locked on the source, straining to observe. Then, as his eyes adjusted to the jungle's gloom, he spotted an enormous green anaconda, its tawny brown scales nearly indistinguishable from bark and fallen leaves. Had it not been slithering across leafy branches, its sinuous form stark against the verdant foliage, he would never have spotted it so easily. Good heavens, this serpent is thicker than half a tree trunk, as wide as a watermelon. How long must it be? Viewers watching via drone feed witnessed the scene with equal awe. After reading the live chat, Jida waved his hand dismissively, then raised a finger to his lips, a silent command for quiet. He waited motionless for 10 minutes until the colossal watermelon-thick serpent finally vanished from sight. Only then did he turn back, swiftly abandoning that path into the jungle's depths, and veering instead toward another small river to collect water. That trail I assumed was made by humans appears in fact a well-worn route of the anaconda, Jida explained aloud once safely clear. As I mentioned earlier, this species is the largest true boa in the world. Some individuals reach up to 12 meters in length. Recalling the serpent he'd just seen, Jida shook his head and smiled. Ours wasn't quite that long, but at least 7 or 8 meters surely. A 3-meter anaconda can constrict and kill a caiman, proof enough of its terrifying lethality. Pity I cannot control or lure that serpent. Otherwise, pitting it directly against the crocodile would yield effortless spoils, whichever beast perished. Jida sighed, feigning regret. Live chat viewers mocked him, cowardly, lazy, and lost in daydreams. After filling his containers, he retraced his steps to camp. Night had fallen. Jida settled beside the fire, boiling water while preparing dinner, some cassava sliced thin and roasted on scorching stones like chips, others diced and simmered into soup. As for the turtle eggs, he cracked them boldly onto stone and fried them in rendered turtle fat. While they cooked, he swiftly peeled and diced a pineapple, intended as dessert. Once everything was ready, Jida savored his fragrant meal and told viewers, "Tonight marks my 5th in the Amazon rainforest. By tomorrow night, I'll have fulfilled the 7-day agreement and may depart. The organizing committee granted me full freedom to choose survival sites, a privilege earned solely through my own merit and one I intend to use wisely. So tomorrow, after retrieving the treasure chest, I'll dedicate the entire day to devising a way to confront the shark in the river. If successful, my final Amazonian night will culminate in the most sumptuous feast imaginable, roasted caiman meat. He chuckled, shaking the remaining turtle fat in his palm and a pinch of ash salt from burnt wood. With fat and salt, no meal could ever taste bland. I'm utterly envious. Is this even survival anymore? I'm hungrier watching this than during any cooking show. Same here. I've only ever seen farmed caiman meat in supermarkets sold at exorbitant prices. Ugh, I'm green with envy. How about you? Sorry, but I sincerely hope you don't get caiman tomorrow. Stick to rabbits or smaller game. Dreaming of caiman. Don't be absurd. Watching the barrage of jealous, admiring comments, Jida grinned, his vanity richly satisfied. Once every morsel was devoured, he turned to weaving vines. I'll finish preparations tonight. Tomorrow morning, the sooner I secure the chest, the more time remains for other tasks. I must work swiftly. He sorted the gathered vines and laid them flat on the ground, for long strands, each end carefully separated. His task now was to braid them tightly, like a four-strand rope, ensuring strength and durability when suspended from branches for swinging. It looks simple, but these vines stretch over 10 meters, and one misstep in braiding could compromise integrity. This demands meticulous attention. And so, speaking softly, he began weaving, pausing all interaction with viewers to focus wholly on the craft. Viewers watching him work with quiet intensity felt an uncharacteristic sense of calm settle over them. Strange. I'm usually insomniac, yet after barely half an hour of this stream, I'm drowsy. Better sleep now. Thank you, host. Hey, you're right. Watching him, I feel inexplicably serene and sleepy too. What's happening? No idea, but same here. Me too. Same. We unlettered folk know only how to say same. Then let's disperse. Since everyone's tired, best go rest early. This host is miraculous, thrilling when needed, soothing when required. Adored. Enough praise, he can't see it now. Off to bed. Over an hour later, after completing the vine rope, Jida glanced back at his live stream and was astonished to find most viewers had already logged off. It was unlike anything he'd seen before. Did you all disconnect simultaneously? He murmured, baffled by the uncanny synchronicity. Hey, check the chat history. You'll see everyone thanks to you went to bed early. If I weren't on night shift, I'd have done the same. A lone viewer explained. Jida laughed helplessly, astonished he possessed such an unexpected, soporific gift of which he'd been entirely unaware. When Jida woke up again the next day, he realized that it was just dawn and the time had just passed 5 o'clock. He had stayed up late last night weaving vines and only fell asleep around 11 or 12. He thought he might sleep in today, but unexpectedly he woke up even earlier than usual. However, just as Jida sat up, he felt a series of itchy pains on his arms and legs. Even his forehead was itchy. Jida glanced at the itchy spots and discovered that the exposed skin was dotted with welts the size of fingernails. He had been awakened by mosquito bites. He had intended to look for plants in the jungle that could repel mosquitoes and insects, but he had forgotten amidst all the busyness. Although Jida would be able to go back after staying for 7 days tomorrow, he still secretly reminded himself that he must find some grass for repelling mosquitoes today. Feeling the painful and itchy welts on his body, Jida checked the time and decided to start the live stream to greet his audience. Speaking of which, because he had gone to bed early yesterday, there were unusually many viewers in today's live stream. As soon as it started, 4,000 to 5,000 people came in, and he didn't know how long they had been waiting. Before he ended the broadcast last night, everyone had been thinking about the host climbing a tree to find treasure chests. They were all eager to see it now. When are you going to climb the tree, host? Everyone is waiting to see. Yeah, hurry up, host, move faster. Many impatient viewers were spamming the chat. But Jida was not in a hurry. No, it's still early morning, not suitable for climbing trees. I need to wait until the sun rises a bit more. This statement naturally piqued the audience's curiosity, and they all asked why. Jida smiled and walked over to a nearby tree, casually swiping his hand across the trunk. You can see my hand and understand. He then opened his palm. Through the drone's lens, the viewers saw his hand covered in black droplets, as if it had been smeared with light ink. It looked rather unhealthy. Why is the water from this tree colored? Yes, dew is usually colorless, right? Jida explained to everyone. In ordinary forests, morning dew is indeed like that, but we are in the Amazon rainforest, deep in the untouched areas. In places like this, the miasma produced by decaying leaves and other factors accumulates over time and clings to trees and grass. If you get too much on you, it can be harmful to the human body. Seeing and hearing this, the audience admired Jida, grateful that he knew so much. By the time Jida finished washing up, boiled some water, and ate cassava and pineapple, it was still not yet 7 o'clock. He noticed the watermarks on the tree were still faintly wet. Taking advantage of the time, while waiting to climb the tree, Jida brought the prepared vines to the tree by the treasure chest. This tree on the left is the one he'll climb to hang the vines from. The tree on the right is where the treasure chest is located. Now I need to do some preparation work under the tree on the right. After all, not everyone in the live stream had watched yesterday's broadcast, so Jita gave a brief introduction. Climbing such a tall tree to get the box down, whether I carry it on my back or in my arms, is impossible. In the end, I can only throw the box down. Jita pointed to the top of the tree. As soon as the audience heard about throwing it, they immediately spammed the chat with advice. Aren't you worried about throwing the box from this height of more than 10 meters? Why not just take a backpack and move everything instead? Why go through all this trouble? Haha, the host's thought process. Is he silly? Jita looked at the barrage, which said all sorts of things, but he was unfazed. Of course I will carry a backpack, but if there are too many things in the box that cannot fit into the backpack, what then? And if the box is placed high up, what if someone else finds it in the future only to discover it is empty after all the hard work? That would be too unfair. After Jita explained his two reasons, the audience finally understood. Especially the second point, as fellow survivors in the wild, every bit of stamina is precious. If it were wasted on an empty box, Jita thought it was too cruel. He gathered all the nearby dry branches and leaves under the tree with the treasure chest to serve as a cushion. Piling it up to more than 10 centimeters, Jita nodded in satisfaction. By this time the sky was bright, and under the shining sun the remaining moisture in the air had long evaporated. Seeing that the time was right, Jita put on his backpack, tied the prepared vines from last night around his waist, and started climbing the tree. The left tree, which was a bit shorter and had not been artificially damaged, had dense branches making it easy to climb. In just about 10 minutes, Jita successfully reached the upper half of this tree and began searching for suitable branches to hang the vines. Since Jita had already visually selected the branches yesterday, he didn't spend much effort and easily locked onto the thick branch he had previously identified. He untied the vines from his waist, swung his hand with force, and tightly secured the hanging vines, completing the setup. Jita wiped the sweat from his face and pulled on the vines to test the weight. Absolutely no problem. Alright, once this vine is set up, all I have to do next is swing along it to the tree beside it, and I will be good. Jita stood on the branch, adjusting his angle and preparing for the sprint. It's just like swinging on a swing. The greater the backward force, the further it will go. While Jita carefully stepped back behind the thick branch, he explained to everyone. The viewers were quite excited as they couldn't see very clearly from below the tree before. Now that the drone was at the same height as Jita through the lens, everyone could finally see that there was actually a distance of 6 or 7 meters between the branches of the two trees. Fortunately, the vines Jita had prepared last night were long enough, otherwise swinging from this tree might not reach the other one. However, as Jita and the audience observed the opposite tree, both sides discovered a problem. Jita exclaimed. The audience immediately began to flood the chat with messages. Wait a moment, host, don't rush. Did you see the branches on the left and right sides of the tree across from you? At this moment, although Jita was not looking at the live stream screen, he also gestured and said, look at the tree with the treasure chest across from me. To swing from here to the tree with the treasure chest, I must choose the right branch. It's a bit dangerous, but I have to do it now. After Jita finished speaking, he closed his mouth and cautiously continued to step back, trying to give himself more push and pull force. The audience understood Jita's intention quickly after his reminder, realizing why he could only choose the right side, even though it was dangerous. Some viewers who were good at explaining typed in the chat. Actually, it's quite simple. The branch on the left is too thin, it looks just a bit thicker than my arm. If a person swings over using that, considering the inertia, there's a good chance the branch could snap and the host would be gone. But the branch on the right is thick enough to support 2 people standing on it. But it is just a bit farther than the left, and no one knows if the host can successfully swing over. The audience felt concerned for the streamer. If he were to fail, he might lose grip on the vine. Even though Jita was only halfway up the tree, about 6 or 7 meters high, falling from such a height would surely result in injury. However, despite the audience's tension, Jita remained calm. He had already visualized in his mind that as long as he retreated far enough, he could successfully swing to the tree across from him. At this moment, he stood at the very edge of the tree fork. Taking a deep breath, Jita sprinted forward at full speed, gripping the vine tightly. Then with a powerful step, he embraced the vine, swinging through the air like a monkey, successfully landing on the opposite tree. 666. The streamer is amazing. You're better than a monkey. If you can't give compliments, just don't say anything. Why not say the streamer is better than a pig? I'm dying of laughter. The audience sent messages expressing their joy for the streamer. But Jita at this moment couldn't be bothered to look at the screen. After landing steadily, he climbed up the tree fork with effort. The sturdy old tree had many branches, making it not too difficult to climb. Thus, in just over half an hour, Jita appeared at the top of the tree, right at the spot where the treasure chest was. The drone, which automatically sensed human presence, followed Jita's progress and ascended gradually. At this moment, it hovered steadily beside him. The audience could clearly see the long-awaited treasure chest through the drone's lens. Originally, I planned to wait until I threw the chest to the ground before opening it, Jita said as he began to unlock the chest. The brownish-yellow metal chest, worn and weathered by the elements, looked as if it had endured many hardships. Moreover, the key was still attached to the lock. Seeing the chest, one naturally wanted to open it and see what was inside. This chest is a bit larger than a computer case. It must contain quite a few good things. Jita gestured. He remembered what was written in the competition brochure. The chests contained useful items for survival in the wild. He was very much looking forward to it. Click. The lock of the chest was opened and Jita carefully lifted the lid. Immediately, he saw about 10 items inside the chest. A set of dental tools, a pack of 6 bottles of cooking seasonings, 2 large water containers, a pair of binoculars. Additionally, there were several sharp iron tips clearly designed for traps to hunt wild boars, along with a small raft and a folding paddle. Haha, it truly is a treasure chest. Jita laughed happily upon seeing so many items. This was well worth the effort he had put in. The audience listened to Jita's introductions and were filled with anticipation. Streamer, don't just laugh. Oh, quickly tell us how you plan to use these items. Yeah, it's a pity that I have to leave tomorrow. If I had discovered this earlier, I could have enjoyed it for a few more days. The audience discussed animatedly. As for the dental tools, that's a given. Once I get to the ground, I'll brush my teeth again. I've been using charcoal from the campfire to brush my teeth these past few days, and it's just not suitable. After getting this raft, I can easily cross the river without having to cut down trees or swim across like before. As for this set of seasonings, Jita grinned. Just in time, my mouth feels bland today. I'll have a feast to commemorate my last night in the Amazon. The sharp steel tips in the treasure chest could easily be used to set traps for hunting animals. Alright, now I need to lock the chest again and push it down to the ground. After all, carrying the chest down the tree would be impossible. Before closing the chest, Jita took out the binoculars and hung them around his neck. Then with a strong kick, he sent the locked chest tumbling down. A few seconds later, the chest landed. Because Jita had prepared for a soft landing earlier, it rolled a few times before coming to a stable stop. Tomorrow I can leave the Amazon. Since I am at such a high position, I can use the binoculars to find a suitable route to leave. As Jita spoke, he raised the binoculars and scanned the surroundings. His current location was already deep within the Amazon rainforest. Returning the same way was no longer feasible. After all, it would take another 4 to 5 days to walk back, which would be a waste of time. I am not far from the main river channel of the Amazon now. Jita looked for a while and suddenly pointed excitedly in a direction, asking the audience, "Can you see that dark river ahead? That is a channel known as the Black River in the Amazon." Jita said happily, "To reach the main river of the Amazon, we must pass through the Black River. Once I reach the main river of the Amazon, not only survival, but also various luxury yachts and passenger boats will be visible. Once I reach the main river, I can smoothly leave the Amazon." After hearing Jita's words, the audience naturally felt joy alongside him. Fortunately, the chest that the streamer obtained contained a raft. Once he got on the raft tomorrow and followed the river, leaving would be a piece of cake. However, while Jita was searching for a route along the Black River with the binoculars, he quickly furrowed his brows. The river junction where I saw the crocodile earlier happens to be the starting point for me to go upstream, it seems. This crocodile, even if it is just to clear the path, I need to find a way to get rid of it, Jita said. Otherwise, if he got on the raft and the crocodile suddenly attacked Jita, it would find himself in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, the chest contains tools for setting traps and seasonings like oil and salt. My task today is to deal with the crocodile to prepare for departure tomorrow. Jita confirmed today's plan and turned back slowly, making his way down the tree. When he safely landed beside the chest, he checked the time. Oh, it was only a little past 10 in the morning. There's no need to touch the other items in the chest for now. I'll deal with the crocodile first before handling the others. Jita patted the chest, took out a few sharp tips, placed them in his backpack, and turned towards the direction of the crocodile. The audience, seeing that the streamer was about to kill a crocodile, felt it was too rash. They sent messages trying to advise Jita. "Streamer, why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you leaving tomorrow? Why are you rushing to kill the crocodile without any preparation? Killing a crocodile is not like killing a chicken. Don't you have any plan? That crocodile has thick skin and flesh. Do you really think a few sharp tips in your hand will do the trick?" Seeing the entire barrage filled with comments advising him not to act rashly, Jita smiled and shook his head. "Have you all forgotten how I hunted wild boars?" As soon as the audience heard about the wild boar, they immediately recalled the incident on the island where Jita had subdued a wild boar all by himself. Speaking of which, that wild boar, capable of running and attacking people, was much larger and more dangerous than the crocodile lurking in the river. In my opinion, dealing with this crocodile is even easier than with the wild boar. Jita stretched out the 4 sharp iron rods from the treasure chest to show the audience. These little iron rods can be extended up to half an arm's length, about 30 to 40 centimeters. All I need to do is dig a pit where the crocodile passes by to trap it. With such sharp iron tips piercing the crocodile's belly, it would certainly be fatal. The crocodile's skin is very thick, and shooting from a distance with a handgun might not even penetrate. Only the belly is its weak spot, allowing a one-hit kill. Noticing the time was nearing noon, Jida quickened his pace towards the riverbank. He still had plenty to do today. Besides the crocodile, there was also the task of inflating the raft. He had to hurry. Therefore, Jida cut a path as he walked, sometimes even too lazy to deter, instead clearing a straight route. Listening to the sound of the river nearby, it seemed he was getting close to the river with the crocodile. However, as Jida moved forward, he suddenly stopped, crouching down and becoming completely still. The audience watched the streamer's series of actions, confused and unsure of what had suddenly caused such a reaction. Has the streamer encountered something? Could it be that the crocodile has appeared? If there were a crocodile, the streamer would have turned and run away, not crouched here, right? That's impossible. Is the streamer trying to pull up his pants, not wanting us to see? Do you think the streamer is a 3-year-old child who just goes when he wants? Jida glanced at the bullet screen, said nothing, and simply pointed in a direction indicating for the audience to look. Following the direction of his finger, the audience soon spotted the thick boa they had seen yesterday, which was as thick as a waist, appearing about 50 meters ahead. The snake, measuring 7 to 8 meters long, was coiling and moving through the trees. No wonder the streamer suddenly crouched down. It was to avoid this giant snake. Fortunately, Jida reacted quickly and made not a sound. At this moment, the enormous snake was coiling and gradually moving parallel to the riverbank, pulling away from Jida. It was only after the snake completely disappeared that Jida shook his head helplessly and continued on his way. I didn't expect this snake to appear here. Jida frowned. I hope everything goes smoothly when we hunt the crocodile later, otherwise it could be troublesome. For Jida, dealing with just the crocodile was not a big issue. But if there was also a large snake, he would have to be cautious and temporarily retreat, waiting for the right moment to act. However, this would disrupt his plans, and he didn't know what else might happen. Thus, with these concerns in mind, Jida moved faster, jogging for a while until he reached the riverbank once more. He observed the activity in the river. He noticed that the green sediment in the area where the crocodile had appeared yesterday had not changed. Although it looks unmoved, to be safe, I need to verify whether the crocodile is still in the river. If it is, that would be great. I just need to set the trap and then think of a way to lure the crocodile out to deal with it. But if it's not in the river, that would be a problem. After explaining to the audience, Jida casually picked up a few small stones from the ground. He raised his hand and tossed the stones towards the location of the green, floating material in the river. Splash! Out of the stones thrown, 3 or 4 did not fall into the river, but were instead bounced off as if something was blocking them. Seeing this, Jida breathed a sigh of relief. The crocodile was still there, which was good. He took down the entrenching tool from his backpack and chose a spot about 5 to 6 meters from the riverbank to start digging a pit. While digging, he explained, "Look at the distribution of the mud and grass on the ground. This area is the only place where the grass is sparse, while those other areas have thicker grass. This indicates that the crocodile is accustomed to passing through this spot." Jida crouched down to measure the width, which was just about the same size as the crocodile's body. Due to the high humidity of the rainforest, it was quite easy to dig. In less than an hour, Jida had dug a shallow pit 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide. After finishing the pit, Jida inserted the sharp iron rod evenly into the mud. Later, I'll find some leaves and grass to cover this pit, and then it will be complete. Jida patted the dirt off his hands. However, to get the crocodile to obediently come out of the water and crawl into this pit, I still need to prepare something. Jida took out his homemade bow and arrow. I need to go nearby to catch a small animal to use as a live bait. He pointed at the trees around him. Just now I noticed some rustling in the trees, and I could even hear the chattering of monkeys, which is quite convenient for me. Monkeys are so cute. Please don't use them. Are you going to sacrifice the monkey to the crocodile? Such kindness wouldn't let you survive a day in the wild. The audience laughed and teased each other. However, Jida remained cautious, tracking the sounds near the trees. Before long, Jida indeed caught a monkey slightly larger than a chicken. This is so small it probably won't be enough for the crocodile's teeth. The audience felt that this bait Jida had caught was not suitable. But Jida didn't mind at all. He simply found a rope and tied the little monkey above the pit he had dug. The top of the pit was already covered with branches and grass, just waiting for the crocodile to crawl over. Now that the preparations are done, the final step is to get the crocodile to come out of the water to eat the monkey. As for how to lure it, that's actually quite simple. Jida picked up 5 or 6 stones, showing them to everyone wrapped in his clothes. The sizes of these stones ranged from fist-sized to head-sized. If such stones were thrown into the river, the noise would be considerable. What if the streamer throws the crocodile out and the crocodile gets angry and comes after the streamer instead of the monkey? Some audience members were worried about Jida. At this moment, Jida stood beside the pit, and he was definitely a much larger target than the monkey. Of course I won't stand here for the crocodile to see me. Jida pointed to a nearby tree, climbed up, and sat on a branch. The branch was 2 to 3 meters above the ground, safe and sufficiently concealed, making it a perfect hiding spot for Jida. All right, now we wait to see how the crocodile performs. I hope it doesn't disappoint us. Jida picked up a stone in his hand and began throwing it into the river with a loud splash. Such large stones, when thrown into the river, definitely made a significant noise. The originally calm river surface around the green sediment indeed rippled, and soon a brown head slowly emerged from the water. Chirp, chirp. Seeing the crocodile, the little monkey beside the trap screamed in terror. The crocodile was clearly attracted by the commotion and began to slowly approach the shore. Jida and the audience closely monitored the situation. Seeing the crocodile move forward as he had predicted, they calmed their anxious hearts, waiting for the trap to take effect. However, at that moment, suddenly a brown figure appeared at the river's edge and swiftly swam towards the crocodile. Damn, it's that huge snake. It has appeared. An audience member exclaimed in shock, flooding the bullet screen. Prior to this, Jida could only observe the giant python from a distance through the foliage. Although he was already familiar with the serpent's size, he had never seen its full form. Now perched in a tree, he could see that the riverbank was wide and flat. He finally got a clear look at the massive snake. It was as thick as a person's waist and exceptionally long. The giant snake swiftly swam towards the direction of the small monkey. However, the crocodile that had already crawled out of the water had also set its sights on the little monkey. As the two colossal creatures locked eyes, they instantly changed directions. Forgetting about the monkey, they turned to engage in a fierce battle. The python, measuring at least 5 or 6 times the length of the crocodile, was tightly constricting it, attempting to crush it. Meanwhile, the crocodile opened its mouth full of sharp teeth to bite the giant snake. The sudden clash between the two animals was beyond Jida's expectations. Thus, both his trap and the little monkey were unharmed. Sitting in the tree, Jida helplessly pointed at the two creatures below and said to the audience, "Whether I can successfully hunt something delicious today seems to be out of my control." The two animals were fiercely battling. Jida could only watch from the sidelines. If I were to suggest the host should charge in and strike each one, this would result in double the joy and double the meat, suggested one viewer. Oh, what if those two creatures turn around and eat the host instead? Countered a cautious viewer. Jida nodded at the comments, saying, "As this viewer pointed out, in the current situation, I absolutely cannot approach." The crocodile and the python were mutual components of each other's diet. Upon encountering each other, they would certainly fight to the death. Whether the crocodile swallowed the snake or vice versa, I would not be surprised. All I can do now is wait for them to fight it out to the end. Jida chuckled helplessly. He was already prepared for the possibility of not getting anything to eat. As he spoke, the battle between the snake and crocodile below hinted at a victor. The massive python, despite sustaining some injuries, had nearly subdued the crocodile and was now beginning to swallow it whole. I previously mentioned that as long as a python is 4 meters long, it can typically defeat a caiman. The snake in front of me is double that length, making it quite easy to deal with the crocodile. Jida lamented as he watched the python consuming the crocodile. "It seems I won't be able to eat any crocodile meat after all." However, before he could finish his sentence, the crocodile seemed to muster its last ounce of strength, thrashing with its claws that had not yet been swallowed by the snake. It began to struggle desperately against the giant python. The python, momentarily caught off guard while swallowing the crocodile, began to roll. Coincidentally, it rolled right into the pit Jida had previously dug. The sharp spikes protruding from the pit presumably injured either the python or the crocodile. Yet the python, which had already swallowed half of the crocodile, reacted as if it had suffered immense pain. It bit off the remaining half of the crocodile that it had not yet swallowed and quickly swam away, leaving behind the back half of the crocodile's body and the already terrified little monkey. Seeing this, Jida couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Not bad. It seems my luck is still quite good today." Even though only half of the crocodile remained, it was still over half a meter long, enough for Jida to eat. Jumping down from the tree, Jida walked over to the dug pit, washed the sharp iron spikes, stored them in his bag, and let the lucky little monkey go. Finally, he carried the remaining half of the crocodile to the riverbank to begin cleaning it. The part bitten by the snake is definitely not edible, and the crocodile's outer skin also needs to be processed and discarded. Jida explained while cutting with a dagger. As the host appeared calm and composed, some viewers began to voice their concerns in the comments, saying, "Host, I advise you to leave this place quickly. I've heard that snakes hold grudges. If you stay by the riverbank, it will definitely be dangerous." "Oh, hearing you say that, I remember something about snakes seeking revenge from my hometown. Host, hurry and escape. If you don't run, the snake will turn around and bite you." Jida, both amused and exasperated, shook his head at the comments, saying, "I naturally believe that snakes can seek revenge, but am leaving tomorrow. The next day or two is quite safe. Everyone need not worry." Jida noticed the barrage of question marks in the comments and further explained after a snake finishes eating, it will find a safe spot to concentrate all its energy to digest the food. During this time, the snake remains completely still. By the time it finishes digesting such a large crocodile, I will have long since left. What am I to say? Will it take a plane to travel thousands of miles to find me in a foreign country? Oh, I see now. Got it. Host, you really are a clever little ghost. After cleaning the chunk of crocodile, Jida began to start a fire. He also opened his backpack and took out several small bottles of seasoning. Although it's only 3 or 4 in the afternoon normally, it would be a bit early to prepare crocodile meat, but I still have quite a few tasks today. So while the meat is cooking, I can also get other things done, making it a two-for-one situation. Jida spread the oil, salt, and soy sauce on the crocodile meat cut into small pieces, then placed it over the fire to roast. After that, he got back up and headed toward the campsite from last night. Previously, to quickly hunt the crocodile, I only brought essential items like my backpack. But now that I'm going back, I need to move my supplies from the raft to the riverbank to prepare for tomorrow's departure down the river. When Jida returned to the campsite, he found some vines and began to bind and package the supplies. After packing up the raft and such, he tied it to himself and returned to the riverbank, dragging it along like a tail. After finding a place that was neither too far nor too close to the riverbank, Jida began to inflate the raft. If I had a pump or something, it would only take a few minutes to inflate this raft and place it on the water. But now without anything, I can only inflate it slowly. Jida patted the deflated raft beside him with a helpless expression, saying, I have to tell you, I'm actually a bit worried that by tomorrow morning, I won't have inflated this raft enough. Previously, viewers had seen the host always confident, but today was different. He showed fear towards a simple raft, which intrigued everyone. Wow, is this still the host I know? Afraid of snakes and crocodiles, yet scared of a life raft. Wow, has the host been scared by the giant snake? The host seems a bit off. Is he really spooked by what just happened? Jida looked at the comments and laughed, saying, do you know how much air this raft needs to inflate? This is not a swimming ring that can be inflated with just a few breaths. After estimating for a moment, he continued, in my estimation, it will take at least equivalent to the volume of inflating hundreds of balloons. Yet a normal person would start feeling dizzy after inflating just 20 balloons. In comparison, can you understand how terrifying this is? After finishing his words, Jida shook his head and began to blow into the raft's valve. However, some viewers felt this was no big deal. Come on, it's just blowing up a balloon. Just the other day, we had a relative's wedding, and we still have some balloons left uninflated. He'll demonstrate for you. Many viewers had balloons at home and started to blow them up, trying to refute the host. Jida, seeing these comments, smiled slightly, didn't explain further, and continued to blow while watching the fire roast the crocodile meat. An hour later. At this moment, Jida was barbecuing crocodile meat while inflating the raft. He blew steadily, and after alleviating the pressure, he continued to inflate, gradually shaping the deflated raft into a rough outline. Although the raft still lacked sufficient air, it had at least flattened out on the ground. It was evident that this was a slightly larger inflatable raft with a diameter of about 1.5 meters, spacious enough to accommodate 2 people. This raft looks smaller than I imagined. I guess I need to prepare a backup. Jida explained to the audience during a break. After all, blowing air for too long started to make him dizzy from lack of oxygen. However, before the audience could inquire about what preparations he was going to make next, the previously skeptical viewers began to speak up in the live chat. My God, I'm exhausted. After an hour of blowing, I've only inflated balloons the size of 20 heads. I managed to blow up 22, and now I'm feeling dizzy and nauseous. This blowing work is terrifying. Just thinking about how the host has to inflate the whole raft makes me feel like I want to die. Jida looked at the fleeting comments and shook his head with a smile. I told you all, yet you still don't believe it. Luckily, my lung capacity is quite large, so blowing up the raft shouldn't be a problem. However, I plan to cut down a few more trees besides this raft to make a simple wooden raft as a backup. Jida picked up one corner of the raft and pointed it out to the audience. This rubber material, while sturdy, is still vulnerable in the complex underwater environment of the Amazon River. If I encounter sharp stones or the like that could puncture the raft, that would be troublesome. Not to mention the piranhas found in the Amazon basin. While it's uncertain that I will definitely encounter piranhas, encountering even one could be enough to ruin the raft with its sharp teeth. Moreover, after inflating, Jida also felt that the raft was a bit small. So for safety's sake, I need to take advantage of the daylight to find a few wooden logs nearby to make a wooden raft and tie it to the rescue raft. This way I can carry more items, and it will serve as a backup raft. 2 birds with 1 stone. Jida took a short break to ease his dizziness, then stood up, preparing to find suitable wood nearby to chop. Is the host just being overly ambitious? He has a raft and still wants to chop trees. Does he think trees are so easy to cut? I remember when we crossed the river before, the host took quite a while to chop down a tree that was relatively thick. Making a wooden raft would require at least a dozen trees. How will he manage that? I think the host is probably just wishing to go home. I think so too. Jeed, seeing the comments flashing by, remained unfazed and instead pointed at the surrounding trees, asking the audience, "Do you think these trees around here have any other differences apart from their heights and thicknesses?" Jeed casually pointed. The viewers looked at the trees and genuinely felt that was indeed the case. Yeah, that's what we think. So what? Could it be that these seemingly similar trees have some significance? I feel like it's not that simple. It's definitely not that simple. Jeed smiled as he walked up to a tree and raised the military shovel in his hand, striking it twice. He then stopped and walked a short distance to another tree, striking it twice as well. Afterward, he stood still and asked the audience, "Did you notice any differences between the two trees I just chopped?" The audience, who were originally just watching, were stumped by Jeed's question. Is there really a difference in chopping a tree? I can't tell. They all feel the same. What exactly are you trying to say, host? Jeed waited for a moment, noticing that no one could figure it out, and shook his head to remind them. When I chopped the first tree, it only took 2 strikes, and it was almost down. But for the second tree, I struck it twice, and I only barely broke the bark. Do you understand now? Immediately, someone responded. Material? Are you trying to say that these trees are made of different materials? Jeed smiled and nodded in confirmation. That's right. Just like with wood processing, different types of wood are suitable for different uses. For instance, wood used for furniture shouldn't be too heavy or dense, while wood used for building houses must be sturdy and thick. Now that I'm making a floating raft, the material of the wood I select must be light and soft, as this type of wood has the greatest buoyancy. Jeed explained to everyone. Impressive. I never noticed that trees could have such a variety of differences. You're amazing, host. The viewers sent numerous comments expressing their admiration for Jeed. As for Jeed, he paid no mind to this, focusing instead on chopping trees. Fortunately, the trees he needed to cut were quite soft, and Jeed didn't require much material. In just over an hour, he successfully felled 8 trees, which was more than enough to make the raft. By this time, the sky was just beginning to darken. All right, today's important task has been considered complete. The remaining tasks are to inflate the raft and tie the wooden raft together with vines, so we can set off tomorrow. Jeed sat back down by the fire, looking at the already roasted and oozing crocodile meat, preparing to dig in. Today marks my 6th day in the Amazon rainforest. Although I had some turtle oil and simple seasoning made from wood ash before, it's never quite compared to proper seasonings like oil, salt, sugar, and vinegar. Now I'm about to savor this last sumptuous wild meal. Jeed couldn't wait to slice a piece and put it in his mouth. The overwhelming aroma of the barbecued meat instantly filled his mouth. Jeed chewed carefully and nodded in praise. The texture of crocodile meat is coarse, similar to beef in its chewiness, and with its freshness and seasoning, it's truly delicious. Without further ado, I'm digging in. After an entire day without eating anything except for a light breakfast, Jeed was already starving from digging pits, chopping trees, and inflating the raft. At this moment, he buried his head in his meal. Watching the host eat makes me drool. I want to eat crocodile meat too. I'm at the supermarket right now, and I just saw some farm-raised crocodile meat for sale. I'm buying it to take home and cook. Making it myself isn't enough. I'm already prepared to head out to a high-end restaurant to eat ready-made crocodile dishes. Rich man, take me with you. Take me too. The viewers in the live stream were sending comments non-stop, creating a lively atmosphere. Over here, it seemed like Jeed was focused on eating meat, but in reality, he was checking the system rewards. Since entering the Amazon, the system had given him tasks. He needed to gather 5 types of food excluding fish. Jeed not only completed this requirement, but also exceeded it. Thus, what was originally just 1 reward opportunity now granted him an additional chance. With 2 chances for the system lottery, Jeed originally wanted to draw now, but since it was live streaming time, he could only wait until after the broadcast. By the time Jeed had eaten his fill, the piece of alligator meat in front of him had hardly been consumed. The back half of the alligator meat, longer than half a meter, had already been cut into textbook-sized pieces, waiting to cool down. Tomorrow, I will follow the flow of the Amazon River, so this meat is just right to serve as my food supply. Jeed spoke, while taking out 2 large water containers from the treasure chest and placing them aside. Each container can hold 2 liters of water. Along with my own water bottle and several empty mineral water bottles I collected earlier to store turtle oil, I have more than enough water and food for 2 or 3 days. While speaking, Jeed poured the boiled water into his water bottle. After all, there is still much to do for tomorrow, so it's best to prepare what can be done in advance. So tonight, I can boil water while inflating the raft, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jeed explained to the audience while blowing up the raft. The raft, which had undergone Jeed's intermittent efforts throughout the afternoon, was already more than half inflated. As long as he continued blowing through the night, it should be fine. I admire the streamer, who just by blowing he can inflate such a raft. Impressive. If it were me, I would rather chop wood than blow. This thing really hurts the head after a while. In this way, he blew while interacting with the audience until nearly midnight, when Jita finally managed to inflate the raft. With this major task completed, Jita felt relieved. He shook his head, which was dizzy from blowing, and waved to the audience. Today's live stream ends here. I feel a strong need to rest now. I see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to the audience and ending the stream, Jita did not go to sleep. Instead, he hastily opened the system to prepare for the lottery. Having waited since the afternoon, his curiosity was almost unbearable. He pulled down the lottery lever in the system, and after several clattering sounds, he heard a ding. The system emitted a prompt sound. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Human Adaptive Talent Fragment Cold Resistance Physique. Jita immediately checked the description of the talent fragment. In temperatures below 0 degrees, it can automatically trigger the body to enter low consumption mode. The body loses heat at half the normal speed. This is great. With this skill, even if he goes to the polar regions, Jita won't have to worry about anything. Originally, he hadn't decided on the next live streaming location. Now that he had obtained this skill, Jita already had a rough plan in mind. Hehe. Not bad. Let's go again and see what good things I can draw in the second lottery. After claiming the system reward, Jita began the second lottery. With a few clattering sounds, the lottery results appeared. However, this time his luck wasn't as good, and he only received a pet training skill. Any non-wild domesticated pet can use this skill to increase friendliness. Although it felt a bit useless, Jita was still quite satisfied. Having multiple skills is certainly better than having none. After confirming the system skills, Jita noticed that it was getting late and prepared to rest. However, just before sleeping, he took out a few herbs from his pocket. These were plants he found during the day in the jungle that had mosquito-repelling effects. After putting them into the boiling water, in just a few minutes the water emitted a slightly astringent aroma. Applying this water on his body, Jita wouldn't have to worry about mosquito bites tonight and would be able to sleep well. A night passed without incident. The next day, when Jita opened his eyes, he checked the time and found that it was already 7 o'clock. He immediately sat up and quickly turned on the drone to start the live stream. The streamer finally started broadcasting. I was dying waiting. Are you okay, streamer? We were all chatting in the dark for a long time, discussing why you hadn't started yet today. Did something happen to the streamer? Because Jita usually starts streaming earlier around 5 o'clock, and even if it was a bit late, it was only around 6. The audience was already familiar with the streamer's rhythm, but today it was unusually different. With it being 7 o'clock and still no broadcast, everyone started guessing. Sorry to make everyone worry, I probably blew up the raft too hard last night, so I woke up a bit late. Jita spoke casually while glancing at his arms and legs. There were no red or swollen mosquito bites on his skin, which was one of the reasons he could sleep soundly until dawn. Jita nodded in satisfaction at the effectiveness of the herbs. Well, after all that fuss, the streamer just woke up late. We discussed several wilderness survival scenarios just now. From pythons to alligator families to monkey families, everyone helped the streamer rehearse and discuss. Some people even prepared to message the Tiger Fish live streaming platform to inquire about the streamer's safety. An audience member explained to Jita, thank you all for your concern. Jita smiled gratefully at the camera. Usually these viewers often have unreliable comments, but at times like this they were particularly attentive. Jita thought for a moment, and then spoke again. How about this? After I finish this rainforest journey, I will hold a lottery gift-giving event before my next live stream. I will prepare some special small gifts to give to everyone as a token of appreciation for your support. Wow, that's amazing. I must win a prize. I'm definitely getting a prize. My luck is always particularly good. As long as I activate my money ability, there's nothing I can't get. Seeing the atmosphere in the live stream room heating up, Jita finally went to brush his teeth and wash up. After being busy for a while, he heated up a large piece of alligator meat soup to finish. After a short rest, Jita stood again beside the thick logs he had chopped down yesterday. I've prepared the life raft, water, and food. Now all I need to do is finish this wooden raft, and we can set off down the river from here. Once he got into the river and successfully found the main channel of the Amazon, it would be easy to find a cruise ship like the Yuting to leave. After neatly arranging the chopped wood, he began to use vines to prepare for binding. Speaking of which, there are at least 20 to 30 different knotting methods for tying ropes. For example, the knotting method for bundling packages and the knotting method for hanging clothes are all different. Now I am preparing to tie the wood, and the applicable methods include right angle binding, diagonal binding, and raft binding. Only with the correct tying method can this raft be sturdy and safe. Jita skillfully intertwined the vines and wood while explaining to everyone. Impressive. I can only tie dead knots, so I can't do anything else. Handshake. Seems I'm not the only one like this. Haha, me too. Now I know I'll find a video to learn properly later. Jita, while talking and introducing, successfully tied together a raft 2 meters long and over a meter wide in less than an hour. Alright, I've completed the raft. Technically, I can now tie the raft to the back of the life raft, and push it directly into the river. However, before going into the river, there's still one very important thing I need to do. Only after completing it can my journey down the Amazon River begin. Jita moved his arms and smiled mysteriously. This streamer, always shrouding everything in mystery. Can't he just be straightforward for once? Every time it comes to moments like this, the streamer clams up and refuses to reveal anything. Such petty restraint. Jita had intended to prolong the suspense a little longer, but upon glancing at the live chat, he could only chuckle helplessly and abandon the act. He had originally hoped this tactic would stoke viewers' curiosity and sustain their engagement, but clearly his audience possessed little patience. All right then, if you're that eager to know, I'll just tell you outright. Jita sighed with a wry smile and pointed upward. Though it was already nearing noon, thick clouds hung low across the sky, portending imminent rain. Given such weather, rain is all but inevitable, Jita murmured, frowning. On land one could easily take shelter beneath trees or within dense undergrowth, but adrift on open water there is nowhere to hide. So, Jita strode over to the leftover timber from raft construction and resumed his work. To ensure a stable rainproof drift, I'll need to build a small shelter. Though dubbed a shelter, it was in truth little more than a triangular wooden frame densely thatched with broad leaves, crude yet sufficient to fend off wind and rain. Erecting such a shelter came naturally to Jita. Timber and foliage were abundant and ready at hand. Within half an hour he had fashioned a snug leaf-thatched canopy atop the raft, just large enough for him to sit beneath and stay dry. There, we're ready to depart. Jita performed a final check of his backpack and essential gear, then gently pushed both the raft and the inflatable life raft into the river current. Though Jita had constructed an additional wooden raft, he now sat comfortably inside the inflatable life raft, while the wooden raft trailed behind, tethered by a rope over a meter long. Thus the two rafts drifted serenely, one ahead, one behind, down the river. Jita gestured toward the leafy shelter atop the wooden raft and grinned at his viewers. Even if rain breaks out this very instant, I'm utterly untroubled. Not bad. This streamer's got real ingenuity. Looks solid indeed, remarked one impressed viewer. Don't get too confident. I've seen enough anime and films to know better than to casually raise a flag like that. Based on years of viewing experience, misfortune may strike at any moment. Whoa, now that's oddly persuasive. Suddenly I'm genuinely anxious for him. Oh, come on. We're practically leaving the Amazon basin already. What could possibly go wrong now? Hard to say. Live chat comments flooded in, brimming with concern. Jita nearly laughed aloud in exasperation. You people really can't bring yourselves to wish me well, can you? After a brief exchange with his audience, Jita redirected his attention to his surroundings. Since entering the water, the riverbanks, narrow at first, had gradually widened. This widening confirmed he was still heading in the right direction. Though he carried binoculars, his vantage point now, seated low on the raft, offered far less scope than his earlier perch atop a 10-meter-high tree. Even with binoculars, little could be discerned, so Jita settled back, content to drift with the current. Have any of you noticed? All this way I haven't touched a single paddle. He smiled playfully at the camera. His remark prompted viewers to look closer, and indeed the raft glided forward entirely under the river's own power without a trace of human effort. The Amazon River flows ceaselessly, fed by rapids and waterfalls alike, so long as one follows its natural course. The journey becomes effortless and serene. Jita offered this insight with a gentle smile. It's now high noon. I may sit peacefully in my raft and enjoy lunch. From the raft, he retrieved a portion of crocodile meat wrapped in broad leaves, sliced off a fist-sized chunk with his dagger, and began to eat. Though viewers had watched him consume crocodile meat the day before, seeing him savor it so heartily reawakened their own hunger. Ugh, I can't help salivating every time he eats. Same here. Every time he eats on stream, I pull out my secret stash of snacks. Then he can't tempt this foodie anymore. Hey, you're brilliant. Wait, has anyone else noticed? His downstream speed seems to have increased. What a... Just as viewers focused on his meal, a sudden comment flashed across the screen, prompting others to observe closely. And sure enough, the acceleration was real. The riverbanks remained densely forested, the scenery shifted imperceptibly. Without deliberate scrutiny, the change would have gone unnoticed. Streamer, stop eating. Look around now. Could something underwater be dragging him along? Check the chat. Check the chat. A torrent of comments surged. Jita couldn't miss them. Speed increased. Only then did he realize. Puzzled, he scanned the banks and peered over the raft's edge. Though the receding foliage appeared unchanged, the river's current undeniably quickened, swifter than moments before. Truly. But why has the current suddenly accelerated? Jita shook his head in quiet bewilderment, gazing directly into the lens. There's no wind, no visible gradient in the riverbed, and no sign of rainfall or flash flooding. This abrupt intensification defies expectation. What then could cause such a surge? Jita fell silent, brow furrowed in thought. Still, faster current means swifter progress. Reaching the main channel sooner is surely advantageous. Exactly. Overthinking won't change a thing, viewers urged, noting his solemn expression. After several minutes of fruitless contemplation, Jita shrugged lightly, picked up the half-eaten meat, and continued eating as he spoke. You're right. Worrying accomplishes nothing. Within the Amazon, as long as the current isn't violently turbulent, drifting downstream will reliably carry one into the main channel. For now, all we need is patience. Yet before the words left his lips, the raft beneath him lurched forward with startling velocity. What's happening? Why the sudden acceleration? Jita dropped his meat and lunged to the life raft's edge, straining to see ahead. Rushing, rushing, rushing. Listening closely, he could even hear the thunderous roar growing louder upstream. Such a deafening sound. Could it be? Bad, very bad. I must secure the water bottles and loose items from the wooden raft, now. After listening intently for 10 seconds, Jita seized the connecting rope and hauled the two rafts together. He swiftly stuffed every loose item, water bottles, tools, supplies, from beneath the leafy shelter into his backpack. When it overflowed, he simply wedged the remaining gear beneath his thighs, pinning it firmly to the life raft. Viewers stood bewildered by his sudden urgency. That volume of rushing water. If I'm not mistaken, we're approaching a waterfall. Now it's down to luck, and how stout this raft truly is. Jita's voice turned grave, his gaze fixed ahead. Just a few minutes later, the scenery around the riverbank changed completely. The banks were no longer visible, replaced by a wide river with the sound of rushing water ahead. The noise was now deafening. Jita was sitting in the raft and tried to keep his body low to prevent any items from falling out. From his low vantage point, Jita could see less clearly than the drone hovering 2 meters above. The audience watching through the drone's camera was shocked. A waterfall. There's a waterfall ahead. The host is in trouble now. Don't panic. It looks like just a 6 or 7 meter waterfall. It's not a big deal. What do you mean it's not a big deal? This is a drop of 2 to 3 stories. Oh, it's fine. Look below the waterfall, there seem to be quite a few green areas. If the raft breaks and becomes unusable, at least the host can swim over safely. While the audience was anxiously discussing, Jita's raft had already reached the edge of the waterfall. In the blink of an eye, Jita and the raft plunged down the waterfall. For a few seconds, he was almost suspended in midair before crashing down heavily onto another river below. Clang! At the moment of hitting the water's surface, the wooden raft behind Jita made a loud noise. As for the inflatable life raft, Jita was in it, absorbed the impact thanks to its material, and he was unharmed. After a violent jolt, everything finally calmed down. Watching the surrounding waters quickly smooth out again, Jita let out a long sigh of relief. Having safely navigated through this crisis, Jita felt fortunate. After a brief moment to recover, he immediately sat up to inspect the raft. After that bump and the loud noise, I was worried the raft might have been damaged, so I need to check it out. Jita frowned at the camera and began his inspection. After quickly checking the life raft, Jita surprisingly smiled. The raft had not lost air, indicating that it remained intact despite the earlier impact. With that, Jita could continue his journey with peace of mind. However, the wooden raft behind him was not so fortunate. Probably due to the material or the angle of the fall, the leftmost log of the wooden raft had snapped in half. The cracking sound heard earlier must have come from this log. Fortunately, the broken edge did not significantly affect the overall structure of the raft. At least the small canopy above the raft was still intact, and there were no signs of a loose structure. The wooden raft has lost a log, but looking on the bright side, it just means the space for sitting has narrowed a bit. It's still usable. Jita finished inspecting the raft and explained to the audience. That's good, nothing major happened. That earlier scene was really frightening. The audience was still in shock. However, Jita seemed much more optimistic than before. The current speed of the water is very gentle, even slower than when we first set off, so we can infer we shouldn't encounter another waterfall like that again. The surrounding waters were wide and the banks were far away. Jita took out binoculars to look around. However, just as Jita was using the binoculars to check the distance, viewers watching the live stream noticed something. Many viewers simultaneously flooded the chat with reminders for Jita. Host, don't look far away. You should check under your raft first. Oh, am I still looking into the distance? The host is really brave. Honestly, I think the current situation looks even more concerning than the waterfall. The audience continued to remind Jita in the chat. But it was only when Jita put down the binoculars and casually looked down that he realized the situation. Jita had drifted into a waterway resembling a maze. In this river channel, clusters of small green areas like scattered pieces on a chessboard were spread throughout. Though they were called flower beds, they were more like rocks covered in flourishing vegetation. It was unclear how these isolated patches, only a couple of square meters each, ended up so densely clustered. Seeing this scene, Jida couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle as he educated the audience. This type of terrain is called a meandering serpentine tributary. The term serpentine refers to the phenomenon of rivers meandering like a snake. The audience, after hearing Jida's explanation, looked down at the river channel and felt it was indeed an apt description. After explaining to the audience, Jida added, "Since this serpentine waterway has appeared, it means that there won't be any more waterfalls ahead, which is good news." However, Jida pointed at the surrounding waterways, but this situation makes it very easy to get lost and lose direction. The winding waterways, like a maze, can easily lead one astray without a clear directional target. What should we do? Do you have a compass, host? The audience hurriedly asked. Jida waved his hand without answering, merely holding the binoculars and trying to stand up on the life raft. Stabilizing himself while continuing to scan the surroundings, he asked the audience, "Do you remember what I said when I climbed the tree to find the treasure? I mentioned that I saw a black waterway. There is a famous black water area in the Amazon River. As long as you see it and pass through, it indicates that you are not far from the main river channel. So as long as we find the black water, we will be fine." Jida remembered that the black water was not far away. Considering the speed of travel, the raft should be approaching it. After observing with the binoculars for about 5 or 6 minutes, "Haha, I found it. It's just ahead on the left," Jida exclaimed excitedly. Almost simultaneously, similar comments started flooding the chat. Some sharp-eyed viewers had also spotted it, just like Jida. "Amazing. If you could spot that, are you using a 40-inch high-definition screen?" Other viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment. "Haha, finding it is great." Jida put down the binoculars, took out the paddle from beneath him, and began to row towards the direction of the black waterway. The direction the river is drifting deviates from the black waterway, so now I have to rely on my own strength to row to reach it, Jida explained as he paddled. Speaking of which, we were fortunate to encounter the Heiha River, allowing us to follow its flow to find the main Amazon River. Jide explained to the audience, "You must understand that the Amazon rainforest is vast with waterways spread all over. If one is unfamiliar with the terrain, it's easy to get lost. Once lost, it would be very difficult to find your way out." Fortunately, Jide had spotted the Heiha River while climbing a tree to grab a box with his binoculars. Otherwise, it would have taken quite a bit of trouble to find the right route. Jide paddled for a while, and the raft finally drifted into the Heiha River. Feeling relieved, Jide stopped paddling, allowing the raft to float naturally with the current. The sky was already nearing evening, and Jide checked his stomach, taking out the leftover crocodile meat from lunch from his backpack. "I didn't have a proper lunch, and now I'm hungry. At least I can have a good meal now," Jide said while struggling to chew on the meat, laughing helplessly. "However, tonight's meal is actually the simplest one I've had in the Amazon rainforest. Before this, I at least had fish and wild game on the jungle floor to cook, which is much more abundant than this dry piece of meat. Haha, before, when I saw the streamer eating, I could only envy and drool. Today I finally get to see the streamer eat in a restrained manner. But the streamer is eating crocodile meat. Don't you envy that? I can't laugh now. I've never eaten crocodile meat in my life." Why did you remind everyone, though? Just as Jide was interacting with the audience, a gust of wind blew and a few drops of rain splashed onto his face. Jide wiped his face and looked up at the dim sky, frowning slightly. "It seems it's going to rain. If the rain doesn't stop and keeps getting heavier, then tonight, he'll have to spend the night in the small shelter on the raft." After finishing the meat and a few bites, Jide began preparing to move his things. He had previously carried the water and food he needed and kept them in the life raft for easy access. If he planned to switch rafts, moving everything would take some time. During this brief preparation, it indeed started pouring rain, and it seemed to be getting heavier. It might not stop all night. Jide decisively moved to the wooden raft. By the time he finished moving all the people and supplies, it was already completely dark outside. Large raindrops hit the river surface around them, creating a mist. Jide raised the camera drone in his hand, signaling to the audience. The drone's camera, now switched to night mode, captured the scene clearly. With such heavy rain, will the bamboo raft be submerged? It's already night. Isn't the streamer afraid? Even on land, encountering such heavy rain would raise safety concerns, let alone being on the river. It should be fine. After all, I have 2 rafts connected, providing more buoyancy, Jide reassured everyone with a smile. The only concern is that after a night, the inflatable life raft will definitely accumulate quite a bit of water, and it will be troublesome to bail it out then. Thus, after interacting with the audience for a long time, Jide saw that the rain was gradually lightening, and he waved goodbye to the audience lying on the raft and dozing off. When he woke up the next day, Jide looked outside. He found that it was still raining, but the rain was much weaker than the night before. After turning on the drone for the live stream, the audience saw nothing but rainwater, and they were all worried about the streamer. What if it keeps raining and we can't find the main river? Yes, if it were sunny, we could distinguish the surroundings based on the terrain, but with the rain apart from the river's black color, we can't see anything else. Jide squatted by the raft washing up while glancing at the comments and waved his hand unperturbed, pointing to the distant hazy mountain in front of him. Do you see that mountain? It's quite a landmark. As long as we pass that mountain, we should be able to reach the main Amazon River. Upon hearing that they were close to the main river, the audience was all excited. However, due to the rain, they could only vaguely see the relatively small mountain. I wonder how far that mountain is from the streamer. Yes, it looks so small, it might be quite far. Well, as long as the direction is right, even if it's far, we can reach it in a few days. There's nothing to worry about. Some audience members, feeling reassured, were trying to comfort those still worried about the streamer. As Jide continued slicing the crocodile meat with a dagger, he noticed the comments and became quite serious. What this viewer said is not wrong, but the water and food I brought for this trip can only last for 2 days at most. If I drift on the river for 3 to 5 days, that would definitely not work. So, I need to find a way to measure how far I am from that mountain. Only then can I determine whether I need to adjust my travel plans. Seeing the streamer speaking seriously, the audience became curious. Measure. The streamer can't be joking, right? What will he use to measure? It's hard to say. Oh, maybe the streamer will personally measure with a rope manual doghead face. Jide looked at the various guesses from the audience and shook his head with a smile. Neither. I have my own methods, and this method requires it to be raining to help me accomplish it. I'm quite lucky now, I just need to patiently wait for the right moment. After saying that, Jide stopped looking at the drone camera and instead stared upward intently, as if trying to find something in the sky. Without the streamer's explanation, the audience naturally could not understand Jide's measuring method, so they could only watch the rainy sky along with him. After waiting for about half an hour, the audience couldn't see any signs of anything, and seeing Jide still focused on the sky, they couldn't help but post comments. They guessed what method the streamer would use. Suddenly, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky. Jide's expression changed, and he immediately stood up, staring at the direction where the lightning struck, frowning. With the first lightning bolt appearing, it wasn't long before several more flashes followed. The last lightning bolt happened to appear near that mountain. Seeing this, Jide immediately started counting. 1, 2, 3, 15. Just as he counted to 15, a rumble of thunder sounded. Haha, this is truly a blessing from the heavens. I now know the exact distance between me and that mountain. Jide exclaimed excitedly, turning to smile at the audience in front of the drone camera. The distance to the mountain is 5,100 meters. The audience, who had first been puzzled by Jide's strange actions, were now shocked to hear such a precise distance down to the meter. They flooded the comments asking how he knew this. What exactly had the streamer done?